Chapter 240. Ha ha. Ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. I have seen many talented people, but this is the first time I have seen someone like you. What a pleasant surprise. Su Chu, who had been sent flying, forcibly stopped his body from flying backwards. He looked at Linley with a burning gaze. It was as if Linley had become his prey, and he would not stop until he got his hands on him. You are qualified for me to fight with all my strength. Next, I will capture you, erase your memories, and make you one of my generals. You will be my Su clan slave for generations to come. When Su Chu saw that Linley was able to surpass his level in battle, he had the thought of taking Linley in as his own. Haha, Su Chu, although you are a famous ancient general and I admire you, you must know your place. If you have the ability to do something, then you have the ability to say it. So, whether you're a worm or a dragon, it depends on whether you have the ability to do what you say. Linley had been listening to Su Chu the entire time. When he heard that Su Chu wanted him to become his slave, Linley made his decision. It didn't matter whether or not Su Chu was the ancestor of the Su clan. It didn't matter whether or not he was the ancestor of his brother Su Bo. In Linley's heart, Su Chu had already been placed on the death list. No one could save him. Very well, since you have said so, I will respectfully accept your request and reluctantly take you in. Whoosh! As soon as Su Chu finished speaking, the smile on his face instantly changed. It became extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. It made people feel as if he was no longer a human, but a wild beast that was bursting with bestial instincts. In an instant, Su Chu disappeared from where he was. He disappeared from this space without a sound. Ha! It seems that I have underestimated the cultivators in this space. Since they can cultivate, how can they not have a trump card at this level? At this moment, Linley was looking at the place where Su Chu had disappeared with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but become vigilant. In Linley's world, no matter if the opponent was an earthly immortal expert or not, as long as it was an enemy, Linley would be 120% vigilant and not relax at all. Because only in this way would he not make an irreversible mistake because of a moment of carelessness. You think you can stun me just because you have an escape technique? You underestimate me too much. With a solemn look on his face, he instantly spread out his divine sense. Every single movement within a radius of a kilometer appeared in Linley's mind, clearly visible. Not a single thing was missing. However, Linley's expression became even more solemn. This was because in the past, as long as he used his divine sense after concealing himself, the enemy would be unable to hide from Linley's divine sense. But this time, it seemed to be different. In Lin Ray's divine sense, he didn't sense anything. No matter up, down, left, or right, there was no trace of Su Chu. At this time, Lin Ray knew that Su Chu was really a bit difficult to deal with. After seeing that it was useless, Lin Ray didn't feel discouraged. He didn't withdraw his divine sense. Instead, he directly opened his 5 senses and sensed the changes in the surrounding air and air. I don't believe that my divine sense can't find you. Even my 5 senses can't find you. In an instant, Lin Ray closed his eyes. The martial emperor divine spear in his hand drilled hard. The spiritual power in his body was instantly channeled into the martial emperor divine spear. The silent thunder spear art was also ready to be unleashed. With his 5 senses activated, he sensed all the changes in his surroundings. He didn't slack off at all, because Lin Ray knew that if he slacked off, he would be the one to lose his life. Whoosh whoosh sounds appeared in Lin Ray's ears. After hearing the changes, a smile appeared on Lin Ray's face, and he muttered in his heart, As I said, no matter how powerful the escape technique is, as long as there are traces, it will be found by the 5 senses. Linley bellowed, and the primal chaos scripture within his body began circulating at a rapid pace. The immortal artifact he was wearing also unleashed its power to bolster his body. At the same time, his fleshly body, which was at the pinnacle of the prized artifact tier, tensed up as it concentrated its power and released a formidable atmosphere of coercion. In the entire Su clan villa, all the cultivators, regardless of whether they were asleep, drunk, or in the middle of cultivation, opened their eyes the instant Linley released his full power. They hurriedly rushed outside the villa and raised their heads to look at Linley, who was releasing his pressure. Of course, Subo and Murong Yu were also among the crowd of Su family cultivators who came out. When they saw Lin Ray in the air, holding a long spear and looking around, for a moment their brains short-circuited, because they couldn't believe that their brother, who they had always thought was an ordinary person, would give them such an explosive greeting gift. How? How is this possible, second brother? Is it second brother? At this moment, they raised their heads and looked at Lin Ray, who was standing in the air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they asked Su Bo, who was beside them, in a daze. Seems like it. I still remember second brother's clothes. It's the clothes that the person in the air is wearing. However, what is going on? Why would he? Hearing Si and Murong Yu's words, Su Bo was puzzled, but firmly answered Murong Yu's question. Why? Why would second brother release such a powerful pressure here? This kind of pressure, I've only felt it from my ancestor back then. Why would second brother have such a powerful strength? He has only disappeared for 2 years. Could it be that in these 2 years, something unimaginable happened? At this moment, Murong Yu, who had always been smart, instantly calmed down and rationally began to analyze Lin Ray's frame that had disappeared for 2 years. Ma'am, you're right. Hearing Si's words, Su Bo nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, Su Bo roared, But why is second brother like this in my Su family? At this moment, no one understood why such a cultivator with such a powerful pressure would suddenly appear in their own family. What they were even more puzzled about was that the Su family seemed to have never offended such an expert. It wasn't only the Su family that felt Lin Ray's aura. After Lin Ray released all of his cultivation, it had already been seen through by the cultivators from all over the Yanjing. In the first moment, they left their own places and headed towards where Lin Ray was releasing such a powerful aura. Found it. At this moment, Lin Ray was looking towards a direction in the southeast with a smile on his face. Without any hesitation, he instantly rushed out and activated the silent thunder spear art. He directly pierced towards the space where there was no one. What? How could this be? How did he know where I was hiding? At this moment, Su Chu, who had used an escape technique to disappear, saw Lin Ray charging towards him with a powerful martial skill. His face was filled with doubt, and he couldn't help but blurt out with a surprised tone. However, at this critical moment, there was no time for Su Chu to think about how Lin Ray knew where he was. The moment Lin Ray activated his martial skill and rushed towards Su Chu made his move. Source Knight Spear Art, Radiance Return. In an instant, he activated his martial skill and blocked in front of his chest. Moreover, he rapidly circulated the spiritual energy in his body as his eyes stared straight at the martial skill that was attacking him. Dong! Bang! The sound of martial skills colliding could be heard in an instant. The Su clan cultivators who were looking up at the sky all sensed a shocking wave of spiritual Su Chi's aftermath. In the instant that they were caught off guard, it pushed everyone out of the sky before stopping. There were even some Su family cultivators with low cultivations who fainted from the aftershocks of Lin Ray and Su Chu's attacks. There were even some people who had blood flowing out of their mouths. Their appearances were extremely terrifying. Damn, what did second brother eat? How could his cultivation be so powerful after not seeing him for 2 years? It's a good thing that our cultivations are a bit better. Otherwise, our internal organs would have been damaged by this aftershock and bleeding from all 7 orifices. At this moment, Su Bo, who was also pushed out a few meters by the aftershock of the attack, said to Murong Yu, who was beside him, "Cough, cough, cough." At this moment, after Murong Yu coughed twice, he raised his head and looked at the sky in disbelief. His entire body was facing Lin Ray as he said in surprise, "Sai, who said it wasn't? I originally thought that second brother was an ordinary person. I didn't expect that not only was second brother not an ordinary person, but he was also so powerful that I didn't dare to look directly at him. Sai, It seems that I've lived in vain for the past 20 years. Su Bo and Mu Rongyu, who felt the terror of Lin Rei, were filled with surprise. However, they were even more happy for Lin Rei. They were truly happy for Lin Rei to have such ability. In the sky, Lin Li's and Su Chu's spears collided. At this moment, neither of them managed to send the other flying. Instead, they were locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Su Chu took the lead and said, "Hee, this really surprises me. A brat at the peak of the tribulation stage can actually use such a powerful martial skill. Furthermore, he has such a powerful spiritual energy supporting him. I really don't know what kind of surprise you will give me next." At this moment, Su Chu no longer regarded Lin Rei as a junior. Instead, he regarded him as an expert who had both strength and capital. Humph. Strong? Is this considered strong? Compared to the earthly immortals I killed before, you are the strongest. Of course, it's not that I don't have the ability to kill you, but it's not the time yet. Hearing Su Chu's words, Lin Rei responded directly without any courtesy. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill Su Chu immediately. What? Ew. You killed an earthly immortal before. This shocking news directly hit Su Chu's heart. This was not an ordinary shock, but the most shocking thing in history. An earthly immortal was many times more powerful than a cultivator who had completed the tribulation stage. If he could kill an earthly immortal before, how terrifying would that be? After all, he was now at the peak of the tribulation stage. Previously, he was at a lower realm than the peak of the tribulation stage. Well, don't talk nonsense. Today, I'll show you what a real leapfrog challenge is. Swish! The moment Lin Rei finished speaking, the martial Emperor Divine Spear separated from Su Chu's long spear and retreated to a distance. Today, I'll show you what a real expert is and what a real martial technique is. Lin Li had already decided that he was going to take advantage of this period of time to find a way to break through to the Grand Ascension stage. But at the same time, he had to suppress Su Chu with all his might. The only way to do this was to use level 3 incineration and the dragon subduing step. This was the only way to achieve both goals. In an instant, the martial Emperor Divine Spear in his hand disappeared. The next moment, the Emu Sword of all trades appeared in his hand. What? Using a sword? How could it be possible for a single person to cultivate two different types of martial techniques? No way, it must be a bluff. At this moment, when he saw the sword that had suddenly appeared in Lin Li's hand, Su Chu couldn't believe that Lin Li was able to execute a sword technique no matter what. Because according to his knowledge, it was impossible for a person to cultivate two different types of weapons, let alone two different types of martial skills. Humph! Remember, nothing is too strange in this world. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. In this space, you've cultivated the arrogance of a cultivator to the peak. However, you don't know anything about cultivation. Well, today I'll let you see the principle that all the Daos in the world lead to the same destination through different paths. That's good. Without further ado, Lin raised Aura Sword again after he finished speaking. At the same time, the cultivators who sensed Lin Rei's aura rushed to the sky outside the Su family's villa and watched the battle between Lin Rei and Su Chu attentively. Level 3 Incinerating Wind, Meteoric Kill. In an instant, the primal chaos scripture circulated rapidly. Spiritual energy left Lin Rei's body and entered the Emu Sword of all trades. One of Lin Rei's hands was placed directly on the sword hilt. Surrender. Boom. After Lin Rei shouted, a gush of sword chi broke through the restraint of the Emu Sword of all trades and rushed towards Su Chu, who was dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of sword chis directly blocked off all possible escape routes for Su Chu, who had just reacted and wanted to escape. Tens of thousands of sword chi formed a sword ball and sealed Su Chu in the middle of the ball. At that moment, Su Chu was like a trapped beast. He had nowhere to run, but he was unwilling to give up. He looked at the sword chi around him in terror. He looked like he wanted to stop, but he couldn't. This made Lin Li's mood instantly feel very good. Damn, when did this amazing person appear? He can actually make old man Sue suffer like this. At this moment, among the crowd of onlookers, a middle-aged man who looked like Su Chu muttered to himself mockingly. Haha, you still don't understand? That young man has been playing with old man Su before, but now he's using his true strength. Therefore, this round will depend on old man Su. Whether he lives or dies will depend on that young man's choice. Chapter 241. You're all wrong. If this old man rises, do you think the peace between the 5 major families of Yanjing will still exist? Also, don't forget this young man who is cultivated to such a level. What do you think he will do after killing that thing? Will he settle for peace or... While the middle-aged men were talking, a voice that wasn't very coordinated, yet sounded very reasonable. For a moment, the middle-aged men fell silent. Also, you have to remember that no matter how much internal strife we have, this is between us. Will you watch your brother be humiliated like this, and even lose his life in the end? The voice came again. Suddenly, the middle-aged men seemed to have been enlightened. They quivered and came to their senses. Cold sweat covered their faces, and their hearts were filled with guilt and fear at the same time. Old man Long Feng, I didn't expect that not only is your cultivation high, but you're also smart. At that moment, after agreeing with Long Feng's words, they all turned around and began to tease him. Yeah, that's strange. We haven't seen each other for 100 years. If it weren't for the situation, I think you would still be in seclusion in that turtle shell. For a moment, they chatted as usual. In the air, they greeted each other one after another, but at the same time, they had already released their divine senses. As long as Lin Ray moved freely, they would all rush forward and save the trapped Su Chu. Ha! You old things, you're still talking about me, aren't you? It's been 100 years, and you've never said anything about visiting my Long family. If it weren't for today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you even after another 100 years. At that moment, Long Feng looked at the middle-aged men with resentment. He was like a little wife who had been bullied, complaining to them. Look at all of you. You're the ancestors of the 5 major families of Yanjing. Look at how petty you are. If it weren't for the few of you, I wouldn't even care about you. Instantly, when they heard Long Feng's words, they all lowered their heads in shame, looking as if they were wrong. The scene was extremely comical. All right, Murong Hong, Shui Wu Tian, Ouyang Ku, don't be like this. In the future, all of you should change your bad habits. After all, we are all over 1,000 years old. We are no longer the righteous people from the past. At this moment, Long Feng was like a hometown educating his own children. He was reprimanding everyone, but at the same time, he was tying everyone's hearts together. On the other side, things weren't as peaceful as Long Feng's side. In another direction, Lin Li's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at the trapped Su Chu. His face was filled with ridicule as he spoke. Su Chu, when I met you today, I wanted you to help me. But your biggest mistake was to humiliate me time and time again. Actually, I didn't want it to be like this. All of this was caused by you, so don't blame me. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had arrived in front of Su Chu, had a murderous look in his eyes. He slowly raised the Yi with 10,000 magical sword to his chest. However, I can tell you that if you die, I will take care of your Su family. So you can rest assured. Lin Ray did not know that his words had caused the trapped Su Chu's blood to boil. It seemed as if he wanted to break free and kill Lin Ray, who would smile and say, I'll take care of your family when they were about to kill you. Who would be able to bear such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation and physical body were restricted, Su Chu would have rushed out long ago. Humph, I want to see how strong you can be when you are completely angry. I hope you can reach the level where I am late. Looking at Su Chu's angry look, Lin Ray's smile became wider and he muttered at his heart. In fact, Lin Ray did not intend to kill Su Chu immediately. He had not achieved his goal yet, so how could he kill Su Chu? The reason he had done so much was to infuriate Su Chu. Only then would Su Chu disregard everything to kill Lin Ray. Only then would Lin Ray be able to achieve what he wanted. Rest assured, although this calm sentence did not mean anything, it was precisely because of Lin Rei's calm tone that was the most frightening. As soon as Linley finished speaking, the tens of thousands of streams of sword energy surrounding Su Chu instantly charged towards Su Chu. Sigh, it seems like I can't escape today. The Tendo is unfair. My life is over. Su Chu raised his head to look at the sky and sighed sorrowfully when he sensed the strange movement of the sword chi around him. Ha! Old man, we haven't settled the score between us yet, and you want to leave us behind? Don't you think we're letting you off too easily? Just as Su Chu felt that he did not have long to live and was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, the old ancestors of the other 4 great clans who had been watching him all this time suddenly appeared. They spoke to Su Chu with a mocking tone, who had already closed his eyes and accepted his fate of death. That's right, old man. You're always causing trouble for us. Why did you have to do this? Tell me, are you asking for a beating? The appearance of the 4 men reignited a new hope in Su Chu, who was waiting for death. When she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar figure that she couldn't be more familiar with. For a moment, her eyes became moist. This scene was out of Lin Rei's expectations. Lin Rei did not expect that someone would stand up for Su Chu. However, the truth surprised Lin Rei. The people who appeared were like Su Chu, some of the earthly immortals. Lin Rei's face darkened instantly. Ha! You old men, you have been watching the show from the sidelines. Are you watching the show as if you were watching a joke? I thought you were watching the show. Immediately, Su Chu understood. Moreover, the despair in his heart dissipated. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's attack from the inside and outside and disperse the sword chi first. We still don't know if he will survive. At that moment, Longfeng looked at the sword energy surrounding Su Chu with a solemn expression on his face as he spoke to Su Chu beside him. Okay. The instant he finished speaking, Longfeng and the other 3, as well as Su Chu, took out their own magic treasures and began to attack Linley's sword chi. The attacks of the 5 earthly immortals were fatal to Lin Rei's sword chi. The moment their attacks collided with Linley's sword chi, the sword chi dissipated, and Su Chu was finally out of danger. Haha, old man, we have saved your life. Shouldn't you take out your Wanyan wine? The sword chi disappeared, and Su Chu escaped. The moment the 5 of them reunited, Longfeng, who was at the side, came to Su Chu's side with ill intentions. His voice was not very loud, but the 5 of them could definitely hear him clearly. Yes. We have been thinking about your Wanyan wine for a long time. You can't escape now. Hearing Longfeng's words, the few of them echoed Longfeng's words and spoke to Su Chu with anticipation. Good. I know that you have been thinking about my wine. Don't worry. Today's matter is settled. I will let you drink to your heart's content, Su Chu said with a fake smile. Although he said that his heart was already bleeding, one must know that the Wanyan wine was something that he had kept for 1,000 years. It wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary things. Even Su Chu himself couldn't bear to drink a single mouthful of it. Ha, I like Su Chu now. Obviously, he is distressed, but there is no way to refuse. It feels so good. Their words were heard by Lin Rei, who was standing not far away with a gloomy face. For a moment, anger surged in his heart. Humph, old man, it's none of your business. Don't think that I can't deal with you just because you're all earthly immortals. Since World Weary has pissed me off, I'll deal with all of you one by one. I'll make your 1,000 years of cultivation go up in smoke. At this moment, although Linley was furious that they had destroyed his sword chi, at the same time, Linley was also very excited. After all, so many whetstones had appeared out of nowhere. This was perfect. This way, the speed of his breakthrough would decrease. Oh, you talk big. Boy, do you know that this is the first time I have heard you say this in thousands of years? At this time, the 5 people who were chatting enthusiastically stopped smiling and turned around. Ouyang Ku, one of the 5, said to Lin Rei with a disdainful face, Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Even if you have a powerful martial technique that can trap an earthly immortal expert, don't forget that we have 5 earthly immortals here. Moreover, when you fought with Su Chu, you consumed a lot of your spiritual energy. Do you think you still have a chance to win against us now? At this moment, Lin Rei's face became gloomier. Oyanku was right. He had consumed a lot of spiritual power, but Lin Rei had a lot of treasures of heaven and earth that could replenish his spiritual power. The situation of exhaustion due to the consumption of spiritual power would never happen to Lin Rei. Oh, you're right. I did consume some spiritual power in the previous battle. Thank you for reminding me. At this moment, Lin Rei did not dare to be careless. After all, he was facing 5 Earth Immortal experts. The moment he finished speaking, a glittering spiritual stone full of spiritual power appeared in his hand. Lin Rei operated the chaotic scripture. In an instant, the spiritual power in the stone began to drill into Lin Rei's body. What? Lin Rei's strange phenomenon and the sudden appearance of the spiritual stone in Lin Rei's hand attracted the attention of the 5 patriarchs. Their eyes widened and they blurted out in disbelief. How could this be? How could he have this kind of treasure? And it seems to be of high quality. The 5 patriarchs knew about the existence of spiritual stones. After all, they were self-cultivators. However, what surprised them was that spiritual stones were almost extinct in this space. Even if there were, they could only come across them by chance. It was the first time they had seen this young man take out a spiritual stone so casually and absorb it to recover his spiritual power. Lin Rei did not know what they were thinking, nor did he want to know. At this moment, Lin Rei just wanted to absorb the spiritual power in the spiritual stone as quickly as possible. He operated the devouring skill. In an instant, an extremely powerful suction force appeared. The spiritual power in the spiritual stone began to disappear rapidly. In just a few seconds, the sparkling spiritual stone turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Heavens, this person's absorption rate is so high. Moreover, the technique he's using isn't something we're familiar with. That technique has never appeared in this world before. Who exactly is this young man? At this time, a bunch of questions appeared in the minds of the 5 ancestors. They didn't understand what kind of person could nurture such a powerful disciple. Phew! Lin Rei opened his eyes, and a ray of light flashed through them. He was originally a little dispirited, but at this moment he became spirited. The spiritual power he had consumed before was replenished and was even stronger. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Looking at the 5 patriarchs, Lin Rei did not show any fear. Instead, his battle intent rose, and he looked as if he could not wait. This made the earthly immortals very puzzled. Level 3 Incineration Earth Extreme, Strangle. Looking at the 5 patriarchs, Lin Rei slowly raised his arm that was holding the Mu 10,000 art sword. Spiritual power instantly flowed from his arm into the sword. Buzz! Suddenly, a sword cry resounded through the sky. The sword shone brightly and a trace of coldness rose. Didn't you say that the 5 earthly immortals were very strong? I won't wait. Whether or not you are strong depends on whether you can take this move of mine. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air entered the ears of the earthly immortals. Lin Rei waved the Mu 10,000 art sword. Tens of thousands of swords that were exactly the same as the Mu 10,000 art sword appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the 5 earthly immortals. A murderous aura spread through the space. However, when the cultivators in this space felt Lin Rei's sword intent, they all vomited blood. What? This attack is even stronger than before. How many trump cards does this kid have? At this moment, the 5 earthly immortal realm experts didn't have the time to think too much. When they saw the tens of thousands of swords coming towards them with unstoppable might, they instinctively withdrew all their magic weapons and released all their cultivation to block before their chests. When Long Feng saw Lin Rei's attack, his face was full of grievances. However, the shock and fear in his eyes were real and could not be replaced by any expression. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the tens of thousands of swords, the five earthly immortals began to fight with all their might. Chapter 242. For a moment, in the sky, the magnificent martial skills began to rise. The five ancestors were as tired as dogs as they attacked Lin Rei's martial skills. At this moment, whether it was the spectators in the sky or the people in the Su family's villa on the ground, they were all numb. They were numb to Lin Rei's sudden appearance and everything that happened, especially Lin Rei's two brothers, Su Bo and Murong Yu. At this moment, their expressions had turned into natural blankness. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as everything that happened here. After the five ancestors arrived, they recognized their identities. Although they didn't see them often, they still recognized the identities of their own ancestors. This is unbelievable. I didn't expect second brother's strength to be so strong that he's on par with the ancestors of the five great families. At this moment, Su Bo's face was filled with shock. He raised his head and looked at the six people fighting in the sky. For a moment, he had a lot of thoughts about them. That's right. Second brother is no longer the second brother of the past. Do you still remember the group of people who rushed in to look for trouble during the last meal? Yes. What's wrong? Hearing Murong use words, Su Bo recalled and nodded in response. After that, when I returned home, I thought that they dared to harm second brother. So, I sent people to teach them a lesson. But what you didn't know was that the people I sent out reported that the group of people who rushed into the private room never came out. They just disappeared into thin air at this time. There was no news about them at all. They searched the air, sea, and sea, but there was no news at all. What? You're saying? Hearing Murong use words, Su Bo was shocked. If it was anything else, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after all, that was 20 or 30 lives. He still couldn't believe this. Yes, that's right. What you're thinking is what I want to say. So, after seeing second brother's scene, I thought of what happened before. So, I'm sure that they're already dead. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Their view of Lin Rei had completely changed. At this moment, Lin Rei was so unfamiliar in their eyes, so unfamiliar that it scared them. Of course, Lin Li, who was in midair watching as the five patriarchs attacked him with tens of thousands of swords, naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Even if he did, Lin Li wouldn't say anything or explain anything. At this moment, Lin Rei was very excited because just now, Lin Rei had vaguely sensed that he was about to make a breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, but it was only a vague feeling. Haha, that's great. Since that's the case, let's charge forward in one go. Having made his decision, Lin Li saw that the five patriarchs were flustered. Instantly, he raised his sword and charged towards the five patriarchs. In an instant, he rushed into the tens of thousands of swords that he had used before. However, when they came into contact with Lin Rei's spiritual power, the swords would bypass Lin Rei. Not good. Everyone be careful. That young man has launched an attack. Everyone be careful. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Longfeng instantly noticed Lin Rei's actions and turned to warn the four people next to him. Okay, we got it. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard instantly. At this time, Su Chu was caught off guard and collided with Lin Rei's sword. With a bang, Su Chu, who had no time to dodge, was blasted from the sky to the villa on the ground by the force of Lin Li's longsword. In an instant, when Su Chu's body hit the villa, a hole was blasted out of the villa by Su Chu. Ha! Today I'll let you know what a real powerhouse is and what a real cultivator is. After seeing that Su Chu was blasted away, Lin Rei did not give them any time to recover. The moment after Su Chu was blasted away, Lin Rei's body moved. This time, the one who rushed forward was Longfeng, who had been commanding them. Kill! Murderous aura burst out in an instant. A condensed, murderous aura instantly turned into a sharp sword in the air and flew straight towards Longfeng's body. At the same time, the 10,000 Laws sword in Lin Rei's hand also rushed over with a condensed, murderous aura. Neither of the two attacks was something they could withstand, let alone two attacks at the same time. Boom! Punk! In the blink of an eye, the sword of killing intent had materialized and arrived at Dragonwind's side. Dragonwind had used all the strength in his body to finally deflect Linley's attack. However, although the sword of killing intent had dissipated, in the instant that the sword of killing intent had dissipated, the loss of the 10,000 spells sword had appeared in Dragonwind's eyes. This time, no matter how fast Longphone was, there was no way he could dodge it. In the end, Longphone could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Pum! Longfang's body collided with the 10,000 lost sword. In an instant, Longfang's body was blasted away. This scene was simply unbelievable in the eyes of the other 3 patriarchs. They had known that Longphone was the strongest among them, but now, what should we do? Even Longphone is no match for him. Aren't we hitting a stone with an egg? At this moment, Ouyang Ku and the other 2 patriarchs who were on guard felt a deep sense of fear in their hearts. What should they do now? This was something they had never thought of before. Soon. We will be able to clearly feel the barrier to the Mahayana realm. At this moment, while they were worrying about what to do next, Lin Rei was even more anxious. The barrier to the Mahayana realm had been flickering constantly, which made Lin Rei, who was determined to break through, anxious. Level 3 Incineration. Heaven's Extremity. Exterminate. Instantly, Linley's eyes widened as he stared at the rest of the spells. He didn't put them away, but at this moment, he unleashed the final stage of the 3rd rank, Incinerate. In an instant, within a radius of a few kilometers, the spiritual energy, which was already extremely scarce to begin with, began to gather towards Linley when he used Heavenly's Extremity. Slowly, the concentrated energy was absorbed into the Emu 10,000 magical sword. In an instant, it shone brightly, causing the originally pitch-black night sky to be filled with radiance. It gave people a strange feeling in their hearts. Ouyang Ku and the other 2 patriarchs, who had been standing in the air not far away, felt a sense of crisis in their souls after Lin Rei used Heaven's Extremity. This sense of crisis was something they had never experienced before in their lives. This feeling made them very uncomfortable, but they still wanted to say it out loud. What should we do? This kind of attack is simply not something we can withstand. At this moment, the 3 of them were afraid. Previously, they had only been afraid. Now it was different. Ouyang Ku and the other 2 patriarchs wanted to retreat. They were afraid. Since you dare to come here and interfere, don't regret it. It's too late. There's nothing you can do about it. Sword chi filled Lin Rei's body. Every sword chi carried with it a feeling of being able to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, they felt very uncomfortable and wanted to immediately escape. Not only Ouyang Ku and the other 2 patriarchs, but even the surrounding cultivators who came to visit and the cultivators in the Su family's villa on the ground had thoughts of retreating. Some people even began to retreat in all directions. No, this won't do. My ancestor is among them. If my ancestor is killed, then will my Murong family still have the capital to survive in Beijing in the future? No, I have to stop second brother. At this moment, Murong Yu, who felt the killing intent, couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't watch his ancestor die in front of his eyes. Even more so, he couldn't let his family be destroyed in his generation. Murong Yu, who was as if he had gone mad, instantly removed his cultivation appropriately. Then, he rode his sword and flew towards the sky with an aura of being duty-bound. That scene infected Su Bo, who was beside him. Damn, see, you bastard. I'm still your 3rd brother, okay? How can you leave me behind for something like this? Actually, he also understood Murong Yu's words. He also knew the consequences of this matter. So, as long as Lin Rei didn't stop, then the powers in Beijing would be reshuffled. The current 5 great families would no longer exist, and they wouldn't live up to their names. In the instant that Murong Yu rushed into the sky, Su Bo also rushed up. At this moment, they were going to negotiate with Lin Rei with the will to die. Su Bo and Murong Yu's actions attracted the attention of the Su family and the other 5 great ancestors. They looked at them with pity in their eyes. They wanted to stop them, but they were powerless. As for the people in the sky, They looked at Su Bo and Murong Yu with faces full of confusion. They were all laughing foolishly in their hearts. These two idiots. Do they think they can organize this battle? Too naive. Look, they'll all die in a while. Ha, idiots. Hurry up and die. It's best if they all die. That way, our Wu family can replace one of the 5 great families. At the moment, they were watching Su Bo, Luo Yinyang, and the patriarchs of the 5 great clans as if they were watching a show. In their hearts, they were all waiting to see how the 5 great patriarchs would die. At this moment, all their little schemes were on display. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Su Bo and Murong Yu. They wanted to see what the final outcome of these two people would be. However, after they heard the conversation between Su Bo and Lin Rei, they were all stupefied. At this moment, Su Bo and Murong Yu had already flown to Lin Rei's side on their swords. However, at this moment, their figures were already battered and exhausted. Due to Lin Rei's martial technique, everything around them was so powerful that every sword chi was enough to destroy them. Second brother, I don't know why you're fighting with our ancestors, but I beg you, second brother, don't kill our ancestors. The situation in Yinjing is very serious now. As long as our ancestors die, the situation in Yinjing will definitely change drastically. Our Su family will also decline from then on. Second brother, on account of us being brothers, I beg you, please let our ancestors go. At this moment, Su Bo arrived in front of Lin Rei and anxiously begged Lin Rei as soon as he arrived in front of him. Yes, second brother, our Murong family is the same. Although they interfered in your matter, they only did so because they wanted the 5 great families to have peace. Huaxia only did this because of you. As long as one of the 5 great families falls, the situation in Yinjing will change. We don't want this to happen, and we don't want this to happen to you either. I beg you, second brother, don't kill our ancestors. Please let them go. Although the 2 of them were not loud, there were always cultivators who could clearly hear their conversation. Of course, this included the 5 great ancestors. They also clearly heard the conversation between the 3 of them. When they heard the younger generation of their family address the mysterious powerhouse as second brother, they were shocked and filled with disbelief. They did not even know that they had never heard the younger generation mention that they knew such a powerful person. When the surrounding people heard the conversation between the 3 of them clearly, they were even more shocked. They did not expect that the 3 of them knew each other, and their relationship was not ordinary. This made those who wanted to watch the show feel very disappointed. They even felt a trace of fear after hearing the conversation between the 3 of them. However, Lin Rei, who had already guessed that this would happen, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. Although he had already guessed it, Lin Rei still did not want to see this kind of situation. Third brother, see, although what the 2 of you said is correct, this battle is very important to me. So the 2 of you should leave. At this moment, although Lin Rei had resentment in his heart, when he heard his brother's pleading, Lin Rei was still very willing to fulfill the wish of others. However, this matter was related to the reason why he broke through to the next realm. So, second brother, we're begging you, if someone has to pay the price for this, then the 2 of us are willing to die for the ancestor. However, after we die, please let our ancestor go. At this moment, after hearing Lin Rei's reply, Su Bo and Murong Yu felt very disappointed in their hearts. However, for the fate of their family, the 2 of them still stepped forward without hesitation. Are you forcing me? Their words made Lin Rei very sad. Lin Rei did not expect that they would say such words. Second brother, in this life, I have never begged you for anything. However, this time, I'm begging you. Please let our ancestor go. Yes, second brother, I've also said it before. Let our ancestor go. Even if they have done all sorts of wrong, for the sake of us brothers, let them go. Since the words had come to this point, Lin Rei was also very unwilling. After a moment of silence, Lin Rei finally used a sound transmission technique to tell them his purpose this time. Sigh, you 2 silly brats, tell me, you're pleading for me. How can I not give you face? However, I have my own difficulties. However, I can promise you that I will definitely not harm their lives. As for why, I won't tell you. In an instant, after hearing Lin Rei's words, Su Bo and Murong Yu, who had originally sworn to protect their ancestor with their lives, hesitated at this moment. All right, hurry up and leave. Don't worry, Lin Rei, will keep my word. This is my promise to you, and also the promise between us brothers. So don't worry. Chapter 243. Lin Rei's promise was no different from a bet to them. After not seeing each other for 2 years, coupled with all the weird things that had happened today, they could no longer treat Lin Rei as their brother, Lin Rei. Hee. All right, you guys hurry up and get down. Whatever I've promised you guys, I'll definitely do it. Besides, if you guys don't get down, I can't guarantee that my attack won't hurt you guys. Looking at their actions, Lin Rei was heartbroken as well. But after all, everything that had happened today had overturned their understanding of the world. Therefore, Lin Rei could understand. But the thing that he was most worried about was the lives of Su Bo and Murong Yu. Lin Rei knew full well that this attack from Heaven's extremity was so strong that even he wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary harm, Lin Rei could only reveal his plan to the both of them. The hesitant Su Bo and Murong Yu did not know what to do after hearing Lin Rei's words. After all, this was a matter of life and death for their families. Therefore, they had no choice but to proceed with caution. All right. Second brother, remember your promise. Don't hurt the 5 old masters. Just as the both of them were hesitating, Murong Yu's gaze turned resolute as he raised his head and roared at Lin Rei. Then he pulled Su Bo and flew down. Everyone was shocked to see this because of the relationship between the 5 patriarchs. The most shocked of all were the 5 patriarchs. They were very confused, but they didn't have the time to hesitate. Hee. The 3 of you. Are you ready? For the next attack, if you guys can withstand it, I'll let all of you go. But if you guys can't, no matter who you are, I'll kill all of you. Seeing that Su Bo and Murong Yu had returned to the ground, Lin Rei could finally relax. At the same time, the barrier to Mahayana realm appeared on its own. Suddenly, Lin Rei was overjoyed. However, this kind of opportunity was not something that could be found everywhere. Therefore, Lin Rei could only end this quickly. Opportunities were not something that could be found all the time. Come on, let us see just how powerful this attack of yours is. Upon hearing Lin Rei's words, Ouyang Ku and the other 2 revealed resolute expressions. They knew that even if they didn't want to fight, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. They had no other choice. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of something breaking through the air came from below. In the blink of an eye, Su Chu and Long Feng, who had been sent flying, arrived beside Ouyang Ku and the others with their own weapons. How can I let you bear this alone? Since it's related to everyone's lives, we're all part of it. Their actions did not surprise Ouyang Ku and the others. It was as if they had expected it. I knew that you 2 wouldn't leave us behind. As they spoke, the 5 patriarchs raised their weapons in front of their chests and made a blocking gesture. At the same time, they activated their cultivation methods, and their spiritual chi instantly soared. The cultivation of the 5 earthly immortals was completely released at this moment. Very good. Seeing this, Lin Rei was very pleased. Normally, in such a situation, some people would escape or beg for mercy in order to save their own lives. However, their actions touched Lin Rei. Heaven's extremity, exterminate. Boom! A shocking sword chi rushed out. Then, the shocking sword chi suddenly exploded on the way to the 5 patriarchs, forming tens of thousands of sword chi. Each sword chi was much stronger than the previous Earth's extremity. The moment Lin Rei released the Heaven's extremity, the originally dark night sky suddenly became bright. Under the illumination of the Heaven's extremity sword chi, it was as bright as day. The scene was fascinating, but no one dared to think about it. Everyone, upon seeing Linley's attack, was killed. They could all sense the killing intent and the pressure of Linley's attack. None of them would be able to survive it. Tens of thousands of sword chi streaked across the sky like meteors. It was extremely beautiful, but each meteor had a fatal lethality. In everyone's eyes, they did not think that this was a meteor shower. Instead, they thought that this was a meteorite that could easily kill people. Tens of thousands of sword chi disappeared in a flash. After the 5 patriarchs felt this powerful attack, they all became alert. The bubble was very scared, but there was no way to escape. Everyone, use everything you've learned in your lifetime. Success or failure depends on this. Whether you live or die depends on this moment. Seeing the attack coming towards them, Longphone couldn't help but instruct the other 4. However, his tone was full of determination, as if he didn't fear death. It was admirable. Ha, good. Even if we don't succeed, with your mistakes, even if we die, we won't be lonely. Su Chu's words immediately caused the other 4 to be dissatisfied. However, what he said was very reasonable. Moreover, they didn't have the time to care about this at this moment. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with the sound of weapons colliding and flesh being cut. But what was respectable was that after the 5 patriarchs' flesh was cut, they didn't scream at all. Apart from frowning, they didn't do anything else. In the sky, the 5 patriarchs were frantically using the artifacts in their hands to block Linley's attacks. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Tens of thousands of strands of sword chi and the power of the Earth's extremity were extremely powerful in their eyes. When the Earth's extremity was used, it was only difficult to defend. However, this was a layered version. One could imagine how powerful it was. However, at the moment when everyone's faces were filled with worry, Linley, who was in the sky, started to laugh. His laughter was very happy, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha! I've finally touched the barrier of the Mahayana stage. Finally, I can finally break through to the Mahayana stage. Ha ha! At this moment, Linley laughed out loud. His voice was unrestrained and unrestrained, but what Linley didn't know was that to others, it seemed as though he was laughing at the 5 ancestors who were currently attacking. At this moment, no one was paying attention to any of Lin Rei's actions. Right now, what they were most concerned about was the survival of the 5 patriarchs. If they died, it would be good for them. If they didn't die, then they wouldn't lose out either. Therefore, at this moment, they were silently praying that the 5 patriarchs would be killed by Lin Rei as soon as possible. Of course, some people thought this way, while others thought differently. However, they didn't notice that Lin Rei was no longer emitting any aura or cultivation base. He just stood there motionlessly in the sky. Haha, it's time. Time waits for no man. I have to make some arrangements quickly. Otherwise, they might turn around and attack me. At this moment, Lin Rei's consciousness was sensing the barrier of the Mahayana stage, and he couldn't help but think about what to do next. With a thought, Lin Rei's consciousness appeared in the cloud pagoda, in the depths of the dark section. All members of the dark section, gather here. I'll give you 3 breaths a time. If you don't show up, you will be punished according to the sect rules. Upon arriving, Lin Rei raised his head and shouted without any hesitation. 2. Whoosh whoosh. Right after Lin Rei shouted 2, over 100 whistling sounds echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, the empty space was filled with people after Lin Rei's count. Not long after, hundreds of people, all dressed in black, with long hair and young faces, appeared in the open space. Every one of them was as strong as the stars in this space. They were all young people with long hair and were young, but all of them had handsome faces and were as strong as the stars in this space. Not only that, but all of them had the same temperament and aura. If the 5 ancestors outside saw them, they would be scared silly. We, the dark section, pay our respects to the sect leader. After the sister-in-law, all the members of the dark section came to the open space in front of Lin Rei. They uniformly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Rei. Their voices were loud and clear. Everyone knelt on the ground in high spirits. At the same time, they looked at Lin Rei with worship in their eyes. Well, get up, all of you. Looking at the disciples of his sect, Lin Ray couldn't help but feel gratified. He couldn't help but smile. He was overjoyed. Yes, we will obey the sect leader's order. Well, I have a reason to disturb your practice today. In a while, I will let all of you out. Then, you will protect me. I want to break through to the Mahayana realm immediately. There are 5 earthly immortals outside. So, don't attack them unless you have no other choice. As long as they don't attack, you just need to protect me. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Ray didn't hide anything. He directly told them the purpose of his visit. After all, he didn't come this time to ask for their help. We'll obey the sect leader's order. It's our honor to protect the sect leader. Don't worry. As long as all the members of the Dark Department are here, even if we all die, we won't let them touch the sect leader, even if they're experts at the earthly, immortal realm. At this time, all the members of the Dark Section looked at Lin Ray with firm eyes. This scene moved Lin Ray greatly. Good. You guys are indeed the cornerstones of our sect. It is our sect's fortune to have you guys. After the matter was decided, Lin Ray didn't say anything. With a thought, Lin Ray's consciousness returned to his body. Phew! Come on, since I've been exposed, let's end this quickly and leave this place early. At this moment, Linley no longer had any guesses. Since they already knew of his strength, there was no need to hide it anymore. There was also no need to worry about finding his mother. Thinking of this, Lin Ray didn't hesitate. With a thought, he activated the Cloud Pagoda. Suddenly, hundreds of Dark Section members of the Mahayana realm appeared around Lin Ray. Boom! The moment the members of the Dark Section appeared, they didn't hide their cultivation. One could imagine the power of hundreds of Mahayana realm cultivators when gathered together. They were not inferior to any Earth immortal powerhouse at all. In fact, they could directly crush them. The appearance of the Dark Section members directly affected the stability of the space. As soon as they appeared, the people who were originally paying attention to the 5 great ancestors all turned their attention to the powerhouses who suddenly appeared. However, when they looked in the direction of Lin Ray, they were all stunned for a moment. Not only that, but when the people who were flying on their swords saw the hundreds of powerhouses around Lin Ray, their legs went weak and their spiritual power disappeared instantly. They directly fell to the ground from the sky. It was even more so for the 5 great ancestors. Originally, they were still resisting the sword chi coming out of the celestial extremity. Suddenly, a huge pressure appeared, causing them to look in the direction of the pressure. In the end, they were taken aback by the fact that so many experts had appeared out of thin air. It was an unimaginable number of experts. What's going on? How could there be so many Mahayana realm cultivators? There must be hundreds of them. At this time, Longphone was dumbfounded. He had never seen so many Mahayana realm cultivators. Even though he was an Earth immortal powerhouse, he couldn't help but be afraid of such a lineup. I don't know, but this time, we seem to have kicked an iron plate. Among the 5 great ancestors, Ouyang seemed to have discovered something and said to the other 4, "What? You mean?" At this time, Su Chu seemed to have realized what Ouyang wanted to say and looked at them in disbelief. His eyes were full of shock. I think so. Didn't you see that the way they look at that young man is a little different? Their eyes are full of admiration and respect. For them, this is a look that they wouldn't even show when they see an Earth immortal powerhouse. Do you think they would show such a look if they weren't that young man's subordinates? After hearing Ouyang's words, the great ancestors were immediately regretful. They regretted that they had so recklessly offended a powerful cultivator who could crush them. However, on the ground, Lin Ray's brothers, Su Bo and Murongyu, were even more shocked than them. The moment the hundreds of Dark Department members appeared, they looked over. However, when they saw the hundreds of powerhouses, their hearts were filled with shame. As soon as the news appeared, some people on the periphery immediately spread the news. As the saying goes, good things don't go out, but bad things spread far and wide. For them, this was the worst thing that could happen. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and 1,000 to 10,000. Just like that, it didn't take long for everyone in the Huaxia cultivation world to know about this scene. Chapter 244. The appearance of the Dark Tribe had shaken the Huaxia cultivation world. They didn't know if this group of powerhouses would be a threat to them. Therefore, when the various sects in Huaxia heard about the appearance of the powerhouses, they immediately put down their work and went into seclusion. In the next moment, they all gathered at the Su family's villa. At that moment, in the sky above the Su family's villa, Lin Rei's extreme move had finally been worn down by the 5 great ancestors. However, it seemed that they didn't gain anything from it. At that moment, the 5 great ancestors were standing in the air, panting. Their hands were trembling, their faces were pale, and their hair had been cut into pieces by the sword Qi. What made them even more embarrassed was that after wearing down Lin Rei's attack, their legs had turned to jelly and they were trembling in the air. However, no one noticed that because they didn't have any reason to pay attention to them at that moment. Phew, I didn't expect that a single attack would be able to force us into such a situation. It seems that we can't afford to offend this person in the future. We can't let the younger generation offend him either. At that moment, Long Feng, who was holding the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, was in the air. His face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. He stared in horror at Lin Rei, who was surrounded by a group of powerhouses not far away. He couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Why, old Long, do you think he'll let us go?" Just as everyone held their breaths and didn't want to say anything, Su Chu, who was bent over and gasping for breath, couldn't help but ask Long Feng. Su Chu's words immediately attracted the attention of the other 3 great ancestors. They turned their heads and waited expectantly for Long Feng's answer. "Damn it, you old geezers. I'm not that person. How would I know?" But after hearing Long Feng's words, the 4 of them showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. However, when they heard the second half of Long Feng's sentence, their hopes were rekindled. "However, I believe that such a powerful person should be able to keep his word." Although they didn't know if Long Feng was right, based on his words, the probability of him being right should be very high. Phew, I say, old Long, in the future, when you talk about such important things, can you not take such a long breath? You can easily scare us to death, you know? At this moment, Ouyang Ku, who had received an incorrect answer and was worried that he had to get the correct answer, let out a sigh of relief and complained to Long Feng beside him. Ouyang Ku's words directly shocked the 4 people present. What did it mean to burn the bridge after crossing the river? What did it mean to forget one's mother after having a child? Ouyang Ku was a classic example. All right. Ouyang Ku, don't ask me for help in the future. Who doesn't have a temper, let alone Long Feng, who is an earth immortal? After listening to Ouyang Ku's complaints, Long Feng was not willing to do anything. All right, we are all brothers. Don't let this affect our previous relationship. At this moment, they were like kindergartners arguing over something. They look very cute. Don't worry. I won't take your lives, so you don't have to worry about it. But if you want revenge, you can come to me at any time. Of course, when you come to me for revenge, no matter who pleads for you, I won't let you go." At this moment, Lin Rei, who was about to break through, said to them with a bloodthirsty smile after hearing their words. His tone was cold and emotionless. No, we wouldn't dare to take revenge on you, senior. Even if you lent us several guts, we wouldn't dare to." The sudden words gave the quarreling 5 people a fright. At this moment, the 5 of them were trembling all over. They lowered their heads in fear and did not dare to raise their heads. Cold sweat flowed down their foreheads uncontrollably at this moment. However, Lin Rei's words did make their tense hearts relax at this moment. But the fear in their hearts could not be stopped. All right, don't be so scared. I'm not going to kill you." Looking at the 5 earthly immortals, Lin Rei could not help but laugh in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds were heard. In an instant, 5 streamers flew out from Lin Rei's hand and pierced through the sky to the 5 ancestors. How could the 5 ancestors not take them? First, because they did not dare to. Second, because the things in front of them were the supreme Great Spirit Stones that Lin Rei took out before. These things were like stones to Lin Ray, but to the five ancestors, they were simply extraordinary treasures. The reason why he did not kill you was that he did not want the five families to lose balance and did not want outsiders to take advantage of them. Therefore, your lives are very important. Quickly absorb these 5 spirit stones to restore your strength. Really? Are you really going to let us absorb them? At this time, the 5 ancestors thought that they had misheard. Their 5 senses confirmed it again. They were not the only ones. Even the cultivators who had arrived around them had greedy looks in their eyes as they stared at the spirit stones in the hands of the 5 great ancestors. This kind of thing was especially sought after on planet Aqua Blue, which was already extremely scarce. It was almost priceless. What made them even more surprised was that this mysterious expert had casually taken out 5 pieces and given them to the enemies who were still fighting. This made them very puzzled and, at the same time, envious. As the saying went, greedy people's desires were often the strongest. As for their lives, in their eyes, they could not resist their desire to snatch them away. That's right. Today's matter was caused by me, so this is compensation for you. If you don't want it, I can take it. Yes, we want it. Senior, we want it. Just as Lin Ray was about to say that he wanted to take back the spirit stones, the 5 ancestors became anxious. They could not wait to have this kind of treasure. So how could they reject it? Before Lin Li could finish speaking, the 5 patriarchs' faces were filled with worry. They directly cut off Lin Ray's words. Looking at them, Lin Ray did not laugh at them. Instead, he deeply sympathized with them. All right, in that case, hurry up and absorb it. All right, are any of you from the Ouyang family? What? Just when they thought that there was no time, this sudden sentence stunned the 5 ancestors. Among them, Ouyang Ku's expression changed instantly. I said, are any of you from the Ouyang family? This voice could be heard clearly even if one covered their ears. Among the 5 ancestors, Ouyang Ku, who was among them, felt a chill in his heart. He had a bad feeling. Say, Senior, I am the Ouyang families. Ouyang Ku, the ancestor of the Ouyang family. May I know why you're looking for me? Oh, you are the ancestor of the Ouyang family? At this moment, after hearing that this person was the ancestor of the Ouyang family, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. There's nothing else. I just want to say that when you return to the Ouyang family, help me ask if there are any of Ouyang Jing's men. If there are, then they must come back unscathed. But you must remember that they must be unscathed. If I find out that they have even the slightest injury, I will make all the people who hurt her die without a burial place. At this point, Lin Ray didn't want to stay there any longer. Time was tight, and he couldn't waste any more time here. Therefore, the only way now was to find his mother as soon as possible. However, if there are no injuries and she's not in the Ouyang family, help me find her. Even if you have to search every corner of this planet, I will find her. Ouyang Jing. At this time, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice entered the ears of the 5 ancestors, but they couldn't recall who it was. Yes, Senior. In a while, my family will help you find Ouyang Jing. If there are any, I will immediately send her to you. Sai, I hope that Ouyang Jing is not in the Ouyang family. Even if she is there, she must be fine. Don't let anything happen to her. If she is really there, I am afraid that the family is finished. At this time, Ouyang couldn't help but pray that Ouyang Jing was not in the Ouyang family. He was very anxious. All right, I hope so. Also, the 5 great families help me find her. As long as you can help me find Ouyang Jing, I will give you as many immortal weapons and spiritual stones as you want. But don't try to be sneaky. If I find out that you are disrespectful to her, I will make sure that you die. At this time, Lin Ray released the news of finding his mother. He believed that this group of greedy people would definitely help him find his mother in the face of so many things. Moreover, they would help him regardless of the situation. Yes, we will also follow your orders. Suddenly, a voice that shook the sky penetrated the moment Lin Ray finished speaking. Everyone present revealed a look of joy as they looked at Lin Ray. At the same time, they were thinking about the reward that Lin Ray promised. Seeing this effect, Lin Rei was very satisfied. After nodding to the people around him, his gaze shifted to Su Bo and Mu Rongyu on the ground. Whoosh! Lin Rei's hand instantly pushed towards Su Bo and Mu Rongyu. Suddenly, a large hand formed by spiritual energy appeared in front of Su Bo and Mu Rongyu. After gently grabbing the two of them, it flew towards Lin Rei's direction. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of Lin Rei in the blink of an eye under the spiritual energy hand. You guys also have this kind of cultivation now. Since we're brothers, then today, I'll give you guys an opportunity. As for whether you can grab hold of it and break through, that will depend on your comprehension ability. At this moment, Su Bo and Mu Rongyu, who were being hit by the spiritual energy hand, were confused. After Lin Rei's words entered their ears, the two of them immediately revealed excited smiles on their faces. Second brother, I knew that you wouldn't think of us when something good happens. At this moment, Su Bo was already extremely excited. Thank you, second brother. I wonder what kind of opportunity second brother will give us. At this moment, after hearing Lin Rei's words, Mu Rongyu very calmly asked Lin Rei, you'll know when we arrive. I guarantee that this trip won't be in vain. At this moment, Lin Rei was very anxious in his heart because he had already felt that the heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Therefore, he didn't say much. After giving orders to the few hundred members of the dark group, he brought Su Bo and the others with him and teleported away, disappearing from everyone's sight. In an instant, the few hundred people disappeared under everyone's gaze. The place that was originally full of pressure completely relaxed at this moment. Sigh. These two children are really lucky to be able to be brothers with such a strong person. They're really too lucky. At this moment, after seeing Lin Rei and the others disappear, Long Feng, who was in the air, looked at the place where Lin Rei disappeared with eyes full of envy and couldn't help but mutter. Of course. Don't you know whose descendant it is? How can my, Su Chu's descendant be bad? Hearing Long Feng's mutter, Su Chu, who was at the side, couldn't help but raise his proud head and say smugly, my Morong family isn't bad either. If I'm not wrong, the one who's with your descendant seems to be the Ouyang family's genius of this generation, Mu Rongyu. The two of us are about the same, so don't show off in front of me. When the two of them were confronting each other, they didn't notice that the three people around them were looking at the two of them with resentment in their eyes. They looked as if they wanted to come forward and kill the two of them. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to hurry back and see if there's a person called Ouyang Jing in the Ouyang family. I hope there isn't. If there really is, then my Ouyang family is really finished. At this moment, Ouyang didn't feel relaxed because of Lin Rei's departure. Instead, after Lin Rei left, he became even more nervous. Yes. Cultivation, don't chat here. Hurry up and go back home. According to what that expert said, this person called Ouyang Jing is very important to him. Therefore, even if we have to turn out in full force, we have to find Ouyang Jing. That's right. After everyone agreed, their bodies began to fade in the air. Not long after, the clansmen completely disappeared from their original positions. Some of the surrounding rogue cultivators were ready to come forward and snatch the spirit stones, but this scene happened. In the end, they could only give up. When they realized that the curtains had fallen, the group of people gradually left the Su family's villa. However, they began to search for a person called Ouyang Jing all over the world for Lin Rei's reward. This reward was something that no one would dare to admit. If it was someone else who said this, they definitely wouldn't believe it. However, after seeing Lin Rei's battle and seeing the weapons that he had displayed, they already firmly believed in Lin Rei's reward. Of course, even if there wasn't any reward, as long as they could follow Lin Rei, even if there wasn't any reward, they could still do whatever they wanted in the cultivation world. Chapter 245. At this time, the Su family's villa was no longer as lively as before. After Lin Rei left, everyone left separately. As for those cultivators who had rushed over after receiving the news, after arriving at the Su family's villa, they realized that they were late. Then, They left with a stomach full of dissatisfaction. At this time, a terrifying wave of people searching for a person in Huaxia was set off. Everyone who had a cultivation base was looking for a person called Ouyang Jing. Although they didn't know why they were looking for him, the people who gave them the order were all top cultivators. Therefore, they didn't dare to disobey. At this time, in a desert on planet Aqua Blue, a group of young men wearing black clothes with long braids suddenly appeared. There shouldn't be anyone who would disturb or destroy the surroundings because of the tribulation, causing panic in the surroundings, right? The young man leading the group was Lin Rei, who had just left with Su Bo and Mu Rongyu after the battle with the 5 Earth Immortals. When Lin Rei was preparing to undergo the tribulation, he had already decided that he couldn't undergo the tribulation in a place with people or buildings. This was because he didn't want to affect the innocent people around him. Moreover, the lightning tribulation during the tribulation was relatively strong. He didn't want to hurt those innocent people who didn't know how to cultivate because of him. At this time, when he raised his head and looked into the distance, he saw that there was sand everywhere. Other than sand, there was only the thick and sturdy cactus that lived in the desert. At this time, it was no longer night. After Lin Rei and the 5 Earth Immortals finished their battle, the sky had already turned white. The sun had already hung high in the sky, and there was no longer the coolness of the night. Damn, second brother, the opportunity you were talking about, it can't be in this desert, right? At this time, Su Bo and Mu Rongyu had followed Linli here as well. However, when the two of them saw that Linli had said that the fortuitous encounter was in the desert, Su Bo didn't want to believe him and casually asked. At this time, Mu Rongyu was also very curious about this question, but he did not ask it. Coincidentally, at this time, Su Bo asked it, so his head also came over, wanting to see Lin Rei's explanation. That's right. The opportunity is in this desert, but not now. Anyway, you're all cultivators and are not afraid of the temperature of the sun. Therefore, waiting for a few days is not too much. I believe that when you see the opportunity again, you will definitely thank me. At that moment, Lin Rei, who had regained his senses and heard his brother's questions, explained Lin Rei to them with a smile. Then where is this? I don't remember there being a desert so close to Beijing. After hearing Lin Rei's words, Su Bo subconsciously chose to believe him. After all, they were still brothers. Therefore, after hearing Lin Rei's words, he didn't question it. However, he still needed to understand this unfamiliar environment. Oh, here. If I remember correctly, this should be the largest desert, the Sahara Desert. Lin Rei's words directly caused Su Bo, who was originally prepared to accept reality, to fall backwards after hearing Lin Rei's words. His eyes turned white, and he looked like he was about to die. Damn, just this little bit of endurance. Isn't it just this Sahara Desert? For a cultivator like you, is it so terrifying? At this time, seeing Su Bo's big reaction, Lin Rei really despised him from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Mu Rongyu, who had always been obedient beside him, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Second brother, you are really special. You actually came here. Just when he had some expectations for him, Mu Rongyu suddenly said such a sentence. Immediately, Lin Rei couldn't take it anymore. Hey, what's going on with you guys? I gave you guys an opportunity, and you guys are still nitpicking here and there. Let me tell you, an opportunity like mine is something that even a cultivator who has gone through a tribulation with combination would want. If we weren't brothers, even if your ancestor was an Earth Immortal, I wouldn't give a damn about him, even if he was a Celestial Immortal. It could be seen that at this time, Lin Rei was a little angry, and there was a little bit of unhappiness in his heart. This. At this time, Mu Rongyu had already seen Lin Rei's anger, but there was no other way. Since the words had already been said, there was no reason to take them back. Alas, well, you guys don't complain anymore. You guys follow them to the surroundings. However, you have to remember that without my permission, you are not allowed to come within 8 miles of me. Remember my words, this is a matter of life and death. I don't want to bring people when I come. Sometimes I bring corpses. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't say anything more. After telling Murong Yu about the dangerous elements in the future, he motioned for the dark group to take the two people away. Remember, protect them well. Don't let them come to any harm. And you guys, without my permission, you're not allowed to come close. Protect yourselves well. I don't want any of you to die, because you are all my brothers, Lin Ray. We swear to follow the sect leader to the death. We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the sect leader. Suddenly, after hearing Lin Ray's words, hundreds of people of the dark group had tears in their eyes. They knelt on the ground and shouted in a voice that shook the immortal firmament. Their voices were filled with endless emotions, and Lin Ray heard them clearly. Good. I, Lin Ray, have you guys. That's really a blessing for me. Lin Ray. All right, you guys hurry up and retreat. Wait for a moment. I'll bring you guys to the cultivation world and let you see the light again. You don't have to stay in the dark cloud pagoda anymore. Hearing Lin Ray's order, hundreds of people of the dark group stood up and bowed to Lin Ray. Then, they brought the unconscious Su Bo and the sober Murong Yu and pushed them into the distance. In an instant, hundreds of people disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were already 10 miles away. Let's begin. Let me see how strong and abnormal the second level of the primal chaos scripture is. At this moment, when he saw that there was no one around, Lin Ray took out a praying mat from his storage ring and placed it on the desert. Then he sat down on it. In an instant, he entered the selfless realm. After entering the selfless realm, he no longer had any perception of anything outside. Lin Ray had already calculated that after entering the selfless realm, he could feel the Tendo law faster. At the same time, he could also break through the barrier of the Mahayana realm faster. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Ray had been waiting for. Now it had finally come true. At this moment, any movement in the surroundings could no longer affect Lin Ray. At this moment, 10 miles away, Murong Yu looked at all of this with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what Lin Ray was doing. Hey, brother, what do you think my second brother is doing now? Can he give us an opportunity just by sitting there? At this moment, after thinking about it for a long time, Murong Yu couldn't figure it out. Therefore, Murong Yu shifted his target to the people of the dark tribe beside him. Fellow Taoist, my sect master is currently seeking a breakthrough. The reason why he is sitting there is because he has entered a wonderful realm. In this realm, it can speed up a cultivator's cultivation speed. At the same time, it can also sense some of the surrounding energy. As for what opportunity the sect master will give you, you will know when the time comes. The people of the dark tribe who heard Murong Chen's question didn't want to answer at first. However, at least Lin Ray said that he wanted to protect their personal safety. Therefore, they were very important to Lin Ray. Because of this, the people of the dark tribe explained Lin Ray's current situation to Murong Yu. Of course, after Murong Yu heard it, he nodded as if he understood. As for whether he moved or not, he didn't care at all. As Lin Ray meditated and cultivated, a day passed just like that. Half a day after Lin Ray entered a meditative state, Su Bo, who had fainted, woke up from his deep sleep. After fainting, everything that happened, the conversation between them, was told to Su Bo, who had just woken up. After that, the two of them were silent. They kept staring at Lin Ray, who was 10 meters away, with eyes full of doubt. Time passed little by little. Lin Ray had already been in a meditative state for 3 days. During these 3 days, a lot of things happened, especially in the Ouyang family. In Ouyang-ku, following Lin Ray's instructions, after returning to the family, he immediately gathered the current elders and family head and began to interrogate them. In the end, what made Ouyang-ku panic was that they really knew Lin Ray's daughter, Ouyang Jing. Moreover, what made Ouyang-ku most surprised was that Ouyang Jing was his descendant. Similarly, she was also a direct descendant of the family. Moreover, she was the current family head, Ouyang Tung's younger sister. Similarly, she was also the previous family head's most beloved daughter. However, what gave them a headache was that 2 years ago, Ouyang Jing went to Ouyang Tung and begged him. However, in the end, she was rejected by Ouyang Tung. Later, Ouyang Tung regretted it and secretly protected Ouyang Jing's children, Lin Ray and Lin Ro. However, they were intercepted by someone. What they didn't know was that the person who intercepted Ouyang Tung and Lin Feng was the person Ouyang Ke was most afraid of, Lin Rei. After Ouyang Ke found out about this, he removed Ouyang Tung from his position as family head and let the previous family head take over the position of family head. Everyone in the Ouyang family was mobilized and began to search for Ouyang Jing. Meanwhile, in another villa, Long Feng was sitting on the sofa and looking at the group of people standing in front of him angrily. Let me tell you, Ouyang Jing is the person that the strong person wants to see. Therefore, no matter what method you use, you must not let Ouyang Jing tell the strong person that you have locked her up. Do you know that? At this time, Long Feng was extremely angry. After he returned to the family, he began to investigate. In the end, what made Long Feng unlucky was that Ouyang Jing was in his own family. Moreover, Long Feng went to see her. There were many wounds on her body and countless bruises. At a glance, it was obvious that she had been abused for a long time. At this moment, Long Feng was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to do. Ouyang Jing's injuries were caused by the younger generation of his family. As their ancestor, he was responsible. However, at this moment, Long Feng's legs couldn't help but tremble when he thought about the previous battle. All right, you must solve this matter for me no matter what. Most importantly, you must not let the strong person know that we have abused Ouyang Jing. Therefore, for the next period of time, you must take good care of Ouyang Jing. It's best if you let her know that this is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Long Feng didn't know what to say. The only thing he could do was to serve Ouyang Jing well and not let Ouyang Jing know that the Long family kidnapped her in front of the strong person. That ancestor, Ouyang Jing, can't be released. She is the woman that my brother has always liked. Moreover, she betrayed the Long family more than 20 years ago because of him. However, not long after my brother escaped, he was found by my father. He used Ouyang Jing's life to threaten my brother. In the end, my brother returned to the Long family and became the head of the family. Before that, that woman returned to Beijing. Therefore, for my brother's sake, I tied her up. As for her injuries, they are... At this moment, after hearing Long Shi's words, Long Feng finally understood why Ouyang Jing was here. However, when he heard the last sentence of his junior, Long Feng was stunned. Slap! A loud slap was heard in the room. The middle-aged man who spoke held his face as blood flowed out from his mouth. He looked at the ancestor who slapped him with a dumbfounded expression. This matter was caused by you acting on your own initiative. Therefore, when that expert returns, you will have to wait for him to return. When a strong person returns, go out and admit your guilt. I can't let the whole family be buried with you just because of you. So, only you can go out and apologize. Only then can you extinguish the anger of that senior. As for the current head of the family, let him go to Ouyang Jing and plead for mercy for you. Perhaps you can still be spared from death. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was meditating in the Sahara Desert, had no idea that his mother had suffered so much. Of course, what surprised Lin Rei even more was that he had the blood of both the Ouyang family and the Long family flowing in his body. However, even if he knew, Lin Rei would still feel disdain. At this moment, Lin Rei's nervous face revealed a smile. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the originally clear sky. A monstrous pressure appeared at this moment. Ha! Ha ha! Suddenly, Lin Li, who had his eyes tightly shut, opened them as the dark clouds descended. His gaze flashed as he raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with an arrogant will as he raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Third brother, C, watch carefully. The following lightning tribulation will be of great help to your cultivation in the future. Therefore, you have to observe carefully, but also moderately. If you feel that you can't do it, give up. Chapter 246. At this moment, when Lin Rei was preparing to go through the tribulation, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Su Bo and Murong Yu about the opportunity. Thus, Lin Rei stood up, put away the praying mat, and said to Su Bo and Murong Yu, who were 10 miles away, "What?" At this moment, When Su Bo and Murong Yu heard Lin Rei's words, they were immediately shocked. To them, watching an expert go through the tribulation was a supreme honor, and it was also the best way for them to find a way to break through in the future. Therefore, they didn't expect that the opportunity that Lin Rei gave them was actually about this matter. The moment they heard about Lin Li's fortuitous encounter, a sense of guilt welled up in their hearts. Thinking about how they had doubted him previously, the two of them felt so ashamed that they were unable to show their faces. We know, second brother, don't worry about going through the tribulation. We still know our own endurance, and we won't act recklessly. When we reach the limit, we will stop. At this moment, Murong Yu, who was the calmest among them, quickly regained his senses and replied to Lin Rei. However, the guilt in his heart towards Lin Rei was even greater. In order to not delay Lin Rei's tribulation, Murong Yu could only reply, "Hee, then you guys have to watch carefully. Maybe after watching me go through the tribulation, you guys can comprehend something from it. Maybe you can break through on the spot." Looking at their appearance, Lin Rei knew that after they knew about the opportunity that he gave them, they would feel a sense of guilt towards him. However, this wasn't what Lin Rei wanted. Therefore, regarding this, Lin Rei didn't care at all. After finishing his words, Lin Rei raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and the thunder tribulation clouds rolled endlessly. He couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. His face couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. "Oh, tribulation cloud, I want to see how strong you are." Logically speaking, the tribulation cloud is so strong and has so much spiritual energy. If it swallows the tribulation cloud, it might have a different effect. At this time, although Lin Rei had an evil smile on his face, in his heart, he was thinking about something that others would never dare to think about in their lifetime. If this matter was known by the old monsters of the cultivation world, they would definitely be scared silly by Lin Rei's bold thoughts. However, at this time, 10 meters away, Su Bo raised his head and looked at Lin Rei, who was preparing to transcend the tribulation. The guilt on his face became more and more intense. "Sai, I didn't expect that second brother would be so considerate of us, and I had doubted him before, Sai. I'm ashamed. Hee." After Murong Yu heard Su Bo's words, he turned around and said to him, "It's good that you know. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to repay second brother's kindness in the future. Not to mention letting the 5 old ancestors go because of our face. Just based on this matter alone, the two of us can no longer afford to repay it." At this time, after hearing Murong Yu's words, the two of them had a worried look on their faces. Rumble, 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 rumble. Suddenly, just as the two of them were talking, the sound of rolling thunder came from the sky. Suddenly, in this space, other than the sound of thunder, there was no other sound to be worried about. Accompanied by the rolling thunder, the pressure began to climb at this moment. Originally, it was only 8 miles of pressure, but now it suddenly rose to 10 meters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the pressure descended. Murong Yu and Su Bo, who were originally worrying about Lin Rei's matter, were instantly crushed to the ground by the pressure of the tribulation. They lay motionless on the sand. What the F***CK is this tribulation? How could it be so strong? Just the pressure alone is so strong that it can directly suppress the two of us to the ground? At this moment, Su Bo's heart was filled with shock as he lay on the ground. His back was facing Murong Yu, who was beside him, and his voice was filled with shock as he asked, "Ugh, I say, are you F***king retarded from the pressure? You don't even know that I'm in the same realm as you. I'm also someone who lives here. How much more can I know than you?" Hearing Su Bo's words, Murong Yu replied helplessly to Su Bo. He looked at the back of Su Bo's head speechlessly. He had the impulse to go up and give him a chestnut, but his body was suppressed by the pressure of the tribulation. So, he could only think about it. "I'm sorry. I'll let the two of you suffer. I didn't know that the pressure of the Grand Master's tribulation would be so strong. It's tens of times stronger than the tribulation we go through. So, I didn't come back to my senses for a moment. Just as the two of them were discussing, two members of the Dark Department walked up and used their cultivation base and pressure to block the pressure of the tribulation on Subo and Murongyu. Although the effect wasn't very good, it was still better than them lying on the ground. The two of you will suffer a little first. As long as you leave here, everything will be fine. After saying that, the two members of the Dark Department followed Murongyu and Subo's footsteps and walked towards a place where there was no pressure. However, what was very unpleasant was that Subo and Murongyu could only walk with their backs bent. So the two of them didn't walk very fast, but there was nothing they could do. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at a place where the pressure of the heavenly tribulation didn't extend. They sat down and panted heavily as they looked at Lin Ray in the distance. Their hearts were filled with admiration for Lin Ray. Sigh, when will I be able to cultivate to the level of second brother, where I'm not even afraid of the pressure of the tribulation lightning? At this moment, Subo was looking into the distance. He stood there straight and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with dominance. However, the only difference from before was that the short-sleeved shirt, pants, and sneakers from before were all gone. At this moment, Lin Ray had already worn the immortal artifact that he had in the profound sky continent. At this moment, Lin Ray activated the immortal item on his body. It shone brightly and formed a natural protective film around him. It was like the outer shell of an egg, protecting the egg white and yolk inside. Although his white hair made him unable to return to the demonic king he used to be, he was still all right now. His bangs fluttered in the air despite the lack of wind. Coupled with the radiance on his body, he looked absolutely stunning. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the pressure in the sky stopped rising. It was as if the tribulation lightning had finished brewing and was ready to strike. A loud boom rang out in Lin Ray's ears. Come on. Let me see just how powerful the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the Mahayana realm is. Many people have been stuck here. Let me see just what you're capable of. At this moment, Lin Ray was like a madman as he pointed a finger at the sky and shouted out at the tribulation lightning in the sky. This action of his was witnessed by everyone in the distance. Their faces were filled with reverence. Of course, these were only the members of the Dark Party who knew of Lin Ray's strength. But for Subo and Murongyu, even though they had seen Lin Ray's previous battles, they still had no confidence in Lin Ray's ability to break through the tribulation lightning. However, they were still impressed by Lin Ray's actions. Rumble, rumble. Just as Lin Ray was looking down at the tribulation lightning in the sky, it was as though the tribulation lightning could understand his words. Instantly, thunder boomed out, as though it was enraged. Crack! Suddenly, a streak of tribulation lightning bolted out from the tribulation lightning in the sky. As though it had locked onto Lin Ray, it bolted out towards Lin Ray. Its speed was extremely fast. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to see the tribulation lightning. But Lin Ray could see it clearly. In his pupils, the shadow of the tribulation lightning slowly grew bigger and bigger. Finally, a streak of tribulation lightning as thick as an arm instantly appeared in front of Lin Ray. The Mahayana stage tribulation lightning is nothing much. Looking at the incoming tribulation lightning, Lin Ray didn't seem to have any intention of taking out his weapon to resist. This is not enough for me to use my weapon or any martial arts. With that, Lin Ray stomped on the ground with one foot. In an instant, he jumped up and punched towards the incoming tribulation lightning. Boom! When Linley's fist collided with the lightning tribulation, the scene of Linley being sent flying did not appear. Instead, to everyone's surprise, the lightning tribulation, which was as thick as an arm, began to slowly disperse, finally disappearing into the air. Come on. Let me see how powerful you are. I'm not even afraid of earthly immortals. Sometimes, I'm afraid of your tribulation lightning. Seeing that the first tribulation lightning had disappeared, Lin Ray's fighting spirit soared. He looked at the sky arrogantly and cursed. Boom! Boom! As if sensing Lin Ray's provocation, The tribulation lightning became angry at this moment. In an instant, as soon as Lin Ray finished his words, two bolts of tribulation lightning, which were twice as thick and twice as powerful as the first one, rushed out of the thunderclouds and blasted towards Lin Ray, who was standing in the sky. Oomph. Have you learned your lesson? You know what I want. So you sent two bolts of tribulation lightning at once. Seeing that the pressure in the sky had increased dramatically, Lin Ray didn't care and rushed out, aiming at the two bolts of tribulation lightning. Boom! Just like before, the two bolts of tribulation lightning didn't seem to be able to stop Lin Ray's indomitable fist. After the tribulation lightning and the fist collided together, they disappeared into the air. And this scene was seen by the people of the Dark Department, Su Bo, and Murong Yu not far away. For a moment, everyone's brain short-circuited, because, in their knowledge, to be able to do this, to be able to directly disperse the tribulation lightning, other than Lin Ray, they had never seen anyone else do it before. Third brother, second brother is so strong that it defies the heavens. He fought against 5 earthly immortals alone, and now he's punching the tribulation lightning. I really don't know what else second brother can't do. At this moment, after seeing Lin Ray's actions, Murong Yu couldn't help but say to Su Bo, who was next to him, Look, I believe that second brother will give us an even bigger surprise. However, the most important thing for us now is to sit down cross-legged, circulate our cultivation method, and comprehend second brother's every move. Maybe we can comprehend something from it. And the tribulation lightning that second brother scattered before seemed to have turned into spiritual chi. Don't you feel that the spiritual chi in the surroundings is rising rapidly? At that moment, after Su Bo finished telling Murong Yu about the changes that had occurred in the surroundings, he sat down on the ground. He completely ignored the temperature of the sand, activated his cultivation technique, and began to experience the scene of Linley resisting against the lightning tribulation. You're right. Seeing Su Bo's actions, Murong Yu also sat up and began to comprehend. At this moment, Lin Ray's face was no longer as calm as before. Generally speaking, the beginning of the tribulation lightning was the weakest, but just now, Lin Ray felt that the power of the two bolts of tribulation lightning was more powerful than the tribulation lightning during the previous tribulation lightning. It wasn't just 1 or 2 times stronger. It seems that I've been too pretentious this time. I didn't expect that the tribulation lightning of breaking through to the Mahayana realm would be so strong. At this moment, Lin Ray's face was filled with a bitter smile and helplessness, but there was no other way. Who asked him to provoke the tribulation lightning like that before? There must be a cause, and since he had planted the cause, he had to bear the consequences. Boom! Gotcha! The second tribulation lightning had just been dispersed by Lin Ray, and before it stopped, the third tribulation lightning rushed down. However, this time, Lin Ray's eyes no longer had a look of contempt. At this moment, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with caution and seriousness as he looked at the tribulation lightning that was rushing towards him. It seems that the tribulation lightning written about is really not ordinary. This is only the third tribulation lightning. I didn't expect it to be so thick. It seems that the tribulation lightning, after this, will be even more ferocious. At this moment, Lin Ray really wanted to slap himself twice. He had nothing better to do than provoke the tribulation lightning. Since you're already like this, then I have to show my sincerity. Otherwise, I'll be letting you down. At this moment, Lin Ray was not dispirited by the strength of the tribulation lightning. Instead, at this moment, Lin Ray was filled with fighting spirit. The fighting spirit in his body soared to a new high, reaching a kind of bottleneck. Star finger, destroy for me. After Lin Ray roared, the color of the fingers on his right hand began to change into a golden color. Before, it was only a faint golden color and was not very obvious, but at this moment, his fingers had turned completely golden. Lin Ray shouted and rushed up to the sky, aiming at the third tribulation lightning. Seeing that Lin Ray was close at hand, Lin Ray activated his martial arts technique. His left hand turned into a golden color and directly poked at the tribulation lightning. Bo! Perhaps it was the prelude of the tribulation lightning, but it was not that strong. Therefore, when Lin Ray's finger poked at it, the tribulation lightning instantly dispersed. Oomph. Even if it's dispersed, I'll still keep you in my body. I want to see what the consequences of provoking me are. At this moment, after Lin Ray defeated the tribulation lightning, he did not want to let go of the scattered tribulation lightning that was scattered in the sky. Devouring Heaven spell, activate for me. In an instant, another martial arts technique, Devouring Heaven spell, was activated at this moment. A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Ray's body and swept in all directions. The tribulation lightning that was defeated by Lin Ray seemed to be caught by something the moment the Devouring Heaven spell was activated. It began to slowly gather towards Lin Ray. The moment it reached Lin Ray's body, it drilled into Lin Ray's body and began to nourish his body that had already reached the peak of the Bejeweled Tool realm. It was also at this moment that the peak of the Bejeweled Tool realm began to slowly transform, advancing towards a new realm. Although the speed was very slow, Lin Ray was very happy in his heart. Chapter 247. Feeling that his body was really transforming, Lin Ray's desire for the Thunder Tribulation increased again. Looking up at the Thunder Tribulation, which was covered with dark clouds and rising purple chi, Lin Ray's eyes were full of desire and greed, as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. "Ha! Come on, the more the better. Come on." At this time, Lin Ray was roaring at the thunderclouds above his head like a madman, looking very scary. Boom! Boom! At this time, the Thunder Tribulation had been completely infuriated by Lin Ray. It did not act according to common sense like before. After being completely enraged by Lin Ray, the Thunder Tribulation instantly sent down more than a dozen Thunder Tribulations. Each Thunder Tribulation was much stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. Looking at the dozen Thunder Tribulations in the sky, Zhou Bao instantly released his cultivation and his fighting spirit soared to the peak. The martial Emperor Divine Spear instantly appeared in his hand. Looking at the Thunder Tribulation rushing towards him, Lin Ray directly rushed towards the dozen Thunder Tribulations without any anger in his eyes. Silent Thunder Spear Skill, Thunder Technique, Ultimate Kill. In an instant, after Lin Ray rushed to a certain height, the martial Emperor Divine Spear, which had not been used until now, moved at this moment. In an instant, hundreds of spear shadows rushed out of the shackles of the martial Emperor Divine Spear and rushed directly towards the dozen Thunder Tribulations. Break for me! In an instant, the martial Emperor Divine Spear collided with the Thunder Tribulation. A strange situation appeared in the sky. The moment the martial Emperor Divine Spear collided with the Thunder Tribulation, the spear shadows exploded. A magnificent scene appeared in the sky, which would make people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves from it. And so, just like that, after blocking the first 3 waves of tribulation lightning, Linley began to devour them. Slowly, the 4th wave. By the time Linley reached the 79th wave of tribulation lightning, finally, Linley couldn't hold on any longer. He was smashed into the desert by the tribulation lightning. Bang! This was a lightning tribulation that no one had ever seen before. It was a thick purple lightning tribulation that was filled with pressure. Lin Ray was sure that even an Earth Immortal expert might not be able to release such pressure. However, what Lin Ray couldn't figure out was that this Thunder Tribulation had appeared when he was undergoing the Mahayana Thunder Tribulation. At this time, after Lin Ray was blasted into the desert by the Thunder Tribulation, the ground was directly blasted by the Thunder Tribulation into a huge pit of more than 20 meters. The surroundings were scorched black and unrecognizable. The originally golden killing intent of the desert was now unrecognizable. Lin Ray, who had been struck, was currently lying in the middle of the huge crater with his face up and head down. At this moment, Lin Ray's hair had been blown up by the lightning tribulation and was standing up. It looked very funny. Cough, 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 cough. A cough came from Lin Ray's mouth. When Lin Ray coughed, A plume of black smoke came out of his mouth. F***CK. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. This thunder tribulation can actually pass through the fairy weapon and hit me directly. At this time, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with astonishment and doubt. He looked up at the thundercloud that was brewing the 81st thunder tribulation and couldn't help but blurt out these words. After Linley was blasted into the ground by the tribulation lightning, Su Bo, Murong Yu, and the hundreds of Dark Ones who were 10 meters away all had nervous expressions on their faces as they looked at the huge crater created by the tribulation lightning in the desert. At this moment, they were very worried that something would happen to Lin Rei. It was not that they didn't believe in Lin Rei's strength, but they believed more in the power of the thunder tribulation. Therefore, it was inevitable that they were worried. At this time, Lin Rei stood up from the huge crater with difficulty. He looked up at the sky and saw that the thundercloud had begun to brew. When he thought of the thunder tribulation, his heart was slowly filled with fear, but more of it was filled with anticipation. Even if you pass through the fairy weapon, so what? Don't think that I will be afraid of you and submit. If that's what you think, then you are wrong. So come on, let me see how strong your thunder tribulation is. At this time, the madness in Lin Rei's heart could no longer be expressed with words. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was originally shining brightly, had become as black as ink. His body was filled with black fog that floated around Lin Rei's body. Haha, I haven't really used my full strength since the last breakthrough. I didn't expect that the first time would be a Mahayana realm thunder tribulation. At this time, Lin Rei was in the huge crater. His eyes were crimson, and the black fog around him was very compatible with Lin Rei's current appearance. Coupled with his evil smile, Lin Rei couldn't help but feel a chill in the heart. Heavenly Devil Slash, I didn't expect that the last time I used you was in the profound heaven realm. What I didn't expect is that I can use you again in this place where I used to live. Ah, it seems like it really is. Rumble, rumble. The moment the purple thunder tribulation in the sky sensed the black fog around Lin Rei, the pressure of the thunder tribulation skyrocketed and reached a critical point. It was as if the black fog around Lin Rei had not been recognized by the thunder tribulation. It felt that if it didn't eliminate it now, there would be endless troubles in the future. Whoosh! When Lin Rei felt the pressure of the thunder tribulation continue to rise, the martial Emperor Divine Spear was stored in the system by Lin Rei. In the blink of an eye, the Imu 10,000 Laws sword appeared in his hand. The sword chi around him was so vigorous that it made people's hair stand on end. The moment the Imu 10,000 Laws sword appeared, a surge of sword essence rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thunderclouds that were brewing the thunder tribulation. It seemed that the sword essence was not satisfied with the thunderclouds and wanted to compete with them immediately. Haha, can't wait. Then let's fight together and pierce through the thunderclouds. Let's let it know that I, Lin Rei, am not someone it can baptize. Whoosh! Lin Rei's left leg kicked backward. The recoil was obvious. After Lin Rei flew up into the sky, the ground where he was originally sitting had a crack that was a few meters long. Even now, it was still extending outwards. Rumble. Kacha. In an instant, the power of the previous 79 thunder tribulations increased. At this time, the thunder tribulation was filled with a tyrannical and domineering aura. It rushed toward Lin Rei with a terrifying pressure. Humph, you want to kill me? You're still lacking. Subo, I'll take you down with me. After feeling the thunder tribulation rushing toward him, Lin Rei's lips curled into a smile. He stared at the thunder tribulation. Sky Devil Slash, Devouring Heaven Spell, Azura Sword Skill. 3 skills in 1, kill for me. At this moment, Lin Rei had already thrown out. In order to be able to break through his cultivation, the current Lin Rei did not care about the cost of using what he had learned. The moment Lin Rei finished roaring, 3 different beams of light rushed out from the Imu 10,000 art sword and collided with the thunder tribulation. At this moment, when the people below saw Lin Rei's attack, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Especially Su Bo and Murong Yu. Back then, They had personally witnessed the battle with the 5 Earth Immortal experts. However, the Lin Ray of that time and the current Lin Ray felt like a completely different person. Third brother. Do you think that when second brother was fighting with the 5 old ancestors, he didn't use his full strength? Why is it that when I see the move second brother is using now, it seems to be on a completely different level from before? Raising his head to look at Lin Ray, who was fighting with the thunder tribulation in the sky, Murongyu's eyes were blank as he asked Su Bo, who was beside him, without turning his head. That's right. I can feel second brother's madness, dominance, disdain, and killing intent. These didn't appear when he was fighting with the 5 old ancestors. Moreover, second brother's move, just now, is comparable to the existence of the thunder tribulation in front of us. I'm sure that if second brother had used this move back then, not to mention the 5 old ancestors, even us and those who came to watch would have been destroyed by this move just now. Even if we wanted to leave behind a remnant of our souls and want to be reborn, that would be wishful thinking. Hearing Si and Murongyu's words, Su Bo couldn't help but speak out everything that he had seen, felt, and comprehended just now. Even when he was answering Murongyu, the fear in Su Bo's eyes and the trembling of his body showed that the current him was very, very afraid. Sigh, looks like second brother really didn't have any money for us back then. He really didn't want to kill the 5 old ancestors. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have had to wait for us to plead for mercy. At this moment, Su Bo and Murongyu felt extremely guilty towards Lin Ray. When they thought of how they didn't trust him before, the guilt in their hearts increased by a bit. All right, hurry up and watch. This is a rare opportunity, and it's also an opportunity that second brother gave us. We can't disappoint second brother's good intentions. As for what happened before, we'll use our lives to repay second brother in the future. At this moment, Su Bo had already thought it through. At this moment, what they should do the most was to watch the tribulation and not discuss how to repay and make it up to Lin Ray. I understand. Hearing third brother Su Bo's words, Murongyu hurriedly raised his head and paid attention to Lin Ray's every move in the sky. He began to comprehend the special energy in the thunder tribulation area. However, at this moment, Lin Ray, who was in the sky, didn't have the time to think about anything at all. At this moment, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment as he looked at the thunder tribulation that was rushing towards him in the sky. Lin Ray could feel that he could clearly sense the truth of the great Tao within this thunder tribulation. However, due to his own strength, he was unable to comprehend the meaning within. Therefore, Lin Ray was extremely anxious in his heart. Bang! In an instant, after Lin Ray's 3 combined attacks collided with the 80th thunder tribulation, cracks began to appear. They were densely packed like a spider web as they began to unravel in all directions. However, the 80th thunder tribulation wasn't that easy to pass either. Just like his own attack, it began to crack. However, Lin Ray could feel that his attack wasn't able to completely destroy this thunder tribulation. At the same time, he didn't care about his own safety and directly rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived in front of the thunder tribulation. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you very arrogant? Then you can go to my body and help me expand my meridians and improve my physical body. It's better than you disappearing. Looking at the thunder tribulation that was filled with a huge amount of energy, Lin Ray's heart was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to break through to the next level of his physical body. Devouring heavenly art, devour for me. Suddenly, Lin Ray placed one of his hands on the thunder tribulation that was filled with energy. A terrifying suction force pierced through Lin Ray's hand. However, at this moment, when Lin Ray's hand was placed on the thunder tribulation, it was blasted away by the powerful energy within the thunder tribulation. At this moment, Lin Ray's hand was badly mutilated. It was a frightening sight. Even so, Lin Ray didn't give up on devouring the energy within the thunder tribulation. This was because this was the only way he could break through to a higher level. This was also the only way he wouldn't be injured like this again. Slowly, the originally dense purple lightning began to fade in color after Lin Ray had devoured it for a while. The oppressive might began to diminish as well. At this moment, the 3-in-1 attack was finally unable to hold on any longer and began to disperse. Phew, this feels great. I didn't expect the energy within the Thunder Tribulation to be so strong. I can even feel that my physical body is rapidly transforming. However, if I want to successfully break through to the immortal artifact level, I'll need a lot of energy. At this moment, Lin Rei's eyes were closed. His face was filled with a comfortable expression. Moreover, his injured hand had also been repaired. It was even stronger than before. All of you, quickly retreat into the distance. The last Thunder Tribulation is about to descend. I can't guarantee that it won't affect the surroundings and harm all of you. Therefore, just in case, all of you should quickly retreat. Just as Lin Rei was feeling happy about his breakthrough, suddenly, a terrifying pressure that even he was afraid of instantly rolled down from above his head. It directly drowned Lin Rei in a sea of pressure. At this moment, Lin Rei knew that the next Thunder Tribulation, which was also the last Thunder Tribulation, wouldn't let him pass through it so easily. Moreover, from the pressure, he could feel that the last Thunder Tribulation would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Rei wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about Su Bo and the other person on the ground, as well as his group of disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Lin Rei's order, the members of the Dark Unit understood and directly grabbed Su Bo and the other person to retreat into the distance. They only stopped when they were as far away as possible from the Thunder Tribulation's pressure. Well, okay, you guys stay there. No matter what danger I encounter, don't come up. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't know how dangerous the next situation would be, but he knew that as long as he was in danger, hundreds of members of the Dark Unit would disregard their own safety and come up to save him. Therefore, in order to prevent such things from happening, Lin Rei could only warn them in advance of what might happen to prevent them from acting on their own. Yes, we will obey the Sect leader's order. On the ground, the members of the Dark Unit and Su Bo heard Lin Rei's words. Their eyes were moist and their hearts were filled with warmth. They all knew that Lin Rei was protecting them. Therefore, they didn't want to disappoint Lin Rei's good intentions. They could only agree. Chapter 248. Looking at everyone leaving, Lin Rei no longer had anything to worry about. Looking at the final bolt of lightning in the thunderclouds, all the worries in Lin Rei's heart dissipated. Come on then, let me see just how strong the final bolt of lightning is. Right now, Linley had completely absorbed all of the energy from the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. Finally, the energy dissipated. Rumble, rumble, boom, boom, boom. The final bolt of lightning in the thunderclouds seemed as though it could no longer hold itself back and wanted to rush out and destroy Lin Rei. The thunderclouds vibrated continuously, and the aura of the thunderclouds increased as well. Lin Rei, who was initially feeling a little pressured, felt even more speechless right now. Come on then, you motherf asterisker. I refuse to believe that if the first 80 bolts of lightning couldn't do anything to me, what can this final bolt of lightning do to me? Raising his head to look at the sky, Linley's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the rumbling thunderclouds, where the final tribulation lightning was brewing. Rumble, crack. Lin Rei's voice seemed to have angered the thunderclouds. At this moment, the thunderous roars of thunder pierced through the clouds, blinding everyone in the vicinity. Other than the rumbling of thunder, there was no room for any other sound in their minds. In fact, some of the remaining people who did not have any cultivation base exploded upon hearing the thunderous roars. Their deaths were so gruesome that it was unbearable to watch. BZZT. By now, Lin Rei was already prepared to either succeed or die trying. He knew that the 80th bolt of lightning was just the appetizer. This 81st bolt of lightning was the main course. And this main course was the condensation of all the energy from the previous 80-plus bolts of lightning. Therefore, Lin Rei could only fight with his life on the line right now. Lin Rei's body shone brightly. The Emu 10,000 skills sword in his hands shot out sword chi in all directions. Every single sword chi that shot out of his body was enough to kill a powerful being who had the cultivation of an earth immortal. At this moment, Lin Rei was giving it his all. At this moment, all the immortal weapons were activated with the support of Lin Rei's spiritual energy. All the defensive mechanisms were ready. At this moment, all the martial skills and spiritual spells were condensed into the Emu 10,000 magical sword in order to overcome the last lightning tribulation. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the last thunder tribulation and the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be preparing to fight to the death. Finally, the black thundercloud in the sky had completely turned purple. The pressure had reached an unbearable level. Even the Mahayana Realm Dark tribe members on the ground were all suppressed to the ground. No one understood what was going on. Fortunately, with the protection of the Dark Tribe, Su Bo and Murong Yu were spared and were not injured by the pressure of the thunder tribulation. However, the shock the two of them felt at that moment had exceeded the most they had ever felt in their lives. They believed that it would also be the last time, because at that moment, they saw that there was nothing in this world that could be solved with common sense. Of course, at this moment, they were more worried about Lin Rei, who was facing the thunder tribulation. They did not want anything to happen to Lin Rei. Kacha kacha! Suddenly, just as everyone's imaginations were running wild, the last lightning tribulation that was brewing in the sky moved at this moment. A lightning tribulation that was a few meters wide rushed out of the thunderclouds like an ancient murderer that had been imprisoned for a long time, heading towards the thing that he had been slandering for a long time. Its speed was terrifying to the extreme, making it difficult for people to catch its figure. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had been prepared, did not expect that the last thunder tribulation would be so fast that it exceeded the celestial pole and the range that he could withstand. Fortunately, he had been prepared, so at this moment, he was not so flustered. The Emu 10,000 magical sword in Lin Rei's hand carried a huge amount of spiritual energy. A power that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and earth was calculated on top of it. The moment the thunder tribulation rushed out, the Emu 10,000 magical sword moved and rushed towards the last thunder tribulation. With a boom, a shocking crescent-shaped sword chi was thrown out by Lin Rei's Emu 10,000 magical sword at this moment. With a sizzling sound, a sound that seemed to be able to tear through the passing space sounded. At this moment, the sound was extremely unpleasant to the ears, making people feel like vomiting. Two figures rushed rapidly in the sky, as if Stephen did not want to lose to anyone. After a period of time, he would accelerate until the last two attacks were completely like afterimages. Bang! The two attacks collided in the next moment. A loud sound reverberated through the world. At this moment, there was no longer any sound in the minds of the people. Everyone's ears were ringing from the impact of this attack. Kacha! 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 Lin Rei, who was closest to the thunder tribulation, heard the sound of glass shattering the moment his attack collided with the last thunder tribulation. In an instant, Lin Rei's face changed, as if something bad was about to happen. Kacha! Finally, the sound was completely broken. At this time, Lin Rei finally understood that the sound of glass shattering was not the sound of glass, but his own attack. After meeting the last thunder tribulation, it was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. Lin Rei's eyes were filled with shock. He just stared blankly at the sky. The thunder tribulation broke through his attack and rushed towards him without any reduction in power. For a moment, Lin Rei did not know what to do. He felt a sense of powerlessness all over his body. At this moment, he did not know what to do. He did not even have the consciousness to protect his body. Lin Rei was completely dumbfounded. He just smiled and let the mighty thunder tribulation come. Humph, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Humph, Linley, even if you want to die, I don't want to die. Hurry up and attack with all your magic arts and martial arts. Although it still can't resist the last thunder tribulation of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt, it can at least reduce some of its attack. And the set of immortal weapons on your body can also help you for a while. Therefore, Even if the last power can hurt you, for you, it's just a matter of taking some pills and drinking some spiritual liquid. You'll be fine after a period of recuperation. At the last moment, Linley, who had been prepared to accept his fate of death, suddenly heard a familiar voice, one that gave him a sense of security. His words gave Linley a renewed sense of hope. His eyes, which were originally filled with despair, were rekindled with hope at this moment. "Ha ha, little dragon, you're really my lucky star. With you around, what am I afraid of?" At this moment, Linray didn't have the time to thank the little dragon. After saying that, Linray once again mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and began to mobilize it towards the Emu 10,000 spell sword. Level 3 Incineration, Silent Thunder Spear Art, Dragon Subduing Step, and Starfinger. At this moment, all of them were transformed by Linray into sword moves and condensed into the Emu 10,000 spell sword. Even the Devouring Heaven art was absorbed by Linray. He raised his head and looked at the thunder tribulation that was about to rush in front of him. He held the hilt of the Emu 10,000 spell sword with both hands and waved it upwards. The same sword chi as before instantly rushed out and collided with the thunder tribulation. Dong Pong, Kacha. The result was the same as before. The sword chi was directly shattered by the thunder tribulation without any resistance. But at this moment, the thunder tribulation had slowed down a little, but it still arrived very quickly. Pong. Only the sound of a collision was heard, followed by a scream. It was like a ray of light crashing down from the sky towards the ground. Pong. Just now, the thunder tribulation had directly broken through Linray's attack and smashed directly onto Linray's body. It also brought Linray towards the ground. The result was obvious. Fortunately, he had the protection of the fairy weapon. Otherwise, Linray would have lost his life long ago. At this moment, the huge pit that was originally created by Linray was smashed again at this moment, and a shocking huge pit appeared. The moment the thunder tribulation brought Linray to the ground and formed a huge pit, it disappeared between heaven and earth, and Linray easily appeared at the bottom of the huge pit. However, at this moment, Linley, who was lying at the bottom of the huge pit, was still alive. The shining immortal weapons on his body had all turned into useless waste at this moment. His body had also become bloody at this moment. Anyone who saw him could not help but feel a chill down their spines. It was a horrifying sight. There was no place on his body that was unharmed, and all of them were bleeding. It was a very terrifying sight. Huff, huff. Fortunately, you're fine. If you were to die, what would I do? Suddenly, above Linray's head, the system's little dragon appeared, looking at Linray's situation with concern. After a while, the little dragon heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to itself, "Oomph, I'll let you suffer a little. Growing too fast may not be a good thing. Besides, if you grow too fast and attract the attention of that person, then your days in the future will be even worse. So, this little bit of suffering is actually a good thing for you." At this time, when the little dragon was transferred to Linray, its mind relaxed a little, but it immediately became like a father educating his child, reprimanding Linray, who had not yet awakened. However, when the little dragon was talking about that person, its eyes were filled with worry. It knew that the little dragon was the system's spirit, but when it talked about that person, it could not help but worry. Moreover, the system was something that came from Homing's era. Even Hong Jun had not been born at that time, let alone 3,000 demon gods. At that time, an ordinary person was comparable to 3,000 demon gods, and every one of them had reached the ultimate truth of the law. To be able to make the little dragon so worried, it must be an earth-shattering person, a person from the same era as it. Kid, I wish you good luck. The road ahead will not be so easy, but don't worry. In order to let you grow faster, even if it violates the system's rules, I will help you become stronger as soon as possible. At this time, when it saw that Linray was fine, the little dragon was relieved and disappeared back into the system. Not long after the little dragon disappeared, Linray woke up from his coma. However, At this moment, Lin Ray's body was full of injuries, and there was no place that was unharmed. Therefore, the moment Lin Ray woke up, a terrible pain drilled into his head. That pain came from both the soul and the body. Heh. This is really King amazing. I didn't expect the thunder tribulation of the Mahayana realm to be so powerful. At this moment, Lin Ray seemed to have misunderstood the thunder tribulation of breaking through to the Mahayana realm. Of course, for an ordinary person undergoing the thunder tribulation, every thunder tribulation that Lin Ray was undergoing now was more powerful than the last thunder tribulation of an ordinary person. Therefore, not all thunder tribulations were like this. His thunder tribulation was only an exception, but he did not know about it. I better recover quickly. I swear that I will never experience this kind of pain again. At this moment, Lin Ray regretted not making sufficient preparations for the thunder tribulation. However, what made Lin Ray even more regretful was that he did not ask the little dragon about the things to take note of during the thunder tribulation. At this moment, the thing that Lin Ray wanted to do most was to quickly recover his body. After getting up with difficulty, Lin Ray thought of something. He took out the poison pill that he had obtained on the second floor of the mysterious heaven forest. He raised his head and poured the entire bottle of poison pill into his mouth. Right now, with every movement, Linley felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even the slightest movement of his pinky finger would cause him unbearable pain. But for the sake of quickly recovering his body, this little bit of pain didn't matter at all. After completing this task with a grimace, he took out all kinds of medicinal pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. He didn't even look at the names of the pills and directly swallowed them. Phew! After everything was done, Lin Ray sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the chaos scripture. Linley, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, didn't notice that the dissipated thunderclouds had gathered again at this moment. The original purple color had turned into a blood-red color, which made the hundreds of Dark Section members on the ground unable to control themselves and fight with each other. Even though the thunderclouds had not formed yet, when they saw the thunderclouds, they felt a deep sense of fear in the depths of their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ray did not have the time to care about these things. What Lin Ray wanted to do most at this moment was to make the pain in his body disappear. Slowly, as time passed, 3 hours passed just like that. At this moment, a smile appeared on Linley's face as he trained. But at this moment, the blood-red thundercloud in the sky had already formed. Kacha! Whoosh! The moment the red thunder clouds condensed, a faint sound was heard. A strand of thunder tribulation, which was as thick as a strand of hair, rushed out of the thunder clouds and shot towards Lin Ray. Its speed was so terrifying that even the last thunder tribulation did not reach 1/5 of its speed. In an instant, the red thunder tribulation, which was as thick as a strand of hair, rushed out of the thunder clouds and appeared behind Lin Ray. It did not stop and directly drilled into Lin Ray's body. Boom! The moment the thunder tribulation drilled into Lin Ray's body, Lin Ray, who had recovered from some of the pain, felt as if he had been electrocuted. His body trembled uncontrollably and finally fainted. Chapter 249. At this moment, after being hit by the hair-like lightning tribulation, Lin Ray was paralyzed on the ground. His face was pale, blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and his body was twitching constantly, as if he was having an epileptic seizure. However, the lightning tribulation in the sky did not stop because of Lin Ray's fainting. At this time, the bloody thunderclouds in the sky were still rolling, and the lightning in the thunderclouds was brewing. Boom! Kacha! Suddenly, a hair-like lightning tribulation rushed out of the thunderclouds and rushed toward Lin Ray. In an instant, another lightning tribulation struck Lin Ray's body. If others saw this, the first thought in their mind would be that this was the rhythm of a King corpse being whipped. In the distance, hundreds of people of the Dark Department wanted to rush forward to help their Sect Master Lin Ray resist the lightning tribulation. However, to their surprise, when the second lightning tribulation condensed, their bodies became motionless, as if they had grown in the desert. They could not move, except for their mouths. Even their cultivation of the Mahayana realm and their spiritual power were sealed. Hundreds of people of the Dark Department were like this. So Subo and Murongyu, who were only in the Gold Core realm, were even more embarrassed. At this time, when a lightning tribulation formed, Subo and Murongyu, without the protection of the people of the Dark Department, were directly knocked unconscious by the second thundercloud. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured and temporarily entered a state of dormancy. At this moment, they could do nothing but feel anxious. Not far away, Lin Rei, who was being whipped by the lightning tribulation, did not disappear after being attacked by the first lightning tribulation. Instead, he appeared in the system. At this moment, Lin Rei was in a dark space, and his heart was full of panic as he looked around. Although he could feel that he was in the system space at this time, he sensed that he could not control them like in other system spaces. As soon as this situation appeared, Lin Rei panicked. If he knew that the system had recognized him as its master, then if he could not control any place in the system, it meant that the system had not completely recognized him as its master. If this was the case, then Lin Rei was even more panicked. If he had known that an artifact couldn't completely recognize a person as its master, then it wouldn't have been worth using it. This was because there were all kinds of dangerous factors that he didn't know about. That was why Linley was in such a mood right now. F***CK. What the hell is going on? Why? I have clearly passed the lightning tribulation. Why is it still attacking me? At this moment, not only was Lin Rei anxious for the system space, but he was also puzzled by the lightning tribulation that appeared out of nowhere. This was what puzzled him the most. Little dragon, hurry up and come out. I have a bunch of questions to ask you. Hurry up and come out. Lin Rei couldn't understand all the answers at this moment. He couldn't help but shout the little dragon's name into the system space. His voice was filled with anger and doubt, and his eyes were also filled with anger as he looked at the sky, waiting for the little dragon to appear. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, there was still no sign of any figure, which made Lin Rei even more anxious. Little dragon, hurry up and come out. Explain to me what exactly is going on. Once again, Lin Rei didn't see any figure or voice, so he roared into the sky again. But this time it was different. After Lin Rei roared into the system space, a figure that made Lin Rei furious appeared in the sky with a smile on his face. His hands were behind his back like a big boss. All right, stop yelling. I'm here, aren't I? Xiaolong, who was in midair, had a smile on his face as he spoke to Linley in a calm voice. You still have a nerve to say that. Let's not talk about the lightning tribulation first. Let's talk about this system space. Didn't you say that the system has already recognized me as its master? Why can't I control it? You have to know that if I can't control a magical artifact, I will choose to give it up. No matter what the consequences are, I will accept it. At this moment, Lin Rei saw the little dragon's expression and became ruthless. He was glad that what he wanted was the full right to use the system space and not part of it. If that was the case, he would rather not have it. Haha, don't you think you're dreaming? Before this, you have to understand that the system is not a magical device, nor is it an immortal device. Don't compare the system with those trash. Also, you have to remember that with your current strength, you can only unlock 2% of the system's usage rights. The system's strength is not something you can understand with common sense. Therefore, if you want to use it more, you have to pay a price that ordinary people can't bear and work hard to unlock the unknown rights that can't be unlocked. Are you satisfied with my answer? At this moment, the little dragon in the sky answered Lin Rei's question unhurriedly. At the same time, he also mentioned some rules that Lin Rei didn't know before. It was at this moment that Lin Rei finally understood the strength of the system space. All right, then let's not talk about the system space. Let's talk about the lightning tribulation. I have clearly passed through 81 lightning tribulations. Why did the 82nd lightning tribulation appear? What exactly is going on? At this moment, Lin Ray's heart was filled with indescribable doubts. He wanted to immediately voice them out, but this was the most important thing. If he had known earlier, his consciousness would have been in the system space, while his physical body outside was being whipped by the lightning tribulation. Haha, that's an even better explanation. Let me first explain the situation of your lightning tribulation to you from the beginning. Upon hearing Lin Ray's question, the little dragon walked down from the sky with a smile on his face. He only stopped when he was walking side by side with Lin Ray. First, that wasn't the 80-second lightning tribulation, but a new one. Therefore, what you experienced was a double lightning tribulation. Furthermore, each lightning tribulation was extraordinary. At this point, the smile on the little dragon's face disappeared at this moment. All that was left was a solemn and formal expression. The first lightning tribulation you experienced was the most mysterious lightning tribulation of all lightning tribulations. It was called the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning. If you were the slightest bit careless, this lightning tribulation would cause your soul to scatter and never be reincarnated. Therefore, the fact that you were able to pass through the first lightning tribulation with your current cultivation base is a miracle. Lin Ray sucked in a breath of cold air. After listening to the little dragon's description of the lightning tribulation he had just experienced, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Then why did such a lightning tribulation appear when you took me through the lightning tribulation? Based on what you're saying, shouldn't this lightning tribulation appear? At this moment, the more Lin Ray listened, the more confused he became. He didn't know why such a lightning tribulation would appear during his lightning tribulation. You brat. You're still pretending to be innocent after receiving such a benefit. Do you know how great it would be if you were able to pass through the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning at your level? Furthermore, for such a lightning tribulation to appear at your level, it means that you've always been heaven-defying. However, the second lightning tribulation is even more impressive. It's called the God Annihilating Thunder. As the name suggests, this kind of lightning tribulation can directly annihilate a god. However, I find it strange that this kind of lightning tribulation would appear in your lightning tribulation. Furthermore, it's the second lightning tribulation of a double lightning tribulation. From the little dragon's words, it seemed that he also didn't know what was going on. After hearing this, Lin Ray didn't know what to do. Generally speaking, the little dragon was an omniscient existence in his knowledge. However, at this moment, even the little dragon didn't know what was going on. Then what should I do? My physical body is still undergoing the lightning tribulation outside, but my consciousness isn't in my body. Tell me, will this be okay? At this moment, after hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray began to worry about death. He comforted his physical body that was outside. He didn't want to become a lonely ghost that didn't even feel like he had a physical body. Don't worry, your physical body will be fine. Moreover, it will only make him stronger. Perhaps, at this moment, your bloodline physique will also be activated. At this point, Lin Ray saw the look of anticipation on the little dragon's face. Moreover, Lin Ray didn't really understand the bloodline physique that the little dragon mentioned. Lin Ray knew about bloodline physique, but Lin Ray knew very little about physique. What bloodline physique? How can I have a bloodline physique? Isn't this physique passed down from the previous generation? Moreover, as far as I know, my father is an ordinary person, and my mother is also an ordinary person. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon smiled and said, "You don't understand. Bloodline physique isn't passed down from the previous generation. It's something that he possesses himself. Therefore, what you're talking about is only an ordinary bloodline physique." Oh, after hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray nodded as if he understood. However, Lin Ray didn't really understand. Sigh, it's obvious that you don't understand. Seeing Lin Ray nod, the little dragon couldn't help but sigh. He explained to Lin Ray again, the God Annihilating Thunder is now activating your bloodline physique for you. Therefore, you don't have to worry. After the Thunder Tribulation, you'll be fine and your recovery will be even faster. Moreover, people with bloodline physiques are favored by the heavens and earth. Therefore, you don't have to worry. You just have to stay here for a while. After the god annihilating thunder passes, you can leave. Oh, then what kind of physique do I have? After hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei heaved a sigh of relief. The worry in his heart was finally put down. However, he felt that his physique was just like what the little dragon said. If his physique was good, then it would be even better. Your physique is the supreme physique in the entire Hongmeng. It's also known as the supreme physique of the Hongmeng. This kind of physique is naturally supreme. Moreover, people with the supreme physique of the Hongmeng are like born supreme. Even if you start out ordinary, you will definitely become a formidable person in the future. At this moment, when the little dragon mentioned the supreme physique, it was as if he was an admirer. His eyes were filled with admiration, and his face was filled with a happy smile. Oh! Looking at the little dragon's expression, Lin Rei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He quickly distanced himself from the little dragon. Moreover, once the supreme physique and bloodline are activated, the color of your blood will turn from red to purple. So, you have to be very, very careful in the future. Especially when you go to the upper realm, you must not get hurt easily. A physique like yours is something that everyone is fighting to get. Therefore, your future path will be even more difficult. After listening to the little dragon's description of the supreme physique of the Hongmeng, although Lin Rei had a calm temperament, Lin Rei still couldn't resist this temptation. Then what are the benefits of my physique? Apart from the purple bloodline, is there anything else that's different? This. For a moment, Lin Rei's words stunned the little dragon. To be honest, that was all the little dragon knew. He didn't know anything else. What he knew was from the ancient books in the system capital. In his consciousness, it only showed that his future master was a supreme physique of the Hongmeng. Therefore, he knew very little about this physique and could only tell Lin Rei that much. However, Little Dragon couldn't tell Lin Rei such things. After spending such a long time together, the Little Dragon understood Lin Rei very well. If he said that, Lin Rei would definitely laugh out loud and say something like, "Half-baked, I thought you knew it too. Does it hurt? This kind of thing depends on you. I've told you too much today. So, when you get more exchange points in the future, I'll take away the reward for today's questions." These words made Linley feel the urge to curse all 18 generations of its ancestors out of his mind. Okay, you're good. You're too good. I won't submit to anyone except you. There was no other way. Lin Rei knew that as long as he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't say it no matter how tempting it was. Therefore, Lin Rei gave up. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. In the outside world, the thunderclouds in the sky had already shot out 35 bolts of tribulation lightning. Each bolt struck Linley's body, but the strange thing was with each strike, Linley's body would grow stronger. Furthermore, the damage that the purple heaven godly thunder had inflicted on him earlier under the attack of the godly annihilation thunder actually began to heal. Right now, Linley's body had been completely healed by the godly annihilation thunder, and he didn't feel any discomfort. What was more powerful was that the pressure around Lin Rei was also increasing with the attack of the God-vanquishing thunder. If the people of the Dark Group were here, they would definitely discover that Lin Rei's cultivation had already risen from the peak of the Crossing Calamity Realm to the peak of the Mahayana Realm. In the red thunderclouds, a thunder tribulations as thick as a little finger rushed out and rushed directly to the top of Lin Rei's head. All of a sudden, it drilled in. And right at this moment, a terrifying surge of power began to emanate from Linley's body. This kind of aura was a kind of particularly simple and unadorned aura that revealed the firmament. It made people feel suffocated from the heart. Chapter 250. In the system space, the little dragon said to Lin Rei with a smile, "All right, you can go out. Even though the Grand Mist Sovereign's physique and bloodline haven't been fully activated by the god annihilating solitary lightning, there should be a lot of benefits. As for what benefits they are, it depends on your comprehension. I can't help you with this matter." Really? When Linley heard Xiaolong's words, he jumped to his feet and questioned Xiaolong. You really don't know the uses of the Grand Miss Sovereign's physique and bloodline? Maybe you don't want to tell me. Xiaolong's words made Lin Li, who had been restless all this time, jump to his feet. At this moment, Lin Rei could not believe it. He had been saying that he was the system spirit in the entire Hongmeng that could predict the fate of the world and knew everything. However, at this moment, he said that he did not know. This made Lin Rei unable to believe that what the little dragon said was true. It's fine if you don't believe me. However, I want to tell you that you must not tell anyone about this matter. Even if it's your son, Jinling, or the person closest to you, they must not know about your physique. If others know about it, it will cause you unimaginable trouble. Don't blame me for not reminding you. At this moment, the little dragon was not angry at Lin Rei's words. Instead, he warned Lin Rei with a serious expression. It seemed that this matter was very serious. As for who that person is, I can't tell you, but I can only tell you that that person is someone you can't afford to offend no matter what. Together with me, none of us are good people. So, you should obediently do your own things in the future. If there's nothing important, don't blindly join in the fun. If there's something important, you have to quickly learn your skills in the future. I don't want you to die so soon. If you were to be exposed like this, I can't afford to lose my old face. Yes, that person. Lin Rei wasn't annoyed by the little dragon's scolding. It was just that Lin Rei had heard the little dragon mention that person's name twice in the past few days. For a moment, his curiosity was piqued by the little dragon. What made Lin Rei incredulous was that the little dragon actually said that he was nothing in front of that person. This was something that the little dragon had never said before. This made Lin Rei even more suspicious. He didn't know who that person was. Even if he asked the little dragon, Lin Rei believed that he would never tell him. Therefore, Lin Rei didn't go forward to ask. Instead, he waited for the little dragon to tell him. All right, I'll go out first. I'll remember your words. After I'm done with my business in the next few days, I plan to go to the cultivation planet to cultivate. Therefore, the previous agreement of 10 years shouldn't be needed anymore. After saying that, Lin Rei didn't wait for the little dragon's reply. With a thought, Lin Rei's consciousness disappeared from this space. When he reappeared, Lin Rei had returned to his transformed body. At this moment, the little dragon, who was still in the system space, looked at the sky with a solemn expression and sighed. Sigh, you really know how to play. I thought that if I let him cultivate like this, I could still have 2 days of peace. I didn't expect that you wouldn't let me. You even let him activate the Hongmeng Supreme Constitution and Bloodline in advance. I'm afraid that person knows about it now. At this moment, the little dragon's heart was filled with worry. When he thought of that person's cultivation and ability, his body began to tremble involuntarily. In a place far, far away, there was a space. What was strange was that other places were filled with all sorts of colors. There were trees, flowers, and all sorts of animals. But here, there was only gray. Let alone flowers, trees, and trees, there wasn't even a single bird to be seen. However, at the top of this space, there was a throne. On the throne sat a middle-aged man with his eyes closed. Although this space was gray, one could still faintly see that the clothes of the man sitting on the throne were exuding a magnificent light. Although it was only a moment ago, this magnificent light was a kind of light that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Sigh, you finally appeared. You finally appeared. The Hongmeng Supreme Constitution and Bloodline. I've been waiting for you for so long that I've even forgotten the time. I didn't expect you to finally appear. Suddenly, in the originally silent gray space, after a sigh, a voice spoke with excitement. Judging from the fluctuations in the tone of the voice, the person who spoke was very excited. It could even be said that he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. With a swoosh, the middle-aged man who was originally sitting on the throne opened his tightly shut eyes at this moment. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body and rushed in all directions. Perhaps because of his excitement, the moment the aura rushed out, it was blocked by the space barrier. Perhaps because the aura was blocked, the middle-aged man's aura was severely damaged, and his body instantly withered. Haha, but I forgot, Sai. It seems that after sleeping for a long time, even a man can't function well. At this moment, the middle-aged man laughed self-deprecatingly, and his eyes instantly became sharp. Oomph! With the appearance of the Hongmeng Supreme Constitution and Bloodline, the system that was bred by Hongmeng should have found a host. Perhaps the Hongmeng Supreme Constitution and Bloodline were developed by the system. Listening to the middle-aged man muttering to himself, one could tell that he seemed to understand the system in Lin Rei's body very well. However, if the system was here, it would definitely recognize the middle-aged man sitting on the throne. He was the person that the little dragon had mentioned twice. I, Sheng, as the master of Hongmeng's laws, don't believe that I can't find the Hongmeng Supreme Constitution with my strength. Just you wait. When I find the person you're cultivating, I'll let you know that you want to break the seal on Hongmeng and let all the other masters of Hongmeng kill me. Dream on. Sheng was the master of the laws of the Hongmeng era, and at the same time, he was the reason why the Hongmeng era was sealed. Back then, when Sheng wanted to dominate the entire Hongmeng era and create his own dynasty, the other masters found out and worked together to seal the Hongmeng era. However, as a price, they had to be used as the eye of the formation to suppress the master of the laws. The only way to break the seal on Hongmeng was to find the Hongmeng Supreme Constitution and Bloodline and use their bloodline and body as a sacrifice to remove the seal. This was why the system and the master of the laws wanted to obtain Lin Rei. However, their goals were different. The system wanted to destroy the master of the laws, while the master of the laws wanted to use Lin Rei's constitution and bloodline to build his own era and destroy the other masters of the laws. So, two people who looked exactly like the middle-aged man appear below. Judging from their auras, there was no difference between the two. The only difference was that the demonic man sitting on the throne was much more imposing and dignified than the middle-aged man below. Go, tell the leader of the Qinquan Sect in the Holy World to send a message to the Qinquan Sect in the immortal, and cultivation realms. Tell them to find someone with purple blood and capture him. Remember, regardless of life or death, you just need to hold onto his body and bloodline for a few days. Remember, look for him in all realms and find him as soon as possible. At that moment, the law master, Sheng, who was sitting on his seat, said to the people below him, I understand. Don't worry. I'll tell them what you want. However, it'll be difficult to find him. You know that every realm is extremely vast. Even you, a master of the laws in Hongmeng, can't say that you've traveled through all of them, let alone those ants. So, if you want to find someone with the supreme physique and bloodline of Hongmeng, you'll have to wait for a while. That's fine. I've already waited for so long. Why would I care about a little more time? All right, you could go now. After traveling for so long, my will is weakening. Although the rulers of the realms aren't my match, their formations are still very harmful to me. So, I'll have to sleep every once in a while. So, you don't have to come back for the time being. Just stay in the holy world and wait for news from all realms. All right, I got it. The Lawmaster's clone below nodded in agreement. As for his original body, he fell asleep again the moment he finished talking to him. Ming's clone did not disturb him when he saw this. He directly passed through the barrier of space and made his way to the Saint's world. He went to the cosmic sect in the Saint's world to express his will to live as a lawmaster. If the little dragon in the system knew about this, he wouldn't be surprised. This was because the little dragon had already guessed this would happen. So, he was most worried about Lin Rei now. In the middle of the Sahara Desert on planet Aqua Blue, Lin Rei sat in a huge pit with his eyes closed, enjoying the thrill of breaking through. Haha, I've finally broken through to the Mayana realm. However, I didn't expect to break through to the peak of the Mayana realm. What surprised me even more was that my physical body, which hadn't broken through for so long, broke through at this moment. It even broke through to the level of a low-grade immortal weapon. TSK, how good would it be if I could do this again? Phew! After letting out a long breath, Lin Rei immediately absorbed the surrounding pressure into his body. Slowly, Lin Ray opened his eyes. In an instant, a purple light flashed and didn't linger for long. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Ray slowly stood up. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. It was a very terrifying sound. Chapter 251. Awesome, awesome. At this moment, Lin Ray's expression was completely replaced by excitement. He was like a child, very cute. Phew, this is awesome. All the discomfort and injuries I received during the heavenly tribulation have been healed. At this moment, when he came back to his senses and calmed down, he looked down. At this moment, he no longer looked like a human or a ghost. At this moment, his skin was many times better than that of a normal newborn child. His skin was like white jade, and his bones were like crystal without any impurities. Moreover, his white hair, which had been causing him headaches, was completely healed at this moment. However, what made Lin Ray a little unhappy was that his white hair was gone. At this moment, his hair was faintly discernible purple, which was even more demonic than the white hair from before. Alas, forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. It's much better than white. After saying that, Lin Ray did not pay attention to the other changes on his body. At this moment, what he was most nervous about was that he was not wearing a single piece of clothing, not even a piece of underwear. He was naked in the huge pit. F***CK. F***CK. Heavenly thunder of purple cloud? You can't be serious. I won't say anything if you destroyed my set of celestial artifacts. But can you be more shameless? Why did you destroy my underwear? As he complained about the heavenly thunder of purple cloud, he thought of something and took out a set of clothes from a ring. Then he put them on quickly and quickly. Lin Ray, who was neatly dressed, was relieved at this moment. Before world weariness, he would not have the face to stand naked like this. If he had known that there were satellites from various countries in outer space, Lin Ray's every move here could be detected by them. He did not want to be naked in front of the leaders of various countries. If that was the case, he would rather die. Lin Ray, who was about to leave, turned his head and saw the Mu 10,000 Laws sword, which was stuck in the ground not far away, emitting a faint glimmer. I didn't expect you to survive the heavenly thunder of purple heaven. That's great. Previously, when it collided with the last heavenly thunder of purple heaven, all the immortal weapons were shattered. Linley thought that the Mu 10,000 art sword would not be spared. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. At this moment, the Mu 10,000 art sword was in good condition, without any damage on the ground. Moreover, it seemed to be even stronger than before. This made Lin Ray a little surprised. He knew that the Mu 10,000 magical sword was an item without a grade. Since it could withstand the attack of the heavenly tribulation without shattering, one could imagine how strong it was. Old man, it's good that it's not broken. We can continue to fight side by side in the future. With that, Lin Ray grabbed the hilt of the Mu 10,000 Law sword and pulled it out of the ground. As expected, after being baptized by the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, you are indeed different. You are actually many times stronger than before. At this moment, Lin Ray did not have time to appreciate the changes of the Mu 10,000 Law sword. He looked at it and directly put it away. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Mahayana realm. The reward is 50 kilograms of purple gold divine iron and a book of lightning changes footwork, royal level cultivation method. When practiced to the peak, the host can cross a continent in the immortal realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. The reward is a middle-grade fairy weapon set, carefree, and a formation, royal level formation book. When practiced to the Mahayana realm, the host can set up a formation around the general trend. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of the Mahayana realm. The reward is the Heaven and Earth Bell, a top-grade fairy weapon, a rare spatial magic treasure. The most difficult thing is that the time inside is different from the time outside. It can adjust the time according to the host's cultivation. If the host is now at the peak of the Mahayana realm, it can adjust the time in 1001. 100 days inside the heaven and earth bell is 1 day outside. Damn, this is going to defy the heavens. With the heaven and earth bell, I can do whatever I want in the future. Just when Lin Ray was about to go out and meet with Su Bo and the others, the system's rewards for breaking through suddenly arrived, and each reward was more powerful than the previous one. Especially after hearing about the magical effects of the heaven and earth bell, Lin Ray's heart, which had just been silent, was reignited at this moment. However, looking at the situation, it seemed that it was not over yet, and there seemed to be more to come. Thinking about it, the system's voice came again. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak of the Mahayana realm. The reward is the Heaven Temple, a high-grade fairy weapon, which can be used in the main hall of the sect. The style is simple and elegant, and it is a powerful celestial device that can be used to attack and defend. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the low-grade fairy weapon. The reward is the Tyrant Body Technique, and royal-level physical training method. When practiced to the peak, the host can form a golden body, which is unstoppable. A dazzling array of treasures appeared in Lin Ray's storage ring, and Lin Ray's heart could not help but want to rush in and see the use of these things. However, before Lin Ray could think of anything, a light screen appeared in front of him, and all his information was on it. Name: Lin Ray. Age: 24. Cultivation: peak of the Mahayana realm. Experience: 3 billion/3. 6 billion. Spiritual roots: thunder, fire, wood, gold for chaos. Spiritual roots talent. Peak of the earthly celestial realm. Cultivation method: first stage of the chaos scripture. Incomplete. Devouring heaven method. Growable. Hongmeng elixir refining. Entry-level cultivation method. Cloud formula. Royal level cultivation method. Formation. Royal level cultivation method. Tyrant body technique. Royal level. Cultivation method. Martial skills. Butterfly steps. Entry-level. Star finger. Proficient. Silent thunder spear art. High-level profound martial skill. Now practiced to the entry level. Can produce 3 thunderbolts. Myriad sword art. Heavenly level. Level 3 incineration. Royal level. Dragon subduing step. Royal level. Shura spear art. King level. Shura sword formation. King level. Divine changes. Royal level. Spiritual treasures. Martial emperor godly spear. High-level spiritual chi. Growable. Myriad magic sword gradeless. Myriad beast furnace. Heaven and earth bell. Supreme grade celestial artifact. Heavenly temple. Upper grade celestial artifact. Equipment: cloud stepping boots. Supreme grade spiritual artifact. Purple cloud robe. Supreme grade spiritual artifact. Purple cloud inner armor. Supreme grade spiritual artifact. Purple jade crown. Supreme grade celestial artifact. Purple jade wood king hairpin. Supreme grade celestial artifact. Middle grade celestial artifact. Set carefree. Mount: red flame tiger. Advanced stage of crossing calamity. Lucky draw wheel. 2 war general draw system. The war general draw opportunity has been used up, and this system has been permanently sealed. Reputation points: 130,000 exchange points. 0 spiritual stones. 0 earth, level alchemist. 368-505-0000. Top level spiritual medicine. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. 50 kilograms of purple gold nephrite. 50 kilograms of purple gold sand. 50 kilograms of purple gold divine iron. Subsidiary task: within 300 years, reach the cultivation level that the system thinks of. If you can't complete it, the system has the right to kill you directly. When your strength has increased again, rescue the suppressed Paishio. Elixir pills. 11 mind control pills. 8,000 mind control pills. Not bad. I didn't expect that I would have so much wealth. TSK not bad. At this moment, Lin Ray couldn't help but nod his head after reading all his information. However, he immediately softened. Sigh. There are still tens of thousands of disciples to support. Now, this little bit of wealth is not enough for 10,000 people. It seems that I have to work harder in the future. Otherwise, the sect will collapse. Chapter 252. After learning about his current level, information, and all his assets, Lin Ray walked out of the huge pit with a worried expression. Thinking about how he still had tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people to support, Lin Li hurriedly mustered up all his energy and began to put his life on the line. Since I've chosen this path and chosen to establish the Zhoutian Trading Company, I shouldn't give up. Now it's just a small number of people. Maybe there will be millions of people to support in the future. The only thing I can do for them is to give them a good environment to grow up in. Then I'll throw them out and let them transfer money to me. Then I'll support others. I'm so smart. At this time, if everyone in the Zhoutian Xuanzong sect knew his thoughts and saw his face, they would think of a word that was especially suitable for Lin Ray. Profiteer. After thinking of a solution, he regained his usual calmness and strolled toward the dark group. Although it was difficult to walk, it was still a distance of 100 feet per step. Soon, Lin Ray arrived in front of the dark group. However, the members of the dark group were still under the pressure of the god destroying Lone Thunder. Although the god destroying Lone Thunder had disappeared, the remaining pressure was still able to do this. Seeing this, Lin Ray smiled slightly, and then waved his right hand forward with spiritual power. Suddenly, the pressure of the god destroying thunder that enveloped the hundreds of people was dispelled by Lin Ray's spiritual power. Dong dong! The moment the pressure disappeared, the hundreds of dark group members who regained their freedom knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Ray. We are the disciples of the Xuanzong sect. Thank you, sect leader, for releasing us. Congratulations on breaking through to the Mahayana stage. At this moment, the hundreds of dark group members looked at Lin Ray with gratitude and excitement. Their voices shook the world and resounded through the sky. As for Su Bo and Murong Yu, who had already regained their freedom, when the two of them saw the hundreds of members of the dark unit kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to their second brother, and even calling out the two words sect master from their mouths, it seemed that the current Lin Li was like an immortal that had descended from the 9 heavens, incomparably divine. We're not in the cultivation world now. This is the mortal world. Therefore, all the rules that can be waived should be waived as much as possible. When you're in the cultivation world, you can do the sect's etiquette. There's no need for that here. Looking at the disciples kneeling on the ground, Lin Ray felt a little gratified. But more importantly, Lin Ray had completely regarded them as his brothers. Therefore, Lin Ray didn't care about these complicated formalities. No, sect leader, you gave us a second chance at life. If it wasn't for you, perhaps we would be in the profound sky continent now, or perhaps we would still be a group of children begging for food on the streets. Therefore, no matter when or where we are, we will always be like this to sect leader, because this is our respect for sect leader. After listening to their words, Lin Ray knew that no matter what he said, they wouldn't listen to him. Therefore, Lin Ray didn't need to say anything more. Okay, all of you get up. I made a breakthrough. Therefore, during this period of time, all of you can go to my new magic treasure to practice. I believe that in there, you will be able to consolidate your unstable foundation even faster. Really? At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, the members of the dark group were all excited, because they knew that their sect leader's magic treasure was very powerful. Their cultivation alone was enough to express everything. Yes, but remember, don't try to break through the earthly immortal realm. There is no spiritual chi here. Therefore, even if you break through to the earthly immortal realm, you will only be in the earthly immortal realm like the earthly immortals we met before. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Ray had to warn them. If they really broke through to the earthly immortal realm and became earthly immortals like the 5 ancestors, Lin Ray would rather they were in the ordinary Mahayana realm. Hearing Lin Ray's words, all the members of the dark group hurriedly bowed and nodded to Lin Ray. Yes, sect leader. Don't worry. All right, you guys stay inside and consolidate your cultivation. It's best if you start cultivating from body tempering layer by layer. This way, your spiritual energy will be even purer and your strength will increase even more. Finally, after reminding them, he recited a paragraph. After obtaining the bell of heaven and earth, it went deep into his mind to open the bell of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a divine sense enveloped all the members of the dark group. In the next moment, hundreds of members of the dark group disappeared in front of him. When they reappeared, they were already in the bell of heaven and earth. All right, you guys can stay here and cultivate. According to what I said before, you should start cultivating from the body forging realm, level by level. I have adjusted the time here for you. 100 days here is only 1 day outside. So don't worry about it. In the bell of heaven and earth, Lin Ray looked at all the members of the dark group who had entered into cultivation and said to them. Then his divine sense returned to his body. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had returned to his body, opened his eyes, exhaled, and muttered to himself, "Phew, it's finally done." At this moment, Linley didn't notice at all that Su Bo and Murong you had already seen what was going on. It was as if Linley had performed a magic trick, causing those hundreds of people who had been talking and laughing just a moment ago to disappear in front of their eyes. This was something that the two of them had never seen before. Thus, Linley sympathized with their shock and astonishment. How is it? This opportunity should be of great significance to you, right? Lin Ray, who came back to his senses, asked Su Bo and Murong Yu, who were staring at him with their mouths agape. Hey, what are you two doing? Although I know that I'm very handsome, I feel embarrassed when you look at me like this. Seeing their appearance, Lin Ray directly said a joke. Suddenly, the two of them came back to their senses and pretended to be disgusted, bending over and vomiting. Ugh, ugh. I say, second brother, can you do it or not? You're making me think that you're gay. Su Bo, who was vomiting, looked at Lin Ray, who had a smug smile on his face, and couldn't help but say, "Yes, that's what I thought too. I didn't expect second brother to be so." The words of the two immediately made Lin Ray's head full of black lines. What do you mean by seeing gay? Damn it, the words of the two of you really make me want to give the two of you a hammer each. At this time, Lin Ray was also disgusted by Su Bo and Murong Yu, but he did not think that the two of them would be so exaggerated. Okay, stop pretending. Stand up. I still have something to discuss with you. At this moment, Lin Ray said to them with a serious face, as if what he was going to say next was very important to them. Oh, hearing Lin Ray's words, the two of them nodded sadly and stood up. They looked at Lin Ray face to face, and the grievance on their faces also disappeared at this moment. Okay, what I'm going to say next may be what I mean, and you may not agree with it. Of course, this is only a discussion with you. So, whether you want to hear it or not depends on your own wishes. Suddenly, Lin Ray's words directly stunned the two of them. What is it? Second brother, hurry up and say it. I'm dying of impatience. At this time, listening to their second brother speak halfway was a huge torture for them. Haha, it seems that you can't wait to hear what I'm going to say. Looking at their impatience, Lin Ray said with a smile, "You have a brief understanding of my strength just now. Of course, you don't know how long it took me to cultivate to this level." What? At this moment, the two of them looked at Lin Ray with puzzlement. Although they wanted to know how their second brother, who had no cultivation before, became so powerful in just a few years and was able to fight against 5 earthly immortals, they also knew that the more they knew, the more dangerous it would be for them. So at this time, the two of them were puzzled as to why Lin Ray was telling them this now. It took me 11 years, but in this world's time, it took me 3 years. Compared to you, you are also very confused. As for the specific things that happen in these years, you don't need to know. What I want to tell you now is, do you want to have the same strength as me, or even stronger, to be strong enough to open such a space? This heavy question directly smashed into their heads. For a moment, their minds went blank. They didn't know what to say. At this moment, Su Bo's brain short-circuited. Perhaps for you, the Mahayana realm is already enough for you, but I want to tell you that the Mahayana realm is just the beginning of cultivation. Although the lifespan of the Mahayana realm is tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, don't you want to see the higher realms? See if there is only the devil space other than this space. See how vast they are. See their majestic world. While Su Bo and the other man's brains were short-circuiting, Linley didn't stop trying to dissuade them. Seeing the way Su Bo and the other man were acting, Linley thought that they weren't willing, so he began to say all sorts of nice things. As for the dangerous things, Linley didn't say them. After a long, long time, they were still staring blankly ahead. No one knew what they were thinking in their minds. Seeing this, Linley's face revealed a look of disappointment. Alas, it seems that I'm too anxious. Perhaps I don't have much time in this space. It's been hard on you. Chapter 253. Lin Ray thought that they didn't want to follow him when he saw that they didn't have any expression or action after he finished speaking. Lin Ray was very disappointed, but after all, this was their choice. Lin Ray couldn't influence them. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to improve their cultivation. However, Lin Ray didn't know that the amount of information he said was too much. Therefore, for the two of them who lived in the mortal world, this was an earth-shattering event. They had to take their time to sort out the information. Lin Ray turned around with a disappointed expression and was about to leave when suddenly a scream came from behind him. Instantly, Lin Ray, who was caught off guard, was startled. Ah, really? He turned around. At this time, the expressions of the two of them were completely different from before. Their eyes were empty and without any spirit. Right now, the eyes of the two were shining, and the look of shock and excitement on their faces was enough to drown Linley out. At this time, Lin Ray realized that they were shocked by the information he said. Second brother, was what you said just now true? Did you really use only 3 years to cultivate to this level? Also, did you just say that you want to go to a higher cultivation world than us? That's right. Furthermore, can we also head to a higher plane? At this time, the two of them were incoherent and scrambling to ask questions. For a moment, Lin Ray smiled foolishly and didn't know whose question he should answer first. Yes. I'd want to take you and the two of you away from here. However, as for whether you agree or not, it's up to you. I just want to say that I will only take the two of you. As for your parents, I won't take them. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't want them to misunderstand, so he said this in advance. This way, they could avoid their previous relationship. Sure enough, after Lin Ray finished speaking, the two of them who were originally excited instantly fell silent. Lin Ray knew that they had lived with their parents for a long time. If he wanted them to suddenly leave now, they wouldn't be willing. I know it's difficult for you, but you have to know that you can come back and pick them up yourself. With just one sentence, they immediately returned to their previous state of excitement. We can come back and pick them up ourselves, but how do we come back? We don't know about this. Linley smiled and said to them, once you're strong enough, you can even go to other places by yourself, let alone here. So, if you're willing, once you're strong enough, you can come back here to pick up your parents and go to a higher plane to recuperate. Also, in a few hundred years, I'll come back again. At that time, you can also choose to come back with me, or even come back early on your own. That's fine too. After Lin Ray finished speaking, they fell silent. After a long time, when they raised their heads again, the hesitation in their eyes had disappeared. At this moment, there was nothing but determination in their eyes. Okay, second brother, I will go with you. I want to become strong. When the time comes, I will bring my parents over and let them live forever. To Lin Ray's surprise, the first to speak was not Su Bo, but Muron Yu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. I promise you that I will help you break through to a higher realm as soon as possible so that you can meet your family as soon as possible. However, before that, I have to tell you that the cultivation world is not like here. Over there, killing and robbing are as common as eating a meal. There are no police officers who kill people, only people with strength. The weak are prey to the strong, and strength is respected. As long as you have strength, they will respect you. But if you don't have strength, even if they kill you, you won't have more people to help you. Just like an ant, no one will know even if you die. At this moment, seeing that they had agreed, Lin Ray told them about the dangers of the cultivation world. He didn't want to lie to them. I know, second brother. Since I've chosen to go, I have already prepared to die. So, you don't need to say anymore. You, will definitely go to the cultivation world. Moreover, not only will I go, I will also create a career and a reputation. I will let my descendants become my shadow and live for generations. After a series of ambitious words came out of Yu's mouth, Lin Ray no longer felt that his fourth brother was the weak person who only knew how to come up with plans. Okay, since it's like this, let's go. After I find my mother, I will go to another cultivation planet. You guys should be prepared at any time, and you're only allowed to tell your parents about this matter. As for the others, it's best if they don't know about it, and this matter is only limited to your parents. As for the others, if one knows, I will kill one. If two know, I will kill two, and I will not care if they are your clansmen or not. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Ray was no longer the gentle and refined person from before. The current Lin Ray was filled with killing intent. This killing intent rushed straight at them, causing them to feel as if they were about to suffocate. We understand. Don't worry, I will only tell our parents about this matter. The others won't not know about it. Similarly, I won't let our parents tell anyone else. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the two of them hurriedly stretched out their left hands and swore to the heavens and earth. All right, don't be so serious. It's fine as long as you know. Seeing their appearance, Lin Ray was afraid that his appearance just now would scare them. So he quickly revealed a smile and said to them, "Ugh." Immediately, seeing Lin Ray's expression, the two of them were speechless for a moment. All right, let's go. It's time for me to pay the Ouyang family a visit. After saying that, Lin Ray directly released his spiritual energy and enveloped the two of them. Then, he flew in the direction of Yinjing. His speed was so fast that he disappeared into the Sahara Desert in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, not long after Lin Ray left, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. In the blink of an eye, a group of people appeared at the place where Lin Ray was transcending his tribulation. Among this group of people, there were people from all countries, including Huaxia, Country R, and so on. People from many countries were standing at the place where Lin Ray was transcending his tribulation, staring blankly at the huge pit in front of them. At this moment, other than fear in their hearts, there were no words that could express it. A cold breath came from everyone's mouth. Their expressions were very funny, and everyone's expression was very ugly. What's going on? Who is this person? Why is he transcending his tribulation here? And judging from the surrounding aftermath, this lightning tribulation is very powerful. It's so powerful that every lightning tribulation can destroy one of us. Yeah, who is this person? Who is this person? Who has such great power to cause such a lightning tribulation to appear during a tribulation? The group of people, after seeing the giant crater in which Lin Li had undergone his tribulation and the surrounding shock waves, began to discuss it amongst themselves. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and they used words to test each other. At this time, the people from Huaxia were at the side, discussing with a serious expression, "I hope that the person transcending his tribulation is not from another country, but someone from Huaxia. Otherwise, it's worrying." At this time, they looked at each other with fear in their eyes. After confirming with their eyes, they did not stay any longer and flew directly to the capital of Huaxia. After the people from Huaxia left, slowly, the people from other countries also left. Not long after, this bustling place became very quiet at this moment. Apart from a huge pit created by Lin Ray's tribulation, the desert returned to its usual tranquility. Chapter 254. After the tribulation, Lin Ray, who rushed back to Beijing without stopping, didn't know that after his group left, such a thing that was completely out of his imagination would happen. But even if he knew, Lin Ray wouldn't have any expression, because these people had nothing to do with him. Lin Ray, on the other hand, brought Su Bo and Murong Yu. Under the constant rush, they still stepped on the soil of Beijing. All right, we've already returned to Beijing. You guys should go back too. I'm sure your families must be anxious to let me take you away for so long. When there's time, I'll personally come and apologize. At this moment, the simultaneous breakthrough in both his physical body and cultivation base gave Linley a sense of exhilaration. Looking at the looks on his brothers' faces, Linley couldn't help but tease them. A warm smile spread across his face. If someone who had a deep grudge with Lin Ray, or someone had already died, saw Lin Ray smile, they would definitely think that their eyes had an illusion. Because, in their knowledge, other than a disdainful smile, they had never seen Lin Ray reveal such a sincere and relaxed smile. Don't be so polite. In any case, we're still good brothers. Even if your cultivation is strong now, this fact can't be changed. So, don't say such things in the future. At this moment, when Murong Yu and Su Bo heard Lin Ray's words, for a moment, their faces were filled with helpless expressions. They looked at Lin Ray and spoke unhurriedly. Similarly, when they spoke, the sincerity on their faces, as if they were treating him as a brother, entered their eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray smiled. That's right, second brother, don't be so polite. We're brothers for a moment, and we'll be brothers for life. This matter can't be changed. As for these words, don't say them in the future. Besides, if my parents knew that I had a brother like you, they would definitely be happy for me. Hearing Su Bo and Murong Yu's words, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. At this moment, he was very anxious in his heart. He had already been out for so long, and he hadn't told Jean Ling. Therefore, Lin Ray was in a hurry to go back and explain to Jean Ling, all right, since that's the case, I won't say any more. However, when you go back, you must take a look at your family and see if my mother is there. If she isn't, give me a call. If she isn't, let me go to another family. Before he left, Lin Ray didn't forget to tell them about his mother. Got it. When we go later, we'll go take a look at the family situation and see if the family has captured Annie. If they do, second brother, don't worry, I won't let them off. After the two of them swore to Lin Ray, they turned around and left. As for Lin Ray, he looked at their backs until they disappeared. Only then did he fly towards his own villa in the Heavenly Bay Garden. Along the way, Lin Ray had been using a small invisibility spell to support himself. Therefore, even if Lin Ray appeared in the crowd, no one would be able to see Lin Ray. At this moment, in one of the villas in Yinjing Tianwan Garden, a woman was anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. She looked like she had a lot on her mind. Her eyebrows were knitted together, and her face was pale. Anyone who saw her could not help but have the urge to go forward and comfort her. Mother, don't worry. Father is so strong. Only he can bully others. Others are like ants in his eyes. Moreover, you've been here for so long. Although you don't need to eat now, it's better to eat less. Suddenly, a young boy with a tender voice and a jade-like face walked out of the villa. When he saw his mother waiting for his father who had been gone for a long time, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. His eyes couldn't help but moisten. Sigh, it's okay. I'm just worried. Before you were born, your father went hunting in the mountains, and I was responsible for waiting for your father at home. Every time your father went out, he was fine, but every time he came back, his body would always be a little sore. After so many years, it can't be changed anymore. The woman who was waiting in the courtyard was Lin Ray's wife, Jean Ling, and the child who spoke was Lin Ray's son, Jean In. After Lin Ray left and didn't come back that night, Jean Ling unconsciously came to the door and waited for Lin Ray's return. This had become Jean Ling's habit. It had been deeply engraved in Jean Ling's bone marrow, and it had become one with her body. But father hasn't come back yet. Maybe father is busy and forgot. Are you going to stand here until he comes back? At this moment, Jean In was obviously anxious when he saw Jean Ling's appearance. When he spoke, he no longer used a calm tone. Instead, he directly shouted. His smiling face was red, and he looked very cute. At this moment, before they spoke, Lin Ray had already arrived at the periphery of the villa. However, when Lin Ray saw his own aura and how tired he was from waiting for him, his heart ached. Just as he was about to come forward to show his concern, he heard his son's words. For a moment, Lin Ray's arrogant head lowered at this moment, and his eyes were wet. With a face full of guilt, he looked at Jean Ling, who was not far away, with a haggard face and waiting for his return. The words that Linley wanted to say were choked up at this moment, and he could not say it even if he wanted to. Sigh, it seems that I still haven't taken good care of you. You were originally an innocent and brilliant little girl. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this. Lin Ray looked at them and felt deeply guilty, but there was nothing he could do. According to the current situation, he was now on the rise in his career. It was inevitable that he would not be able to take good care of himself. After removing the invisibility spell on his body, Lin Ray's true body appeared in front of everyone. Step by step, he slowly walked toward the door. In the past, he didn't need to walk. In an instant, Lin Ray would be able to reach it. But now, Lin Ray seemed to have a path to heaven, and the more he walked, the longer he seemed to be walking. Gotcha! After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ray finally arrived at the door. He reached out and pushed the heavy door. Walking with legs that seemed to be filled with lead, he walked towards the place where his wife and son were. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Linley walked faster and faster. After he was in the villa, Linley rushed in front of Jean Ling and hugged her in his arms. Jean Ling's heart is beating faster and faster. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer with me all these years. At this moment, the tears in Lin Ray's eyes couldn't stop flowing down. He looked at Jean Ling in his arms with guilt in his eyes and said, as the saying goes, a man doesn't cry easily. It's just that he hasn't been hurt. At this moment, Lin Ray had become a tearful man. His tears couldn't stop flowing at all. The guilt in his heart was getting deeper and deeper. He didn't know what to do now, but he knew that in the coming days, he had to protect her well and not let her suffer the slightest bit of harm. How about you? The sudden situation scared Jean Ling and her son who were talking. At the same time, they were also shocked by Lin Ray. They didn't know why Lin Ray would say such a thing. Moreover, Lin Ray was crying. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ray cry. The atmosphere was brought up by Linley, and the air was filled with a heavy and sorrowful aura. This caused Jean Ling and Jean In to unknowingly cry with Linley as well. And the 100 Secret Department disciples who had been hiding in the surroundings all cried when they saw their leader. This was the most unbelievable thing for them. They had seen Lin Ray when he was injured, Lin Ray when he was angry, and even Lin Ray when he was slaughtering. However, this was the first time they had seen him cry. They just watched Lin Ray's family cry here. It lasted for a few minutes. After more than 10 minutes, they finally stopped. Okay, let's go in and talk. Lin Ray, who had stopped crying, carried Jean Ling in his arms and then walked into the room with Jean Un. Looking at this scene from behind, it looked very harmonious, and a very warm feeling arose spontaneously. In the hall of the villa, after Lin Ray placed Jean Ling on the sofa, he sat down beside her. However, his hand never left Jean Ling's body. His left hand was holding Jean Ling's waist, unwilling to let go. There, this time I went out suddenly. I didn't have time to tell you, and I didn't tell you when I would come back. There will be a lot of things like this in the future. So, don't stand at the door and wait foolishly in the future, understand? Lin Ray, who had just sat down, did not stop at all. He directly explained to Jean Ling beside him. He looked very excited, as if he was afraid that she would misunderstand if he did not explain. I know that you feel sorry for me, but have you ever thought about what else I can do for you at home other than this? Besides, I'm already used to it. In the past 6 or 7 years, I've already gotten used to waiting for you. This sentence pierced Lin Ray's heart. This sentence was like a needle, piercing Lin Ray's heart. His heart was in pain, very much in pain. Sigh. Don't worry. In the future, I'll try my best to come back earlier. I won't let you wait too long. At this moment, Lin Ray did not dare to guarantee that something like this would happen in the future, but Lin Ray could guarantee that he would be able to return earlier in the future. I got it. Hearing Lin Ray's guarantee, Jean Ling's face revealed a happy smile. She gently tilted her head to the side and happily leaned on Lin Ray's shoulder. All right, you could do it too. Looking at his son who had been standing beside him, Lin Ray quickly gestured for him to sit down. Then, he told them about what happened during this period of time. Originally, I just wanted to go to Subo and Murongyu to explain it clearly. But I didn't expect that after trying my best, in the end, this talk lasted for half an hour. In this half an hour, Lin Ray told them everything that had happened. Of course, Lin Ray did not say anything about the tribulation. He probably had to use simple words to dodge it. However, Lin Ray knew that even if he did not say anything, Jean Ling, as a cultivator, should have already realized the danger. At this moment, Jean In, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, looked at him with admiration in his eyes. He was filled with admiration in his heart. Haha, you don't have to admire me because my current level of cultivation is only at the threshold of cultivation. Son, you must remember, don't use my current level of cultivation as your benchmark. You still have a long way to go. You must remember, you are my son, and your future achievements will be limitless. Moreover, you are the young lord of a sect. Therefore, in the future, you must work hard and work hard. Others work twice as hard, but you must work 10 times as hard as others. Because only then can you bear the responsibility that you have to bear in the future. After speaking, Jean In, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but smile as Linley spoke. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Linley, as if to say, I'm ready. As for his wife, Jean Ling, who was next to him, she became even more serious. She knew that at this moment, her husband had already placed all his hopes on his son. He hoped that he could become a dragon. She was very happy about this and felt happy at the same time. All right, let's end this matter here. When your grandmother's matters are over, we'll leave this place. I'll take you to a place of killing. I'll leave you there. Whether you're dead or alive, I don't care, and I won't interfere. In the end, whether you can take on the identity of the young master of the sect or not depends on you. Yes, I understand. After standing and listening to his father's words, Jinun's heart became excited. What he just said had deeply moved him. Moreover, he also knew that only when he was strong would he be truly strong. Moreover, under the influence of his father, he had long been prepared to take on the responsibility. All right, look at you, father and son. What time is it? Aren't you hungry? And you're saying these words as soon as you come back. At this moment, Jean Ling, who had been sitting next to him, teased Lin Ray with a smile on her face. With that, Jean Ling stood up and went into the kitchen. She began to cook with a clatter. As time went on, Linley continued to explain to Jean In some of the things that were worth learning. The smell of the rice aroma stirred up the worms in their stomachs. Come and eat quickly. Otherwise, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Turning his head, he stared at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. Linley couldn't help but take a big stride forward and rush to the table. With a thought, a jug of flowery carving wine appeared on the table. After that, Jean In and Jean Ling also sat on the dining table and lowered their heads to eat after 3 times. It didn't take long for the jar of wine to be wiped out by Lin Ray. Just when Lin Ray wanted to continue, Jean Ling, who was eating silently, had a cold expression and said to Lin Ray with dissatisfaction, All right, isn't drinking a jar of wine enough? Let me tell you, if you dare to drink again today, don't sleep in my room. Jean Ling's words had an immediate effect. Lin Ray, who was about to make a move, immediately quieted down after hearing his wife's words. Chapter 255. The family of 3 chatted and laughed during the meal. The meal was quickly finished. As soon as Lin Ray finished eating, he put down his chopsticks and walked back to his room with his tired body. Jean Ling and Jean In, who were sitting at the dining table, looked at Lin Ray's tired back. Their hearts skipped a beat, and their breathing became rapid. Jean Ling knew that her husband was tired, so she didn't stop Lin Ray. Instead, she let him go. Jean In, on the other hand, went back to his room after the meal under Jean In's urging. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, she went back to her room. She saw her husband lying on the bed, snoring and looking exhausted. Sigh. Hubby, if that damned Kuan fish hadn't appeared back then, maybe you wouldn't have ended up like this. Maybe our family of 3 would still be in the deepest part of the sea of innocence. Or maybe we'd still be living a carefree life. At that moment, Jean Ling's face was full of regret and heartache. She sat beside Lin Ray and reached out a hand to touch Lin Ray's face. Her eyes were full of heartache and nostalgia. But I know that this kind of life might not be possible for the current you. I know that you want to cultivate to the peak of Tao, or even surpass Tao. So, hubby, don't worry about it and do what you want to do. I won't hold you back. I will make myself stronger. That way, I will be able to stay by your side and help you. As she said that, the corners of Jean Ling's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Her body slowly leaned towards Lin Ray and lay on Lin Ray's body. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Some families were happy, while others were sad. The news of Lin Ray's return was received by the other families the moment Su Bo and Murong Yu returned to the Dao family. They all gathered at the Su family's residence. Right now, Yin Jing was in chaos. Ordinary people were still living their lives as ordinary people. Cultivators, on the other hand, were not in the mood to sleep or cultivate because they were about to face the prelude of death. Lights flickered on the bustling streets. In this extravagant city, it was quiet at this moment. It was so quiet that it made people feel afraid. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Su family's villa, the lights were brightly lit and chaotic sounds came from the villa. At this moment, Su Bo and Murong Yu, who had just returned, were standing in front of the 5 great ancestors and some of the current patriarchs of the families, not daring to raise their heads. Are you saying that your brother, Lin Ray, brought you to the Sahara Desert to undergo tribulation, and it's a double tribulation? At this moment, Long Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't hold back when he heard that Su Bo and Murong Yu had brought back the news of Lin Ray. He jumped up in excitement, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked Murong Yu and Murong Yu. Long Feng's appearance was very comical. At this moment, it was impossible to tell that he was a cultivator over 1,000 years old. Instead, he looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s. As for Su Chu and the others, they were even more shocked than Long Feng. This was because they really didn't want to believe that a person could undergo 2 lightning tribulations. This was because, in their knowledge, this had never happened before. However, the facts proved that it was hard for them not to believe. They really didn't want to believe that this was true. However, since it came from the mouth of their own descendants, Long Feng and the other old ancestors had no choice but to believe the accuracy of this matter. Yes, old ancestors, you don't have to doubt it, because when we saw this situation, the 2 of us also found it hard to believe. However, this is the truth. After second brother finished the first lightning tribulation, we all thought that it was over. However, the moment the first lightning tribulation ended, a blood-like thundercloud suddenly appeared. Moreover, at that time, the hundreds of Mayana realm experts around us were suppressed by the pressure of the second lightning tribulation. The 2 of us were directly suppressed to the ground. At this moment, when Mu Rongming spoke, the scene at that time couldn't help but appear in his mind. For a moment, his body trembled uncontrollably. His voice trembled as he spoke, as if he was afraid of recalling this memory. Yes, C is right. If you were there at that time, you would definitely believe what we said. TSK, I didn't expect my brother to be so awesome. Moreover, second brother is even the leader of a sect. If in the future... Suddenly, when Su Bo was so pleased with himself that he spat out his mouth, Murong Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly tugged at Su Bo. For a moment, Su Bo, who seemed to have realized something, stopped abruptly halfway, through his words. When Su Bo came back to his senses, the cold sweat on his forehead inadvertently overflowed from his head. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked around. He didn't want those old fellows to see him and hope that they would realize something that they shouldn't know. However, at this moment, Su Bo might really be overthinking. When those old guys knew that Lin Rei was so strong, they were already scared out of their wits. Therefore, those old guys didn't see his words and actions at all. Phew! Fortunately, they didn't know and didn't see. Otherwise, if they knew and left this place to cultivate on another planet, Second Brother would definitely do as he said. For a moment, Su Bo couldn't help but pat his forehead in fear. His relaxed nerves tensed up at this moment. Sigh, it's over. My long family is finished this time? At this moment, when everyone was sighing at Lin Rei's strength, Long Feng, who was next to him, said to the other old guys with a bitter smile. His eyes were filled with fear. In an instant, Long Feng's actions attracted the attention of those old guys. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't understand what Long Feng meant by this sentence. Together, what did he mean by I'm finished? My long family is finished. Sigh, you guys don't know. After Brother Yu left, I returned home and began to investigate Ouyang Jing's news. In the end, what gave me a headache was that Ouyang Jing was really in my Long family, and at this point, Long Feng's words seemed to be choked. His expression was extremely ugly, and he didn't continue speaking. What? Instantly, everyone present was stunned when they heard such a huge piece of news. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that the person Linley was looking for was actually in the Long family. The relationship between the two seemed to be completely unrelated. At this moment, their hearts were filled with doubts. Everyone's gaze shifted to Long Feng, waiting for him to continue the topic. Sigh. When I found Ouyang Jing, I found that his body was covered in wounds. What surprised me the most was that Ouyang Jing was actually the lover of the Long family's current family head. I heard that the two of them even had 3 children. Boom! At this moment, even more heavy news came, causing their minds to go blank. Tell me, what should we do now? At this moment, Long Feng was filled with fear as he asked Su Chu and the other old guys. Suddenly, there was a rare silence in the villa. After everyone heard Long Feng's words, they all fell silent. After a long time, Su Chu, who had been silent for a long time, said, Brother Long, we really can't help with this matter. You know that even before Lin Rei underwent his tribulation, the 5 of us were already no match for him. Now that he has broken through, what more? That's right, Brother Long. If we were to intervene, not only would we not be able to help you, but we would also have to destroy the family that has been passed down for thousands of years. At this moment, the other 4 old ancestors looked at Long Feng with troubled expressions. Actually, this was understandable. After all, no one would want to use their family as a bargaining chip. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would still rush forward. Unless that person was sick, that person would be a fool. Sigh. It looks like the Long family's luck is at its end. When Long Feng had asked for their help, there was still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Now, his face was ashen, and there was only despair in his eyes. This, Brother Long, don't blame us. It's not that we don't want to help you. You know that if we were alone, we would definitely help you. However, we have a family behind us that depends on us. So we're sorry. The apology sounded like a joke to Long Feng's ears. However, he could not bring himself to hate them for not helping him. All right, I understand. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. I'll go back and make preparations so that the younger generation can leave as soon as possible. After making his decision, Long Feng bade farewell to Su Chu and the rest. He turned around and walked out of the door. He instantly released his cultivation and soared into the sky, flying towards the Long family. When Su Chu and the rest saw Long Feng leave, they went to the door and looked up at Long Feng's back. They only regained their senses after he had disappeared. Sigh. Everyone, no matter what, we've all been good friends for thousands of years. It wouldn't be right if we didn't help. Let's gather at the Long family tomorrow and help as much as we can. Su Chu looked at the place where Long Feng had disappeared and did not regain his senses for a long time. This was because he felt terrible. After all, Long Feng had just saved his life. Therefore, after making his decision, he turned around and spoke to the people behind him. Since that's the case, let's do it. We should go back and make preparations. We'll gather at the Long family tomorrow. Even if we can't organize it, we can at least save a few lives. Slowly, everyone made their decision and left the Su family's villa one after another. At that moment, the Su family's villa had finally returned to its usual tranquility. Meanwhile, the entire Yinjing had also fallen silent because of the matter between the major families. Nighttime always passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it turned from night to day. A day of life had begun. The morning air was often the best. Moreover, the air was even better in a villa area like Tianwan Garden, which was surrounded by mountains and rivers. In the park, people started their morning exercises one after another. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Lin family villa in Tianwan Garden, Jin In was topless and practicing a set of punching techniques to train his body. He looked very determined. Every punch carried with it a faint and almost inaudible wind. If one's cultivation was not particularly strong and his perception was not particularly good, it would be impossible to notice this phenomenon. Moreover, every punch of Jin In's punching technique carried with it a murderous aura. It felt as if his entire person had merged with the surrounding air. Haha, like father, like son. I didn't expect that the young Sect Master's Dragon Tiger Fist has already reached the realm of becoming one with the fist. If he cultivates further, it's very likely that he'll reach the Qing realm. At that moment, Black Shadow, who had been standing guard around the Lin family, had already returned. He couldn't help but praise Jin In when he saw him practicing his punching technique. That's right. Don't you know whose son the young Sect Master is? Just the mention of his name is enough to make Tianxin tremble. He's Lin Rei's son. If Lin Rei was here, he would definitely be grinning from ear to ear after hearing Black Shadow's words. Kid, when did your bootlicking skills become so good? At this moment, the black figure who had been admiring Jin and turned his head with a strange expression after hearing his subordinate's words and teased him. That leader. I forgot that I didn't see anyone patrolling over there. I'll go take a look again. Hearing his leader's words, the bootlicking dark group member said something to the Black Shadow and quickly fled the place. Hey, you kid. Seeing that the person had already disappeared, Black Shadow closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. For a leader like him, there was basically nothing for him to do with over 100 members of the Black Shadow protecting the Lin family villa. Therefore, the only thing he had to do now was sleep, drink, eat, sleep, and cultivate. This cycle of life was endless. Jin In, who was practicing his Dragon Tiger Fist, kept repeating it. After finishing one round, he would do it again. This continued for 2 hours. At this moment, Jin In was already lying on the ground in exhaustion. His entire body seemed to have collapsed from exerting too much strength. He lay on the ground motionlessly with his eyes closed. Not only was he tired, but he was also asleep. In a room on the second floor of the villa, Lin Rei, who had been sleeping since last night, opened his eyes groggily. He reached out and picked up the phone on the table beside him. After looking at the time, he came back to his senses and prepared to get up. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt as if he was being pressed down by someone. In the end, when he looked up, he saw that Jin Ling was lying on top of him, sleeping soundly. This silly girl. What should I say to you? Looking at his wife, Lin Rei was full of helplessness and didn't know what to say. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin Rei slowly pulled his body out. Then, with light movements, he used a strength that Jin Ling couldn't feel. He hugged Jin Ling and placed her on the bed. Then, he covered her with a blanket and tiptoed out. Chapter 256. Lin Rei walked out of his room. He had already made up his mind. Today, he would go to the 5 great families to look for his mother. Even if he had to turn the entire Yinjing upside down, he would find her. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. After getting dressed, he went downstairs and prepared to leave after breakfast. However, at that moment, the sound of boxing came from outside. He. Hearing this sound, Lindley furrowed his brows. He put down the cooking utensils in his hands and walked towards the direction of the sound of the boxing. Just as he walked out of the villa, he saw a small figure under the sun. He was sweating profusely as he practiced the Dragon Tiger Fist. At that moment, the young man's figure was steady and firm. This kid. Lin Ray knew that Jean Un had stopped what he said yesterday and was working hard. He didn't want to disappoint him. More importantly, he carried the title of the young sect master of the Nine Heavens Xuanzong sect on his shoulders. This was all his motivation and, at the same time, pressure. Seeing that he was working so hard, Lin Ray didn't call him. Instead, he hurried to the kitchen and started cooking. Ping, ping, pang, pang, sounds came from the kitchen. The people outside heard it, but they didn't find it strange. After all, this wasn't the first time Lin Ray cooked. Breakfast should be light dishes, but at this moment, there was only meat on the table. Apart from 2 plates of fried eggs and 2 cups of milk, there was nothing else. Half an hour later, the sound of cooking in the kitchen finally disappeared. At the same time, Lin Ray walked out with a big plate of meat with a smile on his face. This should be enough to replenish his energy down there. At the same time, it should help him increase his strength. TSK, but it doesn't feel like a monster's meat. If it was a monster, then it would be a treasure. At this moment, Lin Ray looked at the meat on the table and couldn't help but sigh regretfully. However, if others heard this, they would definitely think that he was crazy. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. When the meal was ready, Lin Ray took a towel and strolled to the place where Jean Un was practicing. Right now, Jean Un was already standing, completely exhausted. His fists were waving weakly in the air, and his face was filled with exhaustion. Seeing this, Lindley's heart ached as he walked over and said, "Don't worry. Son, here, wipe it, then stop practicing. This thing has to be done in moderation. You can't eat everything in one go and become a fatty. Take it slow, one step at a time. This way, the Tao mechanism and foundation will be stable." Jean Un, who was too engrossed in his practice, didn't notice that his father had been watching for a long time. It was only when Lin Ray spoke that he noticed. Looking at the towel that was handed to him, Jean Un did not refuse. He took it and began to wipe the sweat off his body. "Let's go. Time to eat." After speaking to Jean Un, Lin Ray went ahead and sat down at the dining table in the villa. Jean Un followed Lin Ray to the dining table. However, the next scene stunned Jean Un, because at this moment, the dining table was filled with meat. There was beef, pork, and a dazzling array of meat. When Jean Un saw this, his throat involuntarily squirmed. Most importantly, this meat was all the same as the large pieces of meat he had eaten in the mysterious sky continent. All of them were palm-sized pieces of meat placed on the table. Kid, how can you be like this just because you see meat? Hurry up and wash up, then come down and eat. After speaking, Lin Ray lowered his head and started to eat. Jean Un, on the other hand, quickly went into the bathroom. After a while, Jean Un walked out with wet hair and an impatient look on his face. Lin Ray, who was sitting at the dining table, smiled but did not say anything. Jean Un did not care about anything. After all, it was his father. Without any reservations, he grabbed a piece of meat and started to tear it into his mouth. Piece by piece, the meat on the table slowly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more strange was that with every piece he ate, the pain caused by breaking through his limits twice was disappearing bit by bit. Seeing how miraculous the meat on the table was, Jean Un let go of his hand and swept it up like a whirlwind. Actually, it wasn't the meat that was miraculous. Rather, when Lindley was cooking, he had taken a few of Tianji's pills, crushed them, and scattered them on the meat. The meal was quickly finished. Lindley had finished eating very early, and then he just stared at his son, who was eating happily with a blissful smile on his face. After we finish eating, I'm going to look for your grandmother. If you want to come, then follow me. If you don't want to, then stay at home and accompany your mother. Grandmother? Lin Ray's words piqued Jean's curiosity. The term grandmother was very unfamiliar, yet also very familiar. Therefore, when he heard Lin Ray's words, Jean stopped what he was doing. Yes, my mother. So what is your decision? Lin Ray did not make a decision. Instead, he left the decision to Jean. I will go. Wait for me. I will change my clothes and follow you. After saying that, Jean put down the meat in his hand and hurriedly ran upstairs. Not long after, an aristocratic young master in a suit walked down the stairs, looking very handsome. Hee kid. Looking at such a handsome son, Linley felt very proud. After all, his son was handsome, so he felt very proud too. It was something that made him feel very proud. All right, let's go. He took the initiative to grab Jean's hand and let him out of the door. This time, he had mobilized all his men. When they reached the door, he lifted his head and said to the air, "Black Shadow, select 50 people and secretly torture me. When the time comes, if anyone dares to resist, there is no need to listen to my orders. Just kill them directly." With this sudden order, 100 members of the dark operation appeared and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Lin Ray. "Yes, Sect Master. I will do it right away." All of you can get up. The remaining 50 disciples will guard this place well. Do as I said before. Whoever enters will die. At this moment, Lin Ray was filled with murderous intent as he ordered the members of the dark operation. After he finished speaking, Linley didn't look at them again. He drove away from Sky Bay Garden without looking back. At this moment, Black Shadow followed Lin Ray's orders and selected 50 people from the 100 members of the dark operation. Then he secretly chased after Lin Ray's car. The remaining 50 members of the dark operation hid themselves and walked around the house to protect the safety of the villa. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was driving, was very excited because he was about to see his mother. The car was heading in the direction of the Ouyang family, but at this moment, the phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. The sound entered Lin Ray's ears. After stopping the car, he picked up the phone and saw the name Murongyu on the screen. After connecting, he asked the person on the other end, "What's wrong, Si? That second brother, I know where Andy is. You don't have to go to the Ouyang family anymore." Si Murongyu's words directly made Lin Ray's heart jump. Without any hesitation, when he heard the news about his mother, he opened his mouth and asked, not allowing Murongyu on the other end of the phone to finish speaking. "Speak. Who captured my mother? Tell me." "Long family. Annie is now in the Long family. But, second brother, don't be agitated. Perhaps." Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the phone being hung up could be heard. Murongyu, who was in the Murong family, instantly changed his expression. "Not good. It seems like something bad is going to happen. No, I have to go and take a look. I don't want anything to happen." Looking at the phone that had already been hung up, Murongyu's heart became restless. It was as if something bad was about to happen. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer and walked out of the house. He drove in the direction of the Long family and quickly left. At the same time, Subo and Wang Hong both receive a call from Murongyu. After learning about Lin Ray's movements, everyone's first expression was the same as Murongyu's. First, their faces turned ugly. Then, they all drove in the direction of the Long family. At that moment, the person who was feeling the most vexed was none other than Linley. When Hua Sheng heard that his mother was not in the Ouyang clan, but in the Long clan, Linley's killing intent had been aroused. If she was in the Ouyang family, after all, his mother was a child of the Ouyang family. He wouldn't have said anything. He would have just given her a warning. But the Long family, as one of the 5 big families, his mother didn't seem to have any relationship with them. Even if his mother was a person sent by the queen, she wouldn't have captured the Long family for such a long time and not let them go. At this moment, Lin Ray had already blacklisted the Long family in his heart. This matter couldn't be changed by anyone. Lin Ray seemed to have forgotten that his son was also in the car. Just now, because of a moment of excitement, he couldn't control his murderous aura. It directly leaked out, causing Jin-un, who was in the back seat, to faint. This little guy. Looking at the fainted Jin-in the back seat, Lin Rei quickly used his spiritual power and woke up the fainted Lin Rei. With a guilty expression, he looked at Jin-in and said embarrassedly, I couldn't control it for a moment. Are you okay? Jin-in, who came back to his senses, didn't have any hatred for Lin Rei because of this matter. He said with a smile, I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. It was normal for him to feel dizzy. After all, Lin Lei's cultivation base was so powerful that he could kill earthly immortals. Okay, then you sleep for a while. When we get there, I'll contact you again. In a while, I'll give you a chance to fight. Let me see how strong you are now. After speaking, Lin Lei didn't say anything else. Instead, he used all of his strength to wrap around Jin-in, allowing him to rest peacefully without making any noise or shaking. Lin Rei, on the other hand, drove the car to the Long family with mixed feelings. At this moment, in a villa in Beijing, the ancestors of the 5 big families and the current family heads were all there. Among them was a woman. However, this woman looked at everyone timidly and nestled in the arms of a man. Long Feng, just now, I heard from the younger generation of the Su family that a senior is coming in the direction of the Long family. His words caused everyone to be on their guard. Their relaxed bodies tensed up in an instant. Sigh, what's coming will eventually come. Who asked the younger generation of the Long family to kidnap the person that the senior wanted? At this moment, Long Feng was no longer as strong as before. Other than being dispirited, his face was ashen. Moreover, Long Feng seemed to have aged a lot. When a middle-aged man behind Long Feng heard this, his face sank in shame. He didn't dare to say a word. Moreover, he couldn't speak at this moment. Time passed by slowly. For them, every minute that passed was like a day. Finally, what was supposed to come had come. The consciousness of the 5 ancestors had been paying attention to the entrance of the Long family's villa. They wanted to see when Lin Rei would arrive. At this moment, Lin Rei's car finally entered the range of their consciousness. Ka-cha-bang! The car door was pushed open. Lin Rei got out of the car expressionlessly. Then, the sound of another door opening was heard. When Jin-in arrived, he was woken up by Lin Rei. Go in her. Go. If anyone dares to stand in front of you, don't hesitate. Remember, the entire 9 Heavens Xuanzong Sect is behind you. Your father is here to support you. After making this promise, Jin-in no longer had any reservations. He quickly walked forward and looked at the tightly shut door of the Long family. Without any hesitation, Jin-in kicked the door open. Bam! After a loud bang, the door of the Long family's villa was kicked to one side by Jin-in. Furthermore, Jin-in's small footprint was left on the door. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of the 5 great families' patriarchs. At the same time, they were also shocked. How could a child of this age be so strong? If they had known earlier, the Long family's main gate was made of refined iron. Ordinary people couldn't possibly reach this level. Good. As expected of my son, Lin Rei. Actually, Lin Rei also knew about the Long family's entrance. However, there was still some uncertainty about whether his son could do it. However, it seemed like he had been worried. Let's go. He followed behind his son and walked step by step into the depths of the Long family's villa. Along the way, there were all sorts of people blocking the way of Lin Rei and Jin-in. However, Jin-in was indeed Lin Rei's son. He went through all sorts of obstacles along the way. Whenever he saw someone blocking his way, Jin-in would kick them down without hesitation. When they encountered cultivators who were too strong for Jin-in to handle, the dark department hidden in the shadows would appear and kill them without mercy. Chapter 257. Jin-in's murderous aura had been honed by killing the people who had blocked his way. At the moment, Jin-in had completely become a cultivator and the young sect master of the 9 Sky Xuanzong sect. Lin Rei, who had been following behind Jinan, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He was delighted, as this was exactly what he had wanted. Therefore, Lin Rei felt proud of Jinan for doing such a thing, not because he had killed people. Eventually, a third of the Long clan's low-level cultivators were all taken down by Jinan. There were even some people who looked down on Jinan and killed those who were wearing protective gear after being provoked by their words. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Long family's villa, everyone was scared. Through their divine senses, they saw the scene of Jin killing people. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, their faces were pale, and cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads. Their divine sense was focused on Linli and Jinan, as well as the other members of the Dark Department. Step by step, they walked toward them. The Long family villa had been divided into two factions. One was Lin Rei's faction, while the other was the Long family's faction. However, it was obvious that the faction behind the Long family had lost all confidence after Lin Rei's arrival. Lin Rei and Jinan led 50 people into the depths of the Long family villa. When they looked around, they saw their mother leaning on a man. Lin Rei was furious. No matter what the reason was, if that man had dared to do this, then he had to be prepared to bear the brunt of Lin Rei's anger. Lin Rei moved in an instant. His spirit energy erupted and his body started to fade. By the time it reappeared, Lin Rei had already arrived at Ouyang Jing's side. "How dare an ant like you touch my mother? You must have a death wish." Linli didn't use his full strength. His palm landed directly on the man's chest, and in the next instant, the man was sent flying. As for Linli, he carried his mother and returned to Jinan's side. Everything had happened so quickly that no one could react in time. The patriarchs felt a burst of spirit energy, but they didn't see Lin Rei's figure. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had been slapped by Lin Rei also flew a few meters before crashing to the ground. With a pu sound, a mouthful of blood was spat out from the middle-aged man's mouth. Some unknown pieces of flesh were mixed within the blood. The scene was extremely shocking. When the people of the Long family regained their senses, they hurriedly retreated to the middle-aged man's side and asked, "Zhong, Long family head, are you all right?" Cough, cough. I'm fine. Don't worry." Long Zhong raised his head and endured the pain in his chest as he replied to the people who were concerned about him. On the other side, Lin Rei looked at his mother with tears in his eyes. Although he had a lot to say, Lin Rei couldn't say anything at this moment. Lin Rei knelt down in front of Ouyang Jing in front of everyone. His voice was trembling, but it was filled with endless longing. "Mother, it's my fault. If I hadn't gone missing, you wouldn't have come to Beijing. If you hadn't come to Beijing, you wouldn't have been captured by those bastards from the Long family." At this moment, Linli felt as though something was stuck in his throat. It was difficult for him to breathe. His voice was choked with sobs as tears flowed from his eyes. They gently slid down his cheeks and flowed down. Boo-hoo! Ouyang Jing confirmed that the person in front of him was his son who had been missing for a long time. All the grievances from before were released at this moment. Tears also flowed down his cheeks. Son, where have you been all these years? Where have you been? Do you know how much I missed you? I've been thinking about you every day. Are you full? Are you warm? Do you have a place to stay?" At this time, the two of them were already hugging each other. The two of them were sobbing to each other. This scene directly stirred up the atmosphere in the venue. All the ladies in the venue, under the influence of the two of them, also started to cry. As for the 5 patriarchs, as well as some of the younger members of the 5 great clans, when they saw this scene, they were all stunned. They only knew that Linli was looking for Ouyang Jing, but they didn't know the relationship between them. But now they all understood. The one who was in trouble was the Long family. At this moment, everyone from the Long family looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. It was a sad scene. At the same time, they also knew the seriousness of this matter. On the other hand, Long Zhong, who was lying on the ground, didn't feel sad when he heard that it was his son who had injured him. Instead, he smiled. Slowly, with the help of everyone, Long Zhong stood up and walked step by step toward Lin Rei and his mother. His face was smiling, but his eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, his body was trembling violently. I'm, I'm, I'm sorry, Mother. It's my fault. I left in a hurry because of some things back then, so I didn't tell you. Don't worry. I won't do it again in the future. We'll be together as a family in the future. Also, I've just arrived in Beijing. When I arrived in Beijing, I found my brother and sister and brought them to my place. They're currently in university. At this moment, Lin Rei's emotions could no longer be expressed with words. A smile that no one had ever seen before appeared on his face. It was a smile full of happiness. Yes, that's great. We'll never be apart as a family again. The two of them finally stopped crying. However, neither of them was willing to look away from each other. It was as if they looked away, all of this would be an illusion that didn't exist. Jinger. A low and excited voice sounded, interrupting the two people's thoughts. You. At this moment, Linley was completely enraged. After all, he had finally found his mother, whom he missed dearly. Just as he was about to reunite with her, someone who didn't care about his own life had come forward and interrupted him. This was something that no one wanted to experience. No, Ray, no. You can't touch him, can't you? Lin Rei, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped his action from his mother under the blanket. This made Lin Rei very confused. He looked at his mother with a puzzled gaze, wanting to seek an answer. Ray, I'm your father. Boom! This explosive news short-circuited Lin Rei's brain at this moment. His mind went blank. Apart from the words, I'm your father, there was nothing else. The word father was so unfamiliar in the depths of Linley's memory. It was so unfamiliar that he had already forgotten about it. Therefore, when this middle-aged man in front of him said that he was his father, Linley was immediately stunned. Don't be like this. He is indeed your father. However, due to the circumstances back then, he left and returned to the Long family after I gave birth to the three of you. I didn't want them to find you, and I didn't want you to return to your previous life. Thus, I changed your surnames to Lin. Ha ha. After Ouyang Jing finished his explanation, Lin Rei laughed out loud. His laughter was full of disdain and helplessness. His face was full of pain as he looked at this so-called father. Father. This word has never existed in the past 20 to 30 years. Now you're telling me that you're my father. Do you think I can accept it? Moreover, my mother told me with certainty that my father died in an accident again. Therefore, I don't know about you, and I don't acknowledge you as my father. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't know what to do. His mother said that his father was dead. Now, an unknown father appeared out of nowhere. How could he accept this? But I'm your father after all. When Long Zhong heard his son say that he was dead, although his heart ached, there was a reason behind it. Yes, Ray, it was only a matter of time before. Forgive your father. He didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, Ouyang Jing and Long Zhong's words lingered in Lin Rei's ears. At this moment, Lin Rei was annoyed and had the urge to shut them up. At this moment, Lin Rei no longer wanted to explain whether he was his father or not. He didn't want to know, and he didn't want to know. Since his father didn't exist in the past few decades, there was no need for him to appear in the future. All members of the Dark Tribe, listen to my orders. Seal this place. No one is allowed to leave or enter. No one is allowed to enter, no matter who they are. If anyone dares to violate this rule, kill them without mercy. As soon as he said this, the 50 members of the Dark Tribe who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves immediately and kowtowed to Lin Rei. We will obey the sect leader's orders. In an instant, all the members of the Dark Tribe gathered around the area. Their Mahayana realm spiritual energy was instantly unleashed, and an impenetrable cage appeared. In an instant, the moment the cage appeared, everyone panicked. Some of them even wanted to break out of the cage and leave. Just a small cage. Do you think can trap us? Then you think too highly of yourself. At this moment, an idiot who came out of nowhere rushed into the sky. A dermic artifact appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the energy shield. Umph. How dare you violate the sect leader's orders? You're courting death. In an instant, a voice resounded abruptly. In the next moment, that challenger died without being able to react at all. Moreover, he didn't even know how he died. At this moment, the shadow of the leader of the dark tribe appeared out of thin air. His peak Mayana realm cultivation instantly crushed down. I said that no one is allowed to leave. This is the first time. If there is a second time, I don't mind killing everyone here. I don't care if he's the patriarch of the 5 major families in Yinjing or the current patriarch. As long as you dare to do this again, I believe you know that I have the ability to do so. At this moment, Lin Rei walked out impatiently and said to everyone present. At the same time, a strong murderous aura was released. Everyone who felt Lin Rei's murderous aura, except for the members of the Dark Tribe, Jinin and Ouyang Jing, spat out a mouthful of blood under Lin Rei's murderous aura. Their faces instantly turned pale, and their auras weakened. All right, I'm done talking. All right, I don't want to say too much. People of the Long clan, tell me why you captured my mother. Also, tell me who did it and who was involved in it. Did my mother get hurt in the Long clan? Did you torture her? Tell me everything. I don't want to use the soul-searching technique, so hurry up and tell me everything. I promise that as long as you hurt my mother and the people who captured her, I will let the rest of the Long clan go. Long Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, had an ugly expression on his face. He was full of helplessness. He muttered in his heart, "Ah, it's finally here. This day has finally come." Sigh. All right, I'll tell you everything. As long as you keep your promise and let those who have nothing to do with it go. Hearing Long Feng's words, Lin Rei agreed without any hesitation. Don't worry. Lin Rei, will definitely do what I promise. Since I said that I will let those who have nothing to do with it go, I will. Don't worry. Okay. After getting Lin Rei's promise, Long Feng told him everything he knew. Immediately, everyone present knew the ins and outs of the matter. However, they didn't see that Lin Rei's expression was getting uglier and uglier. When Long Feng finished, Lin Rei could no longer suppress his anger. Long Batian, and those who hurt my mother, if you don't want a Long family to be destroyed, get out here. His words, which were imbued with spiritual energy, spread out in an instant. Immediately, a terrifying pressure followed his words and suppressed everyone present. At this moment, Long Zhong, who was standing behind Lin Rei, had an ugly expression on his face. Long Shi and Long Batian were his brother and father. According to seniority, they were both Lin Rei's elders. After feeling the murderous aura from his son, Long Zhong quickly stepped forward to stop him. Rei, I beg you, don't kill them. They are your family. I beg you. Yes, Rei, although they treated me like that before, they are still your father's family. Look, can you? No. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't care whether they were his family or not. Anyone who hurt his mother must be punished. This was Lin Rei's thought at this moment. There's no room for discussion. So what if they're my family? As long as they hurt you, I won't let any of them off. Even if it's this so-called father, a person who didn't bring me up, do you think you have the right to plead for me? Chapter 258. Lin Rei was a man of his word. He did not want to listen to anything else. He would not let go of the people who had returned his mother. Therefore, Lin Rei did not listen to their pleas. Okay, I will go and bring them all out. Please keep your promise. Long Feng had wanted to ask Ouyang Jing to plead for leniency. But now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Long Feng only hoped that Lin Rei would not bring harm to the innocent people of the Long family. After saying that, Long Feng hurriedly brought people into the room inside. Not long after, an old man and a dozen middle-aged men were caught. At that moment, they were all extremely respectful before Long Feng, and it was not appropriate for them to say anything. After all, Long Feng was their ancestor, and they knew that they only had one choice at that moment, and that was to pay a corresponding price for what they had done before, or even pay an even higher price. Say, Senior, This is Long Batian. The one beside him is Long Shi. Long Feng, who had brought the Long family members to Linley, hurriedly explained the origin of this matter and the main culprit. At this moment, Long Feng still had a little bit of hope in his heart. He hoped that Linley would let them go on account of the fact that blood was thicker than water. After all, they were his family. "Oh, are you the ones who kidnapped my mother and caused her to suffer so much?" After hearing Long Feng's introduction, Lin Rei raised his head and looked at Long Batian, who was his so-called grandfather. Lin Rei's anger soared. He did not understand why he had made such a decision back then. Little bastard. I should have killed you back then to prevent future troubles. I didn't expect that you would grow to such a level today. I don't want to say much about it. I just want you to give me a quick death." After hearing Lin Rei's words, Long Batian, the former head of the Long family, knew that the young man in front of him was the son of that bitch back then. He also knew that Lin Rei was here for revenge. Therefore, he did not plead for leniency. Instead, he asked for death directly. Ha ha, ha ha. Well, family headlong is indeed the family headlong. You're really bold. You know that you've done something wrong, but you can still speak so confidently. I really admire you. However, don't you think that I'm letting you off too easily if I kill you now for what happened back then? Originally, Lin Rei wanted to give them a quick and painless death, but when he heard Long Batian call him a little bastard, Lin Rei decided that he couldn't let this matter rest. What do you want?" Long Batian's heart trembled after seeing Lin Rei's bloodthirsty expression. He knew that something bad was about to happen. He couldn't help but ask Lin Rei. You'll know in a while. However, don't worry. I will definitely let you experience this shock. I will make you pay a painful price for everything you've done to us." As he spoke, the corners of Linley's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cruel expression. Then, he slowly walked towards Long Shi, one step at a time. You're the one who captured me and asked the Ouyang family for help. You said that you're looking for my mother. Do you know that my mother is my reverse scale? Anyone who touches my reverse scale will only have one result. Looking at this so-called uncle of his, Linley's hatred increased. He wanted to kill them immediately, but he couldn't, because he didn't want these demons from the Long family to die so easily. He wanted them to experience the pain he wanted them to experience. He wanted them to watch their family members die one by one in front of them. He believed that this mental torture was the best way to punish them. What result? Long Shi was afraid. He was truly afraid. If he hadn't been afraid before, now that he'd seen Linley's power, he was terrified. Ever since he was born, he had been a young master who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He had never seen such a scene before. All right, I'll let you experience how it feels to have your soul extracted from your body bit by bit. What? Instantly, Lin Rei's words stunned everyone present. At the same time, they thought about Lin Rei's words. To have one's soul extracted was a very vicious thing. This was something that only the demonic path would do. Now, they were going to see their family members' souls being extracted in front of them. This would be a memory that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Ouyang Jing, who was behind him, was shocked when he heard this. He knew that Linley was going to take revenge for her, but he couldn't understand why his son had become like this. It wasn't just Ouyang Jing. Lin Rei didn't realize that there was a familiar figure standing behind the old ancestor of the Shui family. She was standing there in a daze, watching everything that Lin Rei had done ever since he arrived. Shui Man a friend of his from the class reunion. However, Lin Rei didn't know that Shui Man was also from the Shui family, one of the 5 great families. When Shui Man heard that Lin Rei was going to extract a person's soul, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. She broke out in cold sweat. Her eyes were filled with disbelief when she saw this scene. She couldn't imagine how a kind-hearted person could turn into such a cruel and violent person after 2 years. She couldn't understand. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Rei. They didn't believe that Lin Rei would really do such a thing. However, they were too naive. In the next moment, an action that turned everyone's view of the world upside down happened. Lin Rei placed his hand on the top of Long Shi's head and chanted a few incantations. Instantly, a terrifying and unknown black aura started to seep out of Lin Rei's body. Long Shi's face was ashen, and his entire body was trembling as he stared fixedly at Linley, who was extracting his soul. He wanted to speak, but for some reason, he was unable to speak. As he ate, he felt as though his soul was being sucked away, and he had no strength left in him at all. Slowly, 5 minutes passed. Long Shi's 7 orifices started to bleed, and Lin Rei's hand started to move. A transparent figure appeared in Lin Rei's hand. It was a figure that looked exactly the same as what Long Shi had imagined. Other than the fact that the body was transparent, everything else was the same. The pain grew stronger and stronger. Long Shi's mouth was wide open as he howled in pain. However, he didn't dare to howl because no one could hear him. Other than his pained expression, they couldn't feel anything else. As powerful cultivators, the 5 patriarchs, Long Batian, and the others could see that Long Shi's soul was being slowly extracted from his body by Linley's hand. Those with lower cultivation bases weren't able to see the soul at all. All they could see was Long Shi bleeding from every orifice, a look of agony on his face. You can't do this. He's your uncle after all. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? At this moment, Long Batian finally understood what Lin Rei meant when he said that he wouldn't let them die in pain. Long Shi was his son, his most beloved son. He couldn't just watch as his son's soul was being extracted right in front of him. He couldn't just stand by and watch as his son's soul was being extracted. Uncle? No, he's not my uncle. If he was my uncle, would he have imprisoned my mother? If he was my uncle, would he have beaten my mother up? So, he's not my uncle. He's a demon, a beast. Since that's the case, there's no need for him to take over a human's body. So, you should thank me. I'm helping him. Hearing Long Batian's words, Lin Rei glared at Long Batian with a vengeful gaze. The malevolent aura around him surged once more, reaching a peak. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with Lin Rei's words. They wanted to rebut, but they didn't know what to do. Zhong, hurry and help. He's your younger brother. Are you just going to watch your son kill your younger brother? Just as Long Batian was helpless, he suddenly thought of his eldest son, Long Zhong. With a pleading tone, he begged his eldest son. With a loud thud, Long Batian fell to his knees and begged Long Zhong and Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing, I beg you, please help. After all, he's Zhong, Er's younger brother. He's your brother-in-law. Please ask your son to let Shi'er go. Ouyang Jing, who was already beautiful, nodded in agreement when he saw his father-in-law, who had always refused to acknowledge him, kneeling before him and begging for help. You, please get up. I promise you, but I don't know if it'll work, so I can't guarantee the outcome. Although he said yes, Ouyang Jing couldn't guarantee it. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to persuade his son, who couldn't be born in 3 years. So, he told him the outcome in advance, so that he wouldn't feel guilty if he didn't succeed. Okay, thank you. As long as you can beg him not to kill Long Shi, anything is negotiable. Finally, seeing that Ouyang Jing agreed, Long Batian hurriedly stood up. A rare smile appeared on his bitter face. Feeling helpless, Ouyang Jing walked step by step to his son, Lin Rei. He said softly, Rei, you just be him. After all, he's your uncle and your father's younger brother. If you kill him like this, isn't it a little? Before Ouyang Jing could finish, Lin Rei interrupted. Yes, that's right. Okay, mother, I won't kill him. Oh, really? You really won't kill him? Hearing his son's words, Ouyang Jing was surprised. He didn't understand. His son had said that he would kill Long Shi. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Chapter 259. Lin Rei wouldn't reject his mother's request. However, Lin Rei wouldn't let people like Long Shi and Long Batian off. Therefore, I won't do anything to them. Don't worry, mother. Lin Rei's next words surprised everyone. After making his promise to Ouyang Jing, he turned around and spoke to Jin In, who had been silent all this while, with a murderous look in his eyes. Your grandmother was bullied. Tell me, what are you going to do? His words stunned everyone, especially Ouyang Jing. When she saw Jin In standing not too far away, combined with her son's words, she knew that this child was her grandson. This bastard dared to bully my grandmother. He can only die. That's the only way those ants won't dare to be impudent. A breath of cold air was sucked into everyone's mouths. Their eyes were wide open, and they had an expression of disbelief. This was because it was very difficult for a 5- or 6-year-old child to be so decisive. However, this child in front of them had actually said something that even a teenager wouldn't dare to say. Good. You're indeed my son, Lin Rei. Since that's the case, you'll be the one to avenge your grandmother. Seeing his son agree so readily, a smile appeared on his face. Linley, who had been empty-handed, suddenly pulled out the 10,000 arts sword of the changing wood into his hands. Here, use this sword to kill this bastard. As a reward, I'll give you a treasure that will be of great help to you. As he spoke, Linley used his spiritual energy to form a hand made of spiritual energy. He grabbed a sword and presented it to Jin In with a smile on his face. This scene wasn't much to the people who had been killed by Linley in the profound Sky Continent, but to the people here, it was something that they couldn't imagine. After Jin In agreed, he grabbed the Emu 10,000 Law sword and walked towards Long Shi step by step. To Long Shi, every step he took was like the god of death waving at him. Jin In came in front of Long Shi and raised the long sword in his hand without any hesitation. From top to bottom, he directly slashed Long Shi's neck. A gaping wound appeared on Long Shi's body. Following that, Long Shi's vitality disappeared. Finally, he died. This scene happened so quickly. The crowd didn't even have time to react. They didn't think that this kid would dare to kill someone. Father, he's dead. After killing Long Shi, Jin In, who was holding the Emu 10,000 magical sword, turned around and reported to Lin Rei. Good son. Come over and kneel down to greet your grandmother. When he heard Jin In's words, Lin Rei was very pleased. He didn't want his son to be weak. If he was weak, he would die a horrible death in the cultivation world. This wasn't what he wanted. Therefore, from now on, he would train him strictly. Killing was one of the training. I understand. When he heard his father's instructions, Jin In quickly walked forward and knelt on the ground with the Emu 10,000 magical sword stained with Long Shi's blood. He kowtowed to Ouyang Qian. Grandson Jin In pays his respects to grandmother. I hope grandmother will live a long and healthy life. At this moment, Jin In, he was no longer as cold-blooded as before. At this moment, he was like a child kowtowing to his grandmother, whom he had never met before. He looked very nervous and adorable. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all thought that they were hallucinating. Okay. Okay, get up quickly. Grandmother didn't bring any gifts today. I'll make it up to you in the future, okay? When she saw her 5- or 6-year-old grandson kill someone, Ouyang Jing felt a chill down her spine. She didn't know how to get along with the child in front of her. She felt that something was wrong. Okay. Then, grandmother, you must remember. When Jin heard Ouyang Jing's words, he stood up with a smile on his face and said to his grandmother again, as if he was afraid that she would forget. Okay, I'll remember. On this side of the family, there was a scene of harmony. On the other side, there was a scene of crying and wailing. It was very sad. A minute after Long Shi was killed, the crowd regained their senses. Long Batian and Long Zhong immediately went to Long Shi's corpse and knelt on the ground, crying. She felt extremely sorrowful. Her tears flowed down like water as if they were free of charge. Boo-hoo. Son, why did you leave me like this? Son, brother, it's all my fault. I didn't save you in time. This scene made everyone present speechless. No one could stop this from happening, nor did they have the ability to stop it. Therefore, the only thing they could do at this moment was to watch and not let more people die because of this matter. Ah, little bastard, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. You kill my son. Pay for my son's death with your life. At this moment, the grief-stricken Long Batian stood up like a madman because of his son's death. A 3-foot-long cold sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He rushed toward Lin Rei and Ouyang Jing. The moment this happened, the crowd was shocked. They didn't expect Long Batian to do something so extreme and brainless. Oomph, I knew you would do this. However, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have a reason to kill you. At this moment, Lin Li's heart was filled with joy. Previously, he had been hesitant about how to kill Long Batian because of his mother. But now, Lin Li had enough reason to kill Long Batian without being criticized by others. Of course, this sentence could only be imagined in his mind. It wouldn't be good if he said it out loud. The moment Long Batian moved, Lin Rei's martial Emperor Divine Spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, Lin Rei's body disappeared. When Lin Rei reappeared, he was already beside Long Batian. For Long Batian, who was only at the lower stage of the form synthesis realm, Lin Rei could kill him with one finger even if he didn't use the martial Emperor Divine Spear. Lin Rei didn't give Long Batian any chance to speak. The moment he came behind Long Batian, he raised the martial Emperor Divine Spear and stabbed it into Long Batian's back. The spear pierced through Long Batian's chest and into the ground. This happened so fast that no one could react. They only knew that Long Batian rushed out, but they didn't see Lin Rei's reaction. However, after the scene appeared in their eyes, everything was irreversible. Chapter 260. Everything was resolved at this moment. Lin Rei had no intention of killing the rest of the people from the Long family. He had kept his promise to Long Feng and killed the person in charge. As for the rest, it didn't matter if Lin Rei killed them or not. After all, he didn't want his image of a cold-blooded killer to be imprinted in his mother's heart. This wasn't something that he wanted to see, and it wasn't something that he wanted to see. At this moment, everyone present, including Shui Man, had already forgotten about the kind and warm-hearted person in front of them. In their hearts, other than the cold-blooded person who killed without batting an eyelid, everything in the past had become a thing of the past. It was no longer worth remembering. Now, all right, remove the seal. Now that everything was resolved, Lin Rei's tense body and mind finally relaxed. Then, he raised his head and instructed the Dark Team members around the villa. The moment Lin Rei finished speaking, the 50 members of the Dark Team all removed their spiritual energy and returned to stand behind Lin Rei. The black figure from the Dark Team, who had been vigilant of the surroundings to prevent anyone from escaping, returned to Lin Rei's side and spoke respectfully to Lin Rei. Sect leader, what should we do with those people? Although they weren't the ones in charge, they were still indirectly involved. Do you need me? At this moment, the black figure looked at the dozens of people who had been captured by Long Feng. Long Batian and Long Shi, who were the ones in charge, were still alive. As such, the black figure asked for instructions from Lin Rei. However, he couldn't help but place a hand on his neck and make a killing gesture. Do as you deem fit. Remember, destroy all the corpses. We have killed their people, so we still have to clean up their mess. Although these words were nice, they were extremely harsh to the ears. It was as if he was mocking the Long family. Yes, your subordinate obeys. After receiving Lin Rei's permission, the black figure did not hesitate. He directly led a dozen people, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen people from the Long family who were originally standing had already fallen to the ground dead. Then, a huge fire appeared on the bodies of those who had already died. Not long after, the deepest part of the Long family's villa returned to its original state. Even the smell of blood left behind by the killings was burned away at this moment. Killing and burning corpses is a common sight in the profound Sky Continent. There isn't a moment when people don't kill. However, this is an era of technology, an era that doesn't advocate cultivation. Therefore, when everyone saw this scene, their worldview was completely overturned. Everything had come to an end. At this moment, Linley's biggest thought was to quickly find a way to leave this place and go to a higher plane to train. He wanted to succeed in his training as soon as possible. After all, there was still a mission to rescue the Paixio. Time waited for no man. Turning around, Lin Rei looked at his mother, Ouyang Jing, who had been standing behind him all this time. He said to her with a smile, "Mother, I have avenged you. Let's go home. In a while, I will ask the black figure to bring Lin Feng and Lin Ro back. This way, our family can be reunited." When he was in the profound sky continent, Lin Rei had been looking forward to this moment. It was also because of the motivation of having a family that Lin Rei had been able to cultivate so quickly and desperately. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Rei couldn't wait to go home immediately and personally cook a meal for Ouyang Jing so that the family could sit together and enjoy a reunion meal. Okay, let's go then. At this moment, although Ouyang Jing had been frightened by the way her son had killed without batting an eyelid, after thinking about it, she felt that it was all for her. Therefore, at this moment, she felt relieved, especially when she heard about her second son and third daughter. Ouyang Jing wanted to go home immediately. Okay. Seeing that his mother had agreed, Lin Rei hurriedly said to the black figure behind him, "Black figure, go to Yanjing University and bring Xiao Feng and Xiao Ro to Tianwan Garden. As for the car outside, find someone to drive it back." "Yes, I will do it right away." The black figure, who had been standing at the side waiting for the task, responded after hearing Lin Rei's order and disappeared on the spot. Before he left, he ordered someone to drive Lin Rei's car back to Tianwan Garden. "All right, mother. Close your eyes. When you open them again, we will be back at my place. Furthermore, I will have a kind and gentle daughter-in-law." Seeing that everything had been settled, Lin Li turned to his mother. After saying that, he circulated his spiritual energy and wrapped it around Ouyang Jing and Jinin. Then, he teleported and disappeared from the spot. Phew, he is finally gone. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei left, the group of people collapsed on ground. Some of them even cried, including Shui Man Even the 5 patriarchs weren't as strong as Lin Li. In the instant that Lin Li left, their taut nerves relaxed, and smiles appeared on their faces. Haha, all right, Brother Long Feng. This time, the calamity of the Long family is over. As long as we don't provoke that person in the future, I believe that our lives will be better. At this moment, Su Chu, who was well aware of the situation, smiled and said to Long Feng, who was beside him, who was filled with helplessness, "I hope so. Don't forget that there is still Long Zhong here. Do you think that he will be inferior to him? I don't dare to guarantee anything else, but I'm certain that it is impossible for that person to acknowledge Long Zhong as his father." Perhaps, if you anger that person, it will bring disaster to the Long family again. After the other 3 heard Long Feng's words, they began to discuss. In the end, Long Feng decided to directly remove Long Zhong from his position as the patriarch of the Long family. Only this way, if he made a mistake in the future, he would not care about the Long family and do what he wanted to do. After all, he had already done so much for Long Zhong in the past. The Long family owed him. After the matter was settled, Su Chu and the other old ancestors did not stay any longer. After dispersing, they brought their descendants and left the Long family's villa in a hurry. Tianwan Garden. At the entrance of the Lin family's villa. After leaving the Long family's villa, Lin Rei, Ouyang Jing, and Jinin teleported back to their own villa. Phew! After returning to his own villa and seeing this familiar scene, Lin Rei heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Mother, we are home. You can open your eyes now." Lin Rei couldn't help but remind his mother when he saw that her eyes were still tightly shut. After the spiritual energy dissipated, the 3 of them appeared in the courtyard of the villa. At this moment, Jin opened his eyes first and ran into the villa. Perhaps he was on call his mother, or perhaps he was hungry. No one knew. Hearing her son's words, Ouyang Jing slowly opened her eyes. However, Due to her age, it was inevitable that her eyes would feel a little uncomfortable when she opened her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Ray controlled himself well and didn't cry because of this. After her eyes adjusted, Ouyang Jing raised her head and looked at the house that belonged to her son. Looking at the villa, Ouyang Jing felt very gratified because this was what she had hoped for her son since he was young. And at this moment, Linley had clearly achieved it. Good, good, good. I knew that my son was the best. Mother is happy for you for having such achievements. At this moment, Ouyang Jing smiled. It was a kind of relaxed smile that came from the inside out. At this moment, this smile was deeply imprinted in Lin Ray's mind and could never be erased. Okay, let's go in. I don't know if your daughter-in-law is awake yet. Knowing that Jean Ling slept like that yesterday, he couldn't guarantee that Jean Ling was awake at this moment. Haha, young people. Besides, she gave birth to such a chubby son for you. Is it wrong for her to sleep with him? Besides, didn't you often laze in bed in the past? I didn't say anything. In an instant, after hearing his mother's words, Lin Ray's face instantly turned into a bitter smile. He didn't expect that before he even saw his daughter-in-law, he would start to protect her. How is he going to live like this in the future? Okay. You're right. Sigh. It seems that there's no place for me in this family in the future. After a bitter laugh, Lin Ray held Ouyang Jing's hand and walked into the villa. However, just as he lifted his foot and before he could land, a familiar voice came from the villa in Lin Ray. Hubby, why didn't you see Mother when you want to pick her up? Your son knows. Aren't you being too biased? Jean Ling walked out in a hurry. When she saw Ouyang Jing, she grabbed her hand and said shyly, Daughter-in-law, Jean Ling greets Mother. With the arrival of Jean in, Lin Ray finally understood that it was his son who had told Jean Ling thinking of this. When he saw the way Jean Ling looked at him when she came out, Lin Ray knew that tonight was not going to be a good night. However, Ouyang Jing liked her daughter-in-law the moment she saw Jean Ling, coupled with the fact that she called her mother. Ouyang Jing liked her even more. Okay. We're all family. There's no need to be like this. TSK. I really didn't expect that our Ray could find such a virtuous and smart daughter-in-law. Not bad. At this moment, the more Ouyang Jing looked at Jean Ling, the more she liked her. In addition, this daughter-in-law had given birth to a chubby grandson for her, so Ouyang Jing liked her even more. You guys... Chapter 261. At this moment, Ouyang Jing pulled Jean Ling into the villa alone, but left Lin Ray outside, as if he had forgotten about her existence. Am I still your biological son? Everyone says that when you have a wife, you forget your mother. I think they are all wrong. When you have a wife, you forget your son. Although Lin Ray was very helpless at this moment, he was very happy in his heart. Because of his wife's identity and his mother's love, he was very happy. Sigh. Enter, let's go. If your grandmother doesn't want us, then I'll go and cook for you. I'll let you grow up quickly and then find a daughter-in-law for me. After glancing at Jean In and saying something that Jean In didn't understand, he pulled him out of the villa. Walking into the villa, Ouyang Jing and Jean Ling were sitting on the sofa and talking about something. The two of them couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray didn't go forward to disturb them. Instead, he walked into the kitchen alone and began to cook. At this moment, the black shadow that went to pick up Lin Feng and Lin Ro from Yinjing University had already returned. Behind him was the younger brother and sister that Lin Ray had asked him to pick up. However, at this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Ro ran into the villa with tears in their eyes with excitement. As soon as the two of them entered the door, they heard their mother and sister-in-law chatting and laughing. They hadn't heard this kind of laughter for a long time. When they heard it again, the tears in their eyes couldn't help but flow down. Mom. Ouyang Jing, who was chatting with Jean Ling, turned his head when he heard these two calls. He saw Lin Feng and Lin Ro standing at the door crying. For a moment, Ouyang Jing didn't have time to chat with Jin Ling. He quickly stood up and walked towards his son and daughter, who he hadn't seen for many years. Immediately, the three of them hugged each other and began to greet each other warmly. They even asked about boyfriend and girlfriend. Jin Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't disturb them when she saw this scene. Instead, she quietly went to the kitchen. Sensing the arrival of his wife, Lin Rei did not make any movements. Instead, he continued to cook. However, at this moment, Jin Ling, who was behind Lin Rei, looked at her husband who was cooking. Tears instantly flowed from her eyes. She quickly stepped forward and hugged Lin Rei from behind. She leaned her head against Lin Rei's back and silently cried. Just now, when Jin Ling saw the scene between Ouyang Jing, Lin Feng, and Lin Ro, the memories that had been sealed away in her mind resurfaced. The memories of when she was in the profound heaven realm and with her grandfather involuntarily resurfaced. Lin Rei, who was cooking, felt that his wife was acting strangely. He stopped what he was doing and turned around. Seeing his wife crying, Lin Rei knew that she missed her grandfather. Linger, don't cry, don't cry. I know you're Grandpa Zhang, but we don't know where Grandpa went. Since this is Grandpa's choice, then we should respect his choice. Moreover, don't you still have me? I will always be by your side. He turned around and hugged Jin Ling to comfort her. However, he knew that it would take a long time to suppress this feeling. Boo-hoo. I know, but I miss Grandpa very much. Just like this, the two hugged each other. After a long, long time, Jin Ling's longing for her family faded a little. Well, don't think about it. When I have the strength in the future, I will take you to the profound heaven realm to see why Grandpa left. Well, okay. Hearing her husband's words, Jin Ling agreed happily. Well, you go out and accompany your mother. I am still cooking. At this time, Lin Rei released his wife and turned around to start cooking. Jin Ling did not listen to her husband. Instead, she flowed down and began to help. The two began to get busy in the kitchen. In the hall outside, Lin Feng and Lin Ro told everything that had happened in the past few years, including how Lin Rei came to find them after he came back. They told them everything without missing a word. Similarly, Ouyang Jing also told Lin Feng and Lin Ro that Long Zhong was their father. He also told them that their father was still alive. However, it was better than before. When Lin Feng and Lin Ro learned that their father was still alive, they were overjoyed. They had been bullied since they were young. They were said to be wild children without a father. Every time, it was Lin Rei who helped them take revenge. Therefore, they longed to have a father. Feng Ro, your big brother seems to be very conflicted about this matter. He saw your father, but your big brother said that he would not recognize him. Why don't you calculate his death after you finish eating? At this time, Ouyang Jing was very worried about Long Zhong. In one day, his father and brother were killed by his son and grandson. This kind of pain was unimaginable. Moreover, his son did not recognize him. Therefore, Ouyang Jing wanted to return to Long Zhong's side, stay by his side, and comfort him. Mother, we can't do anything about this matter. Since Big Brother came back more than a year ago, everything has changed. At this time, we have no way to persuade Big Brother. Therefore, I'm afraid this matter is very difficult. After hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng did not agree or refuse. Instead, he told his mother what he knew. That's right, Mother. Besides, Big Brother is also a father. He knows the difficulties of being a father. Therefore, if Big Brother wanted to acknowledge me, he would have done so before. Therefore, this matter. After hearing her two sons' words, Ouyang Jing fell silent. She knew that her two sons' words were very reasonable. At this time, Lin Rei, who was in the kitchen, heard all the conversation between the three of them. This was something that Ouyang Jing and the others did not know. Without speaking, Lin Rei continued to cook. Soon, after the meal was ready, Lin Rei put all the dishes on the table. Then, he took out a jar of Huadiao wine and walked out. Mother, brother, Xiao Rou, come and eat. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. After arriving at the table, Lin Ray called out to Ouyang Jing, Lin Ro, and Lin Feng, who were sitting on the sofa. He sat down alone. Okay. The whole family sat around the table at noon. Lin Ray opened the jar of Huadiao wine. Everyone drank a little, except for Jinan. Then, he said with a smile, "Mother, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Therefore, this glass of wine is for our reunion." After speaking, Lin Ray drank a glass of wine directly. Perhaps because he was relaxed and happy to see his family. After a glass of wine, he was tipsy. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.